बार एक बार चल रहा बहुत
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to everyone present here. Today marks day 2 of the first ever international conference organized by the World Association of Authors and Researchers on the theme Contribution of the Mithila region in the Development of Indian Knowledge Tradition in the Context of Literature and Culture. भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के विकास में मिथिला क्षेत्र का योगदान साहित्य और संस्कृति के संदर्भ में organized by TRPS College, Bagani, Darbhanga, a constituent unit of Kameshwar Singh Darbhanga Sanskrit University, in collaboration with World Association of Authors and Researchers, Janakpur, Nepal, chapter and Darbhanga chapter. Our first day was truly enriching and intellectually stimulating. We had the privilege of listening to eminent academicians, scholars, and administrators from across the globe, whose valuable insights and thought-provoking deliberations have undoubtedly inspired and enriched our academic and literary pursuits. As we begin the second and final day of this prestigious conference, we look forward to yet another engaging and insightful series of discussions. We are now delighted to commence our second plenary session, which will be chaired by Professor Vidyanand Jha, Professor of Management at the Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, West Bengal. We are deeply honored to welcome our distinguished speakers for today's session. Professor Pankaj Kumar Mishra, Professor of Sanskrit at St. Stephen's College, University of New Delhi, New Delhi. Dr. Phanikanta Mishra, renowned archaeologist and former regional director of the Archaeological Survey of India, Eastern Zone, Kolkata, West Bengal, along with our esteemed session chair, Professor Vidyanand Jha. They will share their valuable perspectives and insights on a range of engaging and significant topics. With great pleasure, let us now begin the session. It is our great pleasure to introduce Dr. Pankaj Kumar Mishra, sir, a distinguished professor in the Department of Sanskrit at St. Stephen's College, University of Delhi. Dr. Mishra completed his MA and PhD from the University of Delhi and has been serving the institution with dedication and academic excellence since 2002. A respected scholar in the fields of Sanskrit literature and Indian philosophy, he has made significant contributions to teaching, research, and curriculum development. He has also served as the All India CBCS syllabus convener, playing an important role in shaping contemporary Sanskrit studies. An accomplished author and researcher, Dr. Mishra has written notable works including The Rise of Karmicology and has contributed to several edited academic volumes. He is also actively engaged in academic outreach through national seminars, conferences, and his educational initiatives, Unfolded Indian Knowledge, through which he continues to promote and disseminate the richness of Indian intellectual traditions. We are truly honored to have Dr. Pankaj Mishra, sir, with us today. Today, he will enlighten us on the thought-provoking topic, Mandan Shastrarth Ka Myth. I now humbly and respectfully invite Dr. Pankaj Kumar Mishra, sir, to kindly deliver his address.
सबको मेरा प्रणाम. मेरी आवाज आ रही है जी?
Yes, sir.
सबको मेरा प्रणाम. और वर्षों से जिनके दर्शन की प्रतीक्षा थी, उनमें आदरणीय प्रोफेसर विद्यानंद झा जी, और फोन पे तो कई बार बातचीत हुई, मैसेजेस आते रहे उनके अविस्मरणीय चीजों को लेकर के. वे फणिकांत चौधरी जी, और उन दोनों के बीच में एक सामान्य सा मुझे डाल दिया गया, सामान्य भाषा में कहें तो छाती लॉन्ग जंप हाई जंप कर रहा है। एक ऐसा विषय जिसने हम मैथिलों को बहुत ही बौना बना दिया, उस विषय को लेकर के मैं आप लोगों के सामने उपस्थित हूं। जैसा कि नाम से ही स्पष्ट है, मंडन मिश्र के बारे में, उनके विषय में बिना इतिहास के सदियों से केवल लोक परंपरा में चली आ रही एक दंत कथा कहें, लोक कथा कहें, कि मंडन का शास्त्रार्थ हुआ और मंडन पराजित हो गए। इस तरह के कई अन्य विषय भी हैं, जिसे बचपन से ही हम लोगों को सिखाया जाता रहा कि महाकवि कालिदास महामूर्ख थे। बिना ऐतिहासिक अन्वेषण के गली चौराहे मचान पर बैठ करके हम लोगों ने एक ये नैरेटिव सेट कर लिया और उससे हम निकलना नहीं चाहते। हमारे लिए वही एक रोमांस बन गया है, हम उसी रोमांटिक वर्ल्ड में अपने को ले जाना चाहते हैं। लेकिन दुखद पक्ष है कि मंडन और शंकर का कभी शास्त्रार्थ नहीं हुआ। यह मेरी स्थापना है आज का। किसी भी विषय को प्रस्तुत करने से पहले जब यह ऐतिहासिक विमर्श होता है तो स्वाभाविक रूप से हम स्रोत में जाते हैं, और उस स्रोत के दो प्रधान तत्व हैं, क्योंकि इनके जो दो नायक हैं, एक पक्ष आदि शंकर और दूसरा पक्ष हम मैथिलों के मुकुट मंडन मिश्र जी। इससे पूर्व कि मैं इस स्रोत के ऊपर में एक चर्चा करूं, हल्की टिप्पणी में शंकर को लेकर के भी करता हूं। और हमारे सर यहाँ फणिकांत जी बैठे हुए हैं, वे तो धुरजोर पूरे डंके की चोट पे कहते हैं कि शंकराचार्य ईसा से लगभग 500 वर्ष पहले हो चुके थे। मुझे नहीं मालूम क्या अभिलेखीय प्रमाण है, क्या ऐतिहासिक प्रमाण है, लेकिन मुझे यह स्पष्ट रूपेण मालूम है कि कोई शास्त्रीय प्रमाण नहीं है। उसके पक्ष में सोचना यह जरूरी है, क्योंकि जब भी कभी भारतीय इतिहास लेखन में हम प्रवेश करते हैं तो उसका जो केंद्र बिंदु होता है वो महात्मा बुद्ध होते हैं। हम महात्मा बुद्ध से लेकर के भारतीय इतिहास को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। इसका ये अर्थ नहीं कि उसमें वेद नहीं है या ब्राह्मण नहीं है, आरण्यक नहीं है, रामायण नहीं है, महाभारत नहीं है, लेकिन आधुनिक इतिहासकारों के दृष्टि में एक ज्ञात बिंदु है, वह महात्मा बुद्ध का माना जाता है। और उसके बाद हम कौटिल्य एंड और निकलते हुए शुंग डायनेस्टी, गुप्ता डायनेस्टी और अप टू टुडे हम इस विषय पर विमर्श करते हैं। यदि शंकराचार्य 500 ईस्वी पूर्व हुए होते तो 800 ईस्वी तक किसी भी शास्त्र में, किसी भी ग्रंथ में, किसी भी खंडन मंडन में कहीं भी उल्लेख प्राप्त नहीं होता शंकराचार्य से। चूंकि हम सब लोगों के लिए शंकराचार्य महान हैं, लेकिन उनकी महानता तब एक उसमें टिप्पणी में चली जाती है कि हम भगवान बुद्ध को याद करते हैं, भगवान महावीर को याद करते हैं, कणाद है, गौतम है, पतंजलि है, इन सब की चर्चा हम करते हैं। लेकिन इस कालावधि में कहीं भी आदि शंकर की चर्चा नहीं है, किसी ने उल्लेख नहीं किया। मैं दो साहित्यिक प्रमाण देता हूं कि महाकवि कालिदास अपने पूरे साहित्य में एक जगह पर वेदांत शब्द का प्रयोग करते हैं, और वह है विक्रमोर्वशीयम का प्रथम पद्य, जिसे कि हम नांदी कहते हैं। वेदांतेषु यमाहुरेक पुरुषम व्याप्य स्थितम रोदसी। शब्द है वेदांत, लेकिन वह वेदांत शंकर वेदांत नहीं है, वह वेदांत उपनिषदीय वेदांत है। वहां पर उपनिषद की ओर इशारा किया गया। और उसके बाद हम 9वीं-10वीं शताब्दी में महाकवि भवभूति के नाटक उत्तर रामचरित में तरंग और बुद्बुद की चर्चा पाते हैं प्रथम अंक में ही, जहां पर कि एको रसः करुण एव के माध्यम से उस अद्वैत वेदांतीय शब्द को हम पाते हैं। उससे पूर्व ये सब ऐसे शब्द प्राप्त नहीं होते। जो अद्वैत वेदांत के रूढ़ जो एक प्रसिद्ध शब्द है, उससे पूर्व वो शब्दावली हमें प्राप्त नहीं होती है। तो इसलिए मेरा ये मानना है कि आदि शंकर 8वीं शताब्दी में हुए या 8वीं शताब्दी के बाद हुए। ये दो विषय में लेके चल रहा हूं। अब आते हैं हम टिप्पणी करने के लिए मंडन मिश्र के ऊपर। हम लोग सभी जानते हैं कि मंडन मिश्र के जो ग्रंथ हैं वो अलग अलग वैरायटी के ग्रंथ हैं। मंडन किसी एक शास्त्र विशेष के पंडित नहीं थे, जैसा कि हम शंकराचार्य में पाते हैं कि वे अद्वैत वेदांत मात्र के माने जाते हैं। मंडन उस रूप से नहीं जाने जाते। मंडन भाषा वैज्ञानिक थे अपनी स्फोट सिद्धि के कारण। मंडन वेदांती थे, उपनिषदीय वेदांत की बात कर रहा हूं, वे अपने ब्रह्म सिद्धि के कारण और विभ्रम विवेक के कारण। मंडन मीमांसक थे, अपने अन्य जो बाद के बचे हुए ग्रंथ हैं, भावना विवेक है, मीमांसानुक्रमणिका है, आदि के माध्यम से ये मंडन का परिचय है। अब प्रश्न होता है शास्त्रार्थ के स्रोत की बात। मंडन मिश्र को बहुधा जो भी इतिहासकार हैं एक स्वर से वे मानते हैं 750-755 ईस्वी के आसपास, और शंकराचार्य का जन्म जो बताते हैं वो 808 ईस्वी बताते हैं। अकॉर्डिंगली हम 50 से 60 वर्ष का एक गैप पाते हैं इन दोनों के बीच में। अब प्रश्न होता है कि ये दोनों के मध्य शास्त्रार्थ का हमें प्रथम उल्लेख कहां प्राप्त होता है। उससे पहले यह बता दूं कि जो मैंने अभी कालिदास के विषय में कहा कि कालिदास महामूर्ख थे, ये सबसे पहले हमें कहां लिखा प्राप्त होता है? तो कहीं तो होना चाहिए। जबकि 636 ईस्वी के अभिलेख में, जो कि पुष्य में इनका पुलिकेशन द्वितीय का है, उसमें महाकवि कालिदास को महाकवि शब्द कहा गया। अगर पुलकेशिन द्वितीय का ऐहोल का अभिलेख देखें तो उसमें रवि कीर्ति भारवी को और महाकवि कालिदास को महाकवि कहते हैं। अर्थात इससे पहले यह कहानी मिलनी चाहिए कि कालिदास मूर्ख थे, लेकिन वो कहानी नहीं मिलती। वो कहानी पहली बार 15वीं शताब्दी के आसपास मेरुतुंगाचार्य के द्वारा जो लिखा गया प्रबंध चिंतामणि है, उसमें कालिदास को मूर्ख कहा गया। अब बताएं कि 400-500 वर्ष के लिखे इतिहास से हमने कालिदास को मूर्ख समझ लिया, लेकिन उससे पहले लिखे गए महाकवि शब्द को लेकर के कालिदास को हमने महाकवि नहीं समझा। ऐसे जो इतिहास होते हैं हम इनको भावुक इतिहास कहते हैं, इमोशनल हिस्ट्री कहते हैं, और हम सभी उस सेंस में इमोशनल हिस्टोरियन होते हैं, भावुक इतिहासकार होते हैं। अब आते हैं मंडन मिश्र की बात। जो शास्त्रार्थ की जो प्रथम चर्चा है, आप सभी लोग जो हिस्ट्री के विशेषज्ञ होंगे वो अवश्य जानते होंगे हरिहर और बुक्का के विषय में। उन्हीं के शासन काल में दो भाई हुए। एक का नाम है सायण, जिन्होंने वेदों के ऊपर में कमेंट्री की, और दूसरे का नाम है माधव, जिन्होंने शंकर दिग्विजय की रचना की, जिन्होंने सर्वदर्शन संग्रह की रचना की। सर्वदर्शन संग्रह बहुत ही पॉपुलर है, और उसको पढ़ने के बाद निस्संदेह है माधव जो है वो बड़े ही श्रेष्ठ दार्शनिक बनते हैं। लेकिन जब शंकर दिग्विजय को हम पढ़ते हैं तो वो लगता है कि ये केवल पीआर के लिए लिखा जाने वाला ग्रंथ है और कुछ नहीं है। और उसी में बताया गया कि मंडन जो है वो शास्त्रार्थ में पराजित हो गए। समय हमने कब का लिया? हरिहर बुक का 13वीं शताब्दी मान के चलते हैं, 12वीं शताब्दी मान के चलते हैं। अगर हम 500 ईस्वी पूर्व शंकराचार्य को मानते हैं तो इस आप सोचिए कि लगभग 1800-1900 वर्षों में कहीं शंकराचार्य और मंडन के शास्त्रार्थ का उल्लेख नहीं मिलता। अगर हम 800 ईस्वी मानते हैं, 808 ईस्वी मानते हैं शंकराचार्य का काल, तो हम कहते हैं कि 600 ईस्वी के मध्य कहीं भी शंकर के मध्य शास्त्रार्थ का उल्लेख नहीं मिलता। यह ऐसा कौन सा पक्ष है, यह ऐसा कौन सा इतिहास है जो दोनों के बीच में शास्त्रार्थ करवा देते हैं और मंडन को पराजित कर देते हैं? एक विशेष बात और ध्यान देने योग्य है कि आज तक किसी भी ऐसे शास्त्रार्थ का उल्लेख इतिहास में प्राप्त नहीं होता जिसमें कोई शास्त्रार्थ में पराजित हुआ हो और उसको लेकर के इतनी चर्चा हो। कहीं भी यह उल्लेख नहीं मिलता। हाँ, हम ये जरूर कहते हैं शास्त्रार्थ तो होता है, शास्त्रार्थ तो होते रहे हैं। अभी भी जो हमारे विजय जी यहाँ करवा रहे हैं, जिनके प्रति अपनी कृतज्ञता में बाद में ज्ञापन करूंगा क्योंकि मुझे बड़ा अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म दिया बोलने के लिए, मैं उनसे ये बात कर रहा हूं। तो मूल विषय जो है, हमें इन चीजों को समझना पड़ता है और हमें समझना बहुत जरूरी होता है। अब आते हैं हम एक कालखंड की बात करते हैं, क्योंकि देखिए हमारे यहाँ जब शास्त्र और साहित्य लिखा जाता है तो उस शास्त्र का भी समाज होता है और उस साहित्य का भी समाज होता है। अगर आज कोई साहित्य लिख रहा है, काव्य, महाकाव्य, कविता आदि, तो उसमें किसी न किसी रूप में जो आज का जो वैश्विक संघर्ष है वो प्रतीक के रूप में अपने में जरूर समाहित करते हैं, चाहे वो कविता हो चाहे वो कहानी हो। उसी रूप में हम देखने का प्रयास करते हैं कि ये जो कालखंड है 1300 से लेकर के लगभग 1700 बीच की जो साहित्य लिखे गए हैं, मैं एक इसमें नाम ले रहा हूं, वो साहित्य मानो एक मूवी आई थी शाहरुख खान की, ओम शांति ओम, शांति ओम। हम उस मूवी से ज्यादा इन साहित्यों को नहीं समझते। क्यों नहीं समझते उसकी व्याख्या करूंगा। वो हमारे मनमोहन देसाई की मूवी नसीब है, जहां पर एक गाना जॉन जॉनी जनार्दन में हर एक काल के सारे नेता अभिनेता को डाल दिया गया। इसी तरह शंकराचार्य में आप देखेंगे कि इसमें शांतियों में मनोज कुमार भी है, तो धर्मेंद्र भी है, तो राजेंद्र कुमार भी है, जितेंद्र भी है। ऐसा कैसे संभव हो सकता है? क्योंकि ये समकालीन नहीं है, कंटेम्परेरी नहीं है, ये एक फैंटेसी है, ये एक कवियों की एक अपनी मनोरंजक कल्पनाएं होती है जहां पर एक ही काल में सबको बिठा दिया जाता है। आप पढ़ेंगे भोज प्रबंध, एक ग्रंथ है, राजा भोज की कहानी है, 10वीं शताब्दी का वो ग्रंथ है, 12वीं शताब्दी का ग्रंथ है। उसमें आपको कालिदास भी दिखेंगे, बाणभट्ट भी दिखेंगे, मुरारी भी दिखेंगे, यानी सारे ऐतिहासिक लेखक कवि को एक ही साथ डाल दिया। ध्यान रखेंगे, भोज हैं 10वीं शताब्दी के, कालिदास हैं गुप्ता पीरियड के, और उनको भोज के दरबार में उपस्थित दिखा दिया गया। हम इसे केवल एक कल्पना मात्र कहते, हम इसे इतिहास नहीं कहते, और वो कभी भी ऐतिहासिक ग्रंथ नहीं कहलाएगा, ऐतिहासिक स्रोत नहीं कहलाएगा। ऐतिहासिक स्रोत इस रूप में कहलाएगा कि उस काल तक के जितने चरित्र हैं उनके नाम का संकलन और संग्रह उसमें हम पाते हैं, तो इनसे पहले वो चरित्र हो चुके होंगे। इस मात्र रूप से हम उसे स्रोत के रूप में स्वीकार करेंगे। इसी प्रकार आप पाएंगे कि जो जिस प्रबंध चिंतामणि की बात की, उसमें भी कई सारे पूर्ववर्ती सबको एक साथ उतार दिया गया। शंकर दिग्विजय ग्रंथ भी वही है, जिस शंकर दिग्विजय ग्रंथ में कई पूर्ववर्ती जो चरित्र हैं उन सबको उसमें डाल दिया गया। तो सबसे पहले तो उसकी ऐतिहासिकता जो है वही प्रश्न चिन्ह में आ गया। अब आते हैं इस शास्त्रार्थ की बात को लेकर के। वो जो डेवलपमेंट है, वो जो चीज है, वो एक पर्पसली लिखा जाने वाला टेक्स्ट है। देखिए, एक शब्द है दिग्विजय। दिग्विजय की परंपरा हमारे यहाँ केवल युद्ध में होती थी। हमारे यहाँ शास्त्रार्थ में दिग्विजय की परंपरा शंकराचार्य से उपस्थित किया गया, और आश्चर्य लगेगा कि दिग्विजय शब्द का प्रथम प्रयोग संस्कृत शास्त्र और साहित्य में 12वीं शताब्दी में नैषधीय चरितम के लेखक श्रीहर्ष ने किया है। अब रही बात ये शंकर दिग्विजय की बात कहाँ आ गई, तो जैसा हमने कहा, हम सभी लोग अपनी ही दुकान चलाने के लिए अपना विज्ञापन करते हैं। अब शंकराचार्य, मिथिला की हम विशेषता को इस रूप में पहले समझें। मिथिला कभी वेदांतियों की नगरी नहीं रही है, मिथिला नैयायिकों की नगरी रही है, और न्याय होता ही वही है जो कि शास्त्रार्थ में किसी से पराजित नहीं होता। जितने भी नैयायिक का नाम सुन लें, उन्हीं नैयायिकों ने बौद्धों को भगाया शास्त्रार्थ में। अब मैं उसका भी उदाहरण दूंगा। शंकराचार्य के ऊपर में एक प्रतिष्ठा लाद दी गई कि इन्होंने बौद्धों को खदेड़ा। नहीं, शंकराचार्य स्वयं में एक प्रच्छन्न बौद्ध थे। अगर आप उनके ब्रह्मसूत्र में जाएंगे तो उनको देखिए, वो किसका खंडन करते हैं? वो वैशेषिक का खंडन करते हैं, वो न्याय का खंडन करते हैं, वो सांख्य का खंडन करते हैं, वो पांचरात्र का खंडन करते हैं, वो जैन का खंडन करते हैं, वो चारवाक का खंडन करते हैं, लेकिन बौद्धों का वो प्रत्यक्ष खंडन नहीं करते। क्यों हमने उनके ऊपर प्रतिष्ठा लाद दी? अब आइए नैयायिकों की हम बात करते हैं। न्याय सूत्र जिन्होंने गौतम की रचना की, कहने की बात नहीं है, कहने की जरूरत नहीं है, हम सभी जानते हैं कि गौतम कहाँ के थे। गौतम के ऊपर में कमेंट्री लिखी वात्स्यायन ने, उसका खंडन किया वसुबंधु ने, जो कि बौद्ध हैं। वसुबंधु का खंडन करते हैं उद्योतकर, जो कि मैथिल हैं। उद्योतकर का खंडन करते हैं दिंगनाग, जो कि बौद्ध हैं। दिंगनाग का खंडन करते हैं वाचस्पति मिश्र, जो कि मैथिल हैं। वाचस्पति मिश्र का खंडन करते हैं धर्मकीर्ति, जो कि बौद्ध हैं। धर्म कीर्ति का खंडन करते हैं उदयनाचार्य, जो कि मैथिल है। और ये संघर्ष न्याय का, यह संघर्ष जो है वो अगर बुद्धों के जो दर्शन की बात होती है तो उनको स्थापित करने वाले नैयायिक हैं, और नैयायिकों के दर्शन को स्थापित करने वाले बौद्ध हैं। क्योंकि हम आप सभी जानते हैं कि वादे वादे जायते तत्वबोधः, क्रमशः डिबेट करने से ही हमें असली ज्ञान का बोध होता है। तो इस रूप में हम देखते हैं कि मिथिला जो है वो शास्त्रार्थ की नगरी है, मिथिला जो है वो नैयायिकों के तर्कों की नगरी है, जहां पर कि गुरुजी की पत्नी जो होती है वो घड़े में बंद धुएं को लेकर के पूरे नव्य न्याय की स्थापना कर देता है। वो भूमि है, और ऐसी भूमि में सामान्य जन का प्रवेश जो था वो कठिन था। ऐसे नैयायिकों से पराजित होना कठिन था। और उस काल के, जिस काल के मंडन की बात करते हैं, अब एक प्रश्न आता है, मैं तो उससे भी आगे जाके कहता हूं कि दोनों का मिलन ही नहीं है, मंडन और शंकर मिले ही नहीं है, क्योंकि हमारे पास फिर वही स्रोत है शंकर दिग्विजय का। अब आगे इसमें देखिए क्यों नहीं मिले, कैसे नहीं मिले। जितने भी ग्रंथ लिखे गए शंकराचार्य ने लिखे, उसमें कहीं भी मंडन का उल्लेख नहीं है, मंडन की चर्चा नहीं है। प्लीज इस चीज को ध्यान से देखिएगा। और ना ही मंडन के सिद्धांतों का इन्वर्टेड कोमा में उल्लेख है। देखिए, भले ही नाम ना दें, लेकिन मंडन के जो सिद्धांत है उनका जो एक होता है ना इन्वर्टेड कोमा में, वो कहीं उल्लेख नहीं है। एट द वेरी सेम टाइम जब मंडन मिश्र अपने ग्रंथ को लिखते हैं, उस ग्रंथ को लिखने में कहीं भी शंकराचार्य का उल्लेख नहीं है। अब मैं और आगे इससे बताऊं कि जो मंडन और मिथिला की जो भूमि है वो याज्ञवल्क्य की भूमि है, ईशावास्योपनिषद की भूमि है, शतपथ ब्राह्मण की भूमि है। ईशावास्योपनिषद में एक मंत्र है, जिस मंत्र की आखिरी पंक्ति आप सब लोगों ने सुनी होगी, अविद्यया मृत्युम तीर्त्वा विद्ययामृतमश्नुते। मंडन के पूरे सिद्धांत का मूल वही है, मंडन के पूरे सिद्धांत का मूल वही है, जो कि याज्ञवल्क्य का सिद्धांत है, जो ईशावास्योपनिषद का सिद्धांत है। और उसी सिद्धांत की व्याख्या, उसी सिद्धांत को लोक में लाया बाद में साहिर लुधियानवी ने मूवी चित्रलेखा, जिसकी पंक्ति है, संसार से भागे फिरते हो, भगवान को क्या तुम पाओगे। बहुत ही फेमस है, लता की आवाज में है, मीना कुमारी पे फिल्माया गया है, रोशन का म्यूजिक है आदि। मूल विषय ये है कि जो मंडन मिश्र का जो सिद्धांत है वो सिद्धांत कहलाता है ज्ञान कर्म समुच्चय, जहां पर कर्म संसार है और ज्ञान जो है वो परलोक है, भगवान है। अर्थात आप ज्ञान और इसको के बीच में ये इनका सिद्धांत है कि बिना कर्म के हम ज्ञान की प्राप्ति नहीं कर सकते। अर्थात गृहस्थाश्रम में रहना ही हमें पड़ेगा, बिना गृहस्थाश्रम में प्रवेश किए हुए हम उस परम तत्व के अधीन नहीं हो सकते। शंकराचार्य तो पूरे संसार को ही मिथ्या कहते हैं, वो केवल और केवल उस ब्रह्म को परम सत्य कहते हैं। तो इस रूप में दोनों के सिद्धांत में बहुत ही भेद है। और अंत तक किसी भी एक ग्रंथ में, शंकर मंडन मिश्र के किसी भी एक ग्रंथ में ऐसा उल्लेख नहीं मिलता कि उन्होंने केवल और केवल ज्ञान की बात की हो। तो जब वे शंकराचार्य से मिले होते, या शंकराचार्य से ज्ञान की बात किए होते, या शंकराचार्य का शास्त्रार्थ हुआ होता, या शंकराचार्य से पराजित हुए होते, तो उनके द्वारा लिखे गए ग्रंथ में कहीं तो इसका उल्लेख होना चाहिए। ऐसा तो नहीं है कि मान लेते हैं कि उन्होंने शंकराचार्य का शिष्यत्व ग्रहण कर लिया, ठीक है मान लिया, तो क्या उसके बाद उन्होंने अपनी लेखनी बंद कर दी लिखनी? जबकि कई ऐसे उदाहरण मिलते हैं, कई लोगों का कहना है कि जब मंडन मिश्र ने संन्यास ग्रहण कर लिया तब उन्होंने ब्रह्म सिद्धि की रचना की। नहीं, एकदम नहीं, किसी भी ग्रंथ में उन्होंने ऐसा नहीं कहा है, नहीं किया है। तो हमारे लिए जो प्रबल प्रमाण होता है वह एक शास्त्रीय स्रोत होता है, फिर उसके बाद जो है उनका जो अपना परिवेश होता है, उनका जो अपना चिंतन होता है, उनके जो अपने विषय होते हैं, वह प्रमाण बनता है। हम जो पेरिफेरियल इंफॉर्मेशन कहते हैं, आप देखेंगे कि मंडन मिश्र का उल्लेख आपको हमारे जो मैथिल जो वाचस्पति मिश्र आदि है वो करते हैं, बखूबी करते हैं, और वो वहां पर शंकराचार्य से अधिक सहमति दर्शाते हैं ज्ञान कर्म समुच्चय से। लेकिन मूल विषय है कि आखिर ये बातें आई क्यों। तो इसका यही एक निष्कर्षात्मक पहलू है कि जो माधवाचार्य थे वो निस्संदेह शंकराचार्य की परंपरा के वो विद्वान थे, शंकराचार्य के शिष्य थे। उन्होंने शंकराचार्यत्व ग्रहण किया। और हमारे यहाँ मिथिला में एक श्लोक बहुत ही प्रसिद्ध है। देखिए हमारी भ्रांति कहाँ कहाँ जाती है। एक श्लोक है, न मंत्रम नो यंत्रम तदपि च न जाने स्तुति महो न चाह्वानम ध्यानम। किसका लिखा हुआ है? गीता प्रेस गोरखपुर वालों ने लिख दिया, आदि शंकर श्रीमद शंकराचार्य विरचितम। और हम सभी जो जो जिसको कहते हैं इमोशनल जो हम लोग होते हैं, वो सारे आदि शंकर का लिखा हुआ है, ये जानते हुए कि उसी में पंक्ति लिखी हुई है कि मया 85 अधिकम अपनीते तु वयसी, यानी मैंने 85 वर्ष की आयु बिता ली। उस पर ध्यान नहीं जाएगा, क्योंकि शंकराचार्य तो 32 वर्ष जीवित रहे थे, तो वो 85 वर्ष में ये श्लोक कहाँ से लिखेंगे। लेकिन आज भी हम अपनी वो मंजीरा ढोल लगा करके यही मिथिला में बोलते हैं कि ये आदि शंकर का ये लिखा हुआ है। यही सब कुछ भ्रांत चीजें हैं जो हम मैथिलों को भ्रांत बनाए हुए हैं, और शंकराचार्य को और मंडन मिश्र को उसी भ्रांति के भंवर में डाले हुए। हम उनसे बाहर निकलना ही नहीं चाहते। सर, मैं आपके सारे चीजों की बात करूंगा। मैंने बहुत अधिक मैं फणिकांत सर से कह रहा हूं, वो भेज रहे हैं बार बार। मैंने उन सारी चीजों का अध्ययन किया और मुझे बहुत सारा उसमें लगा है कि फ्लॉज है, तो उनकी चर्चा अभी नहीं करूंगा। मैं अभी पहले अपनी बात कर लूं। तो ये जो कुछ चीजें हैं, इसे समझना बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। हम इतिहास में हमेशा, इतिहास कभी नहीं होता कि इट इज या ओनली इट इज। इतिहास ऐसा कभी नहीं कहता। इतिहास हमेशा कहता है परहैप्स इट इज। बट इन द केस ऑफ मंडन मिश्र ऑलवेज यही कहा जा रहा है, कहा जाता रहा, और वो भी कब? ये 12वीं 15वीं शताब्दी के बाद। तो ये जो चीजें, महिमा मंडन की एक पराकाष्ठा देखिए क्या होता है। महिमा मंडन एक आनंद कृष्ण मूर्ति हुए हैं, वो तो यहां तक कहते हैं कि कोई शंकराचार्य नाम से 8वीं शताब्दी में कोई हो गए, वही वो जो शंकराचार्य है वो असली नहीं है। असली तो 500 ईस्वी पूर्व में है। कहां से 500 ईस्वी पूर्व में होगा? आपके पास एक भी अभिलेखीय प्रमाण नहीं है। आपके पास एक भी आर्कियोलॉजिकल, जो भी प्रमाण दिए जाते रहे हैं वे सारे के सारे प्रमाण जो है फेलिशियस से है। क्योंकि हमारे पास जो सही अर्थों में निकलना प्रारंभ होता है, वह जो आप हिस्टोरिकल और जो भी कह लें, वो मिलना शुरू होता है अशोक के बाद से, उससे पहले नहीं। अगर हम शंकराचार्य को उससे पहले ले जाएंगे तो हमें शास्त्रीय प्रमाण चाहिए। क्योंकि शंकराचार्य प्रसिद्ध थे तो पतंजलि को उल्लेख करना चाहिए, कौटिल्य का उसका उल्लेख करना चाहिए, गौतम को उल्लेख करना चाहिए, कनाद को उल्लेख करना चाहिए, उसके बाद उद्योतकर है, वाचस्पति मिश्र, इन सबको उल्लेख करना चाहिए था उस समय में। कहीं भी शास्त्रीय प्रमाण नहीं है, कहीं भी साहित्यिक प्रमाण नहीं है, जबकि हर जगह आपको बुद्धों के जैनों के प्रमाण मिलते हैं, बौद्धों के जैनों के साहित्य मिलते हैं। शंकराचार्य के विषय में एक लाइन नहीं लिखा हुआ है। हम जोड़ तोड़ करके कह दें, हम अपनी एक अलग दुनिया बसा ले कि नहीं शंकराचार्य तो 500 ईस्वी पूर्व में भी है, हम अपने तक खुश रहते हैं। लेकिन एकेडमिक जगत में यह तर्क कभी नहीं ठहरता, क्योंकि एकेडमिक जगत ऑलवेज प्रूफ चाहता है। दंत कथा पर तो हम किसी को कुछ बना सकते हैं, दंत कथा पे। और दंत कथा कैसे चलती है? हमारे आपके गांव में हम सभी लोग एक साथ पढ़ने वाले हैं, उसी में से कोई एक आईएएस बन जाता है, तो उनके जो अन्य गांव में रहने वाले मित्र होते, अरे वो आईएएस बन गया, अरे वो तो हमेशा हम लोगों के साथ घूमता रहता था। हम इस जगह इस तरह से ट्रीट करते हैं। हमारी जो दंत कथा है वो यहाँ से सेट होती है। हमारी दंत कथा, आप एक भी दंत कथा देखिए कि उसका कोई भी ऐतिहासिक या साहित्यिक स्रोत आपको नहीं मिलेगा। ठीक उसी प्रकार जिस प्रकार की कालिदास की बात करते हैं। मुझे नहीं मालूम समय कितना है, लेकिन इतना जरूर है कि यदि प्रश्न आएंगे तो मैं अपने आने वाले प्रश्नों के लिए हमेशा कहता हूं कि मेरा दर खुला है, खुला ही रहेगा जब तुम मेरे पास आना। प्रिय नहीं मेरे मित्रों, एक जेन्युइन प्रश्न लेकर के। एक भी भावनात्मक प्रश्न नहीं होना चाहिए। ये नहीं कि फला कि वहां पर जो है उनके पैरों के निशान है। अरे भाई, आज की दुनिया में हम उपग्रह पे उपग्रह छोड़ते जा रहे हैं और पूर्वाग्रह हम नहीं छोड़ पा रहे। हमें सोचना पड़ेगा कि कैसे किसी के पैरों के निशान मिलेंगे। बाबा, ये तो एक बड़ी विचित्र बात है। किसी कलाकार की कल्पना होती है जो पैर लगा देते हैं मंदिर में और कहते कि देखो ये भगवान के पैरों के निशान है। नहीं, हमें कुछ बाहर निकल के सोचना चाहिए। और तब मैं अंत में यही कहता हूं जो दिनकर जी कह गए कि तू मौन त्याग कर सिंहनाद रे तपी आज तपका न काल। तू मौन त्याग कर सिंहनाद रे तपी आज तप का न काल, नव युग शंख ध्वनि जगा रही, तू जाग जाग मेरे विशाल, तू जाग जाग मेरे विशाल। थैंक यू। सबसे पहले मैं विजय जी के प्रति मैं पिछले 3-4 महीने से इनसे जुड़ा रहा और मैं कंफ्यूज्ड था कि मैं क्या विषय लूं, क्योंकि मैं कई जगह बार बार इन विषयों पर बोलता रहा हूं, इंटरनेशनली भी बोला हूं, और अब तो मेरा विश्वास है, तो उसी विश्वास के साथ इन्होंने कहा कि सर आप इसी पे लें, तो मैंने इसी विषय को लिया। यद्यपि मैं मूलतः संस्कृत का छात्र हूं और संस्कृत में भी विशेष रूप से मैं भारतीय दर्शन का छात्र हूं, और उसमें भी एक और विशेष है कि ज्योतिष के अलावा मैं अन्य विषयों पे थोड़ा बहुत बोल लेता हूं, जबकि मेरे पिताजी स्वयं में ज्योतिषाचार्य थे, लेकिन वो मैं समझ नहीं पाया, सीख नहीं आ पाया। आप लोगों ने ध्यान पूर्वक सुना, आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। लेकिन ये धन्यवाद तब जब एक आध प्रश्न आए और उस प्रश्न के ऊपर में परिचर्चा हो।
Thank you very much, sir, for your meaningful and enriching discourse. Your reflections have greatly inspired the audience. Now I would like to invite our second speaker, Dr. Phanikanta Mishra, sir.
So, how are we taking questions? Are we taking questions after each speaker or at the end, actually?
Sir, at the end, we will take the questions.
That means everybody will have to stay.
Yes, sir. Of course.
Okay.
But, I mean, if we can manage the time better,
Because I wasn't, informed
to ask questions as and when things happen. So,
yes.
if we can fix a time, I don't know how much time I have. Not so. Our session goes up to what time? It is 12:30 or
Yes,
something.
sir. Yes, sir. It's 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock.
12 noon. Yes, sir.
12 noon. So can we just take
30 minutes is okay.
So 30 minutes. It has already. So can we just take 5 minutes? For questions actually.
Yes,
Okay.
And yeah. So any questions from the audience, and then we can just. In fact, if the audience is getting tardy, I have a lot of questions. I would, as a session chair, I did not want to, misuse my position. So I'm still, actually allowing the audience to ask questions. So if there are no questions from the audience, firstly, thank you, sir, for such a, a talk, and hopefully I'll get some time later to talk about it. But in your exposition, one puzzle remains, that why did in Shankar Digvijay they did have a need to actually one, of course, argument is that in terms of time they were trying to see which were the important thinkers, and Shankar was better than them, so they were trying to establish that. But what was the historical situation of 12th century of science and Madhva's time that they needed to rake up Mandan and then denigrate him?
Yes. So, sir, in fact, in simple word, I mentioned the TR-ship. Sorry to say, this word is not very good, but again, देखिए सर, शंकराचार्य को और या शंकराचार्य के प्रति या कोई भी ट्रेडिशन एक होता है, तो उनके जो फॉलोअर्स होते हैं वो अपने प्रीमियर को ऑलवेज एस्टेब्लिश करने की कोशिश करता है। और मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि शंकराचार्य का मिथिला में प्रवेश नहीं था, एंड विदाउट कॉन्करिंग मिथिला शास्त्रीय दृष्टि से दिग्विजय वर्ड जो था वो करना गलत था, नहीं होता। तो उन्होंने अपनी एक ऐसी स्टोरी बनाई, और उसी स्टोरी में इस तरह से कि उन्होंने उस समय के इनके कंटेम्पररी शंकराचार्य थे, और शंकराचार्य को दिखाना है, किसी भी जो भी कोई महाकाव्य लिखेगा अपने हीरो को उनको सुपर ह्यूमन बताना ही है। तो ऐसे में उन्होंने इस तरह से एक की है। आज भी आप देखेंगे, आज भी जो हम आप शंकराचार्य को मानने वाले हैं, जो बात हम नहीं जानते उनके बारे में, वो भी बात बना करके हमें सुना दी जाती है, जस्ट टू एस्टैब्लिश हिम। किसी भी स्कॉलर को, किसी भी विद्वान को आप समाज में जब तक स्थापित नहीं करेंगे, उनको हम नहीं पाते। आप ये देखिए ना सर कि शंकराचार्य के ब्रह्मसूत्र या शंकर भाष्य आदि भाष्य की जो परंपरा है वो प्रसिद्धि में कब आई है? कब लोगों ने उनको फॉलो करना शुरू किया है? क्योंकि अगर शंकराचार्य अगर 8वीं शताब्दी में होते हैं तो जस्ट आफ्टर वो, ऐसा नहीं है कि शंकराचार्य इतने बड़े हो गए, उनकी कमेंट्रीज की गई, उन पे चर्चाएं चली, उनके फॉलोअर्स हुए, तब जाकर के हम देखते हैं कि कोई एक जो समाज में होता है एस्टैब्लिश होता है। मंडन मिश्र का कोई पीआरशिप नहीं था। क्यों? क्योंकि मिथिला में पीआरशिप चलती ही नहीं थी। हर घर में विद्वान पाए जाते थे, हर घर में ऐसे एक से एक दार्शनिक थे। हम मैथिलों ने कभी भी अपने विद्वानों को इस रूप में महिमा मंडन नहीं किया कि उनके ऊपर हम महाकाव्य लिखें और तब जाकर के हमें बताना पड़ेगा कि गौतम, कनाद या ये जितने भी नव्य नैयायिक सब हुए हैं ये सारे इतने महान थे। वे अपने कर्मों से, वो अपने वर्क्स से महान हुए। और शंकराचार्य के जो ये जो अद्वैत वेदांत वाला चिंतन है, उन चिंतन को लोगों तक हम कैसे पहुंचाएं, उसके लिए कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा। एक बातें डाल दी गई उनके ऊपर, चारों धाम चारों तीर्थ की, और मैं समझता हूं यहाँ पर जो इतिहास और जो आर्कियोलॉजिकल चीजों को जानने वाले होंगे वे सभी जानते हैं कि जो आधुनिक केदारनाथ आदि की जो मूर्तियां हैं, जो मंदिर हैं, वो 14वीं शताब्दी के आसपास के बने हुए हैं। शंकराचार्य ने कब कैसे स्थापित किया वो मंदिर को? हम ये कह सकते हैं कि मूर्ति पिंड की स्थापना उन्होंने करवाई होगी। मैं देवप्रयाग गया, वहां पर भी कहा जा रहा है कि शंकराचार्य यहाँ आए। अब ये ऐसी चीज तो नहीं हो सकता ना कि ये वही बात हो गई कि जो पुरानी हमारी कांग्रेस सरकार थी, सारे के सारे रोड, नदी, ताल, तलैया आपने गांधी परिवार के नाम से बना दिया। ये उसी प्रकार की, और मैं विशुद्ध रूप से, मुझे ऐसे कहने में कोई ये नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं कि मैं शंकराचार्य के प्रति कोई वो भाव रखता। जब मैं शंकराचार्य के ऊपर बोलूंगा तो इससे भी ज्यादा बढ़िया मैं शंकराचार्य की व्याख्या करूंगा। बट जब हम इन चीजों को देखते हैं तो शंकराचार्य अपने शिष्यों के कारण शंकराचार्य हुए। मंडन मिश्र इसलिए मंडन मिश्र नहीं बन पाए क्योंकि अपने यहाँ ये परंपरा आज भी नहीं है। हम गुरु को से पढ़ते हैं, गुरु से समझते हैं, उनसे बात करते हैं। ये तो क्या जरूरी है एक ऐसी चीजें जो 600 साल तक कहीं इतिहास में प्राप्त नहीं होता और वो कहानी बन जाती है, और वो कहानी पढ़ के हम बोलना सुनना शुरू कर देते हैं। ये दुखद पक्ष है। तभी मैं कहता हूं कि हम लोग कुछ ऐसे हैं जो इमोशनल हिस्टोरियन हैं। हमें इसी में खुशी होती है कि शंकराचार्य पराजित हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि वो शंकराचार्य से पराजित हुए नहीं। शंकर का दर्शन एक अपना दर्शन है, और शंकर की तरह हमारी भारतीय परंपरा में ढेर सारे दार्शनिक हुए। वो शेक्सपियर वाली होंगे। जी सर।
We'll come back to you. Let's ask Richa ji for bringing the next speaker up. And
Thank you so
hopefully
much,
आप
sir.
रहेंगे, आप खुद नहीं भाग जाएंगे।
नहीं, मैं रहूंगा सर, मैं नहा धो के बैठा हूँ आज।
Now I'd like to invite our second speaker, Dr. Phanikanta Mishra, sir. It is a matter of great honor and privilege to introduce Dr. Phanikanta Mishra, a distinguished archaeologist, heritage conservationist, and eminent scholar of Indian art, culture, and archaeology. With over 4 decades of remarkable service in the Archaeological Survey of India, he has made extraordinary contributions in the field of archaeological exploration, excavation, conservation, and museum development. Dr. Mishra has played a pioneering role in the conservation and development of globally renowned heritage sites, including Khajuraho, Sanchi, Nalanda, Konark, and Bodh Gaya. A prolific author and researcher, he has published several acclaimed books and numerous scholarly papers on archaeology, architecture, and cultural heritage. His academic excellence and international engagements in countries like Germany, Japan, Thailand, and Afghanistan reflect his global recognition as a respected authority in heritage studies. We are truly fortunate to have such a learned, visionary, and inspiring personality among us today. Today he is going to address us on the topic Archaeological Findings in Mithila. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Phanikanta Mishra, sir. Please share your valuable insights. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I'm audible.
Yes, if you could.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Good
something
morning,
for your
sir.
background, that would be better because right now we can't see you very clearly.
You want to see me?
Of course.
Okay. Professor
That-
Jha has seen.
You're against the light actually. So if you.
Yeah. I'm trying. Okay. Is it okay now? Is it okay now?
your direction has to be changed. So basically,
Is it okay?
no, but we'll continue maybe with whatever we have.
Professor Jha, we are in Calcutta. We will meet each other and see each other very well. I think please excuse me if I am not seen.
Sure.
So let me start my topic. First of all, I'm so glad that this Mithila organization, international organization, has organized such a nice conference. It is the first conference. And Professor Rai, who has been kind enough to give me the stage to speak here with all of us. I've been talking at many of the stages all over the world, but to speak at this stage on this platform is really a moment of proud for me. I come to my topic, that is archaeology of Mithila. I am given a very short time to speak on this topic, archaeology of Mithila, I think hardly 40 minutes. But if I go on talking for 8 hours, 10 hours, it will not be completed. So I confined my lecture on a very small, broad area of archaeology in Mithila. I hope you will not mind. All of you will try to understand me, what I am going to tell you archaeologically. Archaeology is a pure science. We cannot say that this is like that, this is like that. Hypothetical analysis is not considered in archaeology. It is 2 plus 2 is 4. So I have included in this lecture, from my side, a brief of archaeology of Mithila. And in that, nowadays, the most important and very touching topic is the Balirajgarh excavation of Mithila. I hope all of you know about it, that Government of India has organized a very interesting excavation to find out the capital of Mithila, that is Videh, at Balirajgarh. Balirajgarh is in the North Bihar area, very close to Nepal, and their excavation is in progress. I am grateful to Government of India that they have appointed me as the observer for this excavation. And from Calcutta, I am traveling to Balirajgarh on and often and giving guidance to my team that how and moreover, what at accurate place we should do the digging so that we can get some findings. I will take you later on that. First part, I will just try to make you understand that what is the area of Mithila. Most of you must be knowing about it, and which is the ancient text which speaks about Mithila. So as most of you know that Brihad Vishnu Puran is one of the very important texts of 1000 AD. It is an oral tradition that also you know that in that it is mentioned about Mithila, that Mithila Mahatmya, which is also very popular. But all of you must be knowing this also, that original text of Mithila Mahatmya is lost. What I want to tell you all, that because this is a Mithila platform, you must know that what kind of harm has been done to Mithila. By whom? By nobody else. It is we only who is responsible for that. Shankar Digvijay is lost. Where is the original text of Shankar Digvijay? We can speak thousand things, but we don't have the original text of Shankar Digvijay. If we have original, little part of it is available. Similarly, the text which speaks about Mithila, that is Mithila Mahatmya of Brihad Vishnu Puran, is lost. Mithila is known as the Tirbhukti, land bordered by rivers. So it is known as Tirbhukti. What rivers? Rivers are, one minute, sorry. Rivers are Ganga, Gandak, and Kosi. So Ganga, Gandak, and Kosi surrounds Mithila area, and this is the area demarcated for Mithila, that is known as Tirbhukti. Another thing which I want to mention you, that Mithila Mahatmya, as you all know, that it is a divine dialogue between the Vedic sage Parashar acting as a guru and his disciple Maitreya. It is nowhere written in inscriptions. There is no archaeological evidence so that we can authenticate that, oh, this is sure, this is perfect, that this was the Mithila. But it is a divine dialogue, but we mention it. Next, we will come to the cultural significance of Mithila. What was the cultural significance of Mithila? Mithila was a vital center of philosophy. As we know very well, Raja Janak, 8th-7th century BC, that was the Upanishad age. Brahmavarta, Yajnavalkya, Janak Samvad in Brihadanyak Upanishad, 3rd and 4th chapter, it discusses about Atman, Brahman, and liberation. The next philosopher was Sirad Vaj Janaka, Ramayana era, reference in Valmiki Ramayana, Balkand, we are getting about it. Nimi is another very important source for the Mithila. He was the founder of Videha dynasty, which we get the reference in Bhagavad Puran and Vishnu Puran. Dharmadhwaja Janaka, Mahabharat Shanti Parv also speaks about Mithila in Dharmadhwaja Janaka. So this is a brief, just introductory about the Mithila's philosophical era. And in Vedic literature also we are getting references, that is Shatapatha Brahman speaks about Videha kingdom, Upanishad speaks about philosophical traditions. The epics, the Ramayana, Valmiki Ramayana says that it was Sita's homeland. Mahabharata gives the reference of Videha. Then another very important thing which we are getting, on that basis, archaeologists are trying to work that what was the earliest period of Sanatan Dharma in Mithila area and outside Mithila area also. Because we are getting much references in Buddhist and Jain texts also about Mithila. I hope you all must be also knowing about that. Buddhist Jataka stories in Mahajanaka Jataka, reference of Mithila has come. Buddhist, just think about the Buddhist time which we have fixed, archaeologists have fixed. And in that, the Buddhist Jataka stories, it speaks about Mithila. Then in Jain texts, also we are getting some references. In Mallinath, the female Tirthankar, she refers about Mithila. We have reference in Purans and classical works also about Mithila. Vishnu Puran, Vayu Puran, Mithila Mahatmya, which we discussed just now, Brihad Vishnu Puran, Varna Ratnakar of 14th century, Jyotireshwar, that also speaks about Mithila, and works of Vidyapati, that is of the later stage. This is all references which we are getting about Mithila. So now come to the archaeological topic that is very important, which I will be discussing with you. That is, most of the important things will be, 1 minute, some calls are coming. Most of the important discussions which I will do here with the background of archaeology. So beforehand, as an archaeologist, worked in Archaeological Survey of India and other places, still I am working. So I find that archaeology of Mithila has been neglected badly. What we can say, a butcher who kills the animal, likewise, the Mithila culture and art has been butchered. Mithila culture and art has not been explored very well. And that is the reason that after our independence, till this date, we don't know where was the capital of Mithila. What was the capital of Mithila? Archaeologists are confused. I was in Balirajgarh in recent excavations. I used to keep my hands on head. how we will trace out what was the earliest phase of Mithila. And as I told you, archaeology is a pure science. You cannot concoct. You cannot go with a hypothetical analysis that this was the Vide. So the first, what I would have discussed here in detail if I would have spoken about archaeology of Mithila was Balirajgarh. I will come on the details of Balirajgarh after some time. We have got this site. This site has not given us any clue archaeologically till this date that what was the earliest era of Balirajgarh. Archaeologists are not able to reach in excavation, scientific excavation, up to the bedrock level, where the virgin soil starts. The excavations at this place was started in 1961. Grierson, the great bureaucrat, in 1884, has discovered this site. And he also mentions that we may get something about pre-Christian era at this site. But we only listen to it. We don't have any evidence. On that basis, we can say that it was a pre-Christian era site. Pre-Christian era site, if we prove it, then we are very sure that we have come very close to the capital of Mithila. So I will discuss with you that what are the problems which are facing in that site. Then second, what I would like to discuss with you is the Chankigarh or Jankigarh. I think all of you know about this site also. This is also a very important site in West Champaran. A British archaeologist, Kenley, discovered it in 1864, and this site was declared as a site which takes us back to black and red ware. I hope black and red ware culture, some little brief I would like to give you is what? That is a culture, black and red ware culture originates from the Neolithic period. Neolithic period, you understand? When the mankind started agriculture. The cells were built, unifacial and bifacial cells, which we are getting mostly in northeastern region, southern India. But we have some traces about this black and red ware in Mithila area also. And we have not done a good work. We have not come to any conclusion that this was the area where black and red ware culture existed. So what is the period of black and red ware culture? That goes to circa 3rd millennium BC, and it continues through Bronze Age. That is Copper, Bronze Age, Iron Age, and early historic period. So this is called a Neolithic and Chalcolithic period. Neolithic and Chalcolithic period comes to 2500 BC to 100 BC. I hope you understand. It is very clear to you. So similar culture we are getting in Rajasthan. Archaeologists excavated and they got Ahar. Ahar culture is a very popular culture. That is black and red ware culture. And then in Malwa, we are getting Kaitha. Kaitha is contemporary to black and red ware culture. And the dating archaeologists have given it as per C14 as well as their experiences that goes to 1700 BC to 1000 BC. Is it clear? So I will like to tell you here that in some of the reports, when I was working on Chankigarh, I searched that some British scholars have mentioned that this site goes back to pre-Christian era. The pottery of pre-Christian era, which we are finding in Balirajgarh. But here, some British archaeologists have got few sherds of black and red ware that goes beyond 1000 BC. So here I finished this Chankigarh. Then we have got Singoragad. Singoragad is in Purnia. That is another very important place of Mithila. And at Singoragad also we could not get anything like black and red ware, so that we cannot define it as a pre-Christian era pottery. We cannot take it back to the Vidya kingdom. And the reason behind it is that Singoragad is not done, we have not completed the excavation at Singoragad. The Singoragad, the earliest which we have found is the NBP pottery. NBP pottery, I think all of you know, northern black polished ware, that is of the Mauryan period. So Singoragad, we have got the pottery, we have got the terracotta objects up to Mauryan and little bit bricks of pre-Mauryan. But here also excavation has not been completed. Nobody can say that I have finalized, any archaeologist, that I have finalized and completed this excavation. But there we are getting NBPW up to Pala period, that is 7th century AD. At Janakpur Dham also I include it in Mithila area. It is well known. That is in Nepal, and that was the epic capital. Here also excavation has been done, and few archaeologists have reported very stray pottery of black and red ware. But we are getting a lot of Mauryan pottery and bit of pre-Mauryan, and that continues up to Pal period. Then Simorangad, Bara in Nepal, that is another very important place. Here also we have got black and red ware pottery. So what I want to tell you by telling this, that in Mithila area, we are getting many evidences of pre-Christian era that takes back to 1000 BC. 1000 BC, yani Vedic age, we are getting the evidences of that. Rajnagar also, we have got a mound known as Rajnagar Gad. That is in Madhubani Rajnagar, as all you know. There only we got up to Mauryan period. Then Pandavgad in Madhubani, proper Madhubani, there is a Pandavgad. It has got a one circular mound. And that mound is, all these places has not been excavated. Only stray explorations have been done. And with that exploration, the pottery is a very important thing for archaeologists. You know, with the pottery with naked eye, if we see any kind of pottery, any archaeologist will say, oh, this pottery is of this period. That is of Mauryan period, that is of Kushan period, that is of Gupta period. So every period has got different kind of pottery. And if those pottery, if we take it for C14 dating or any TL dating, the date and era will be correct by an archaeologist. But the computer or the that instrumental, there will be defect. But archaeologist's naked eye observation will be correct. Then we have got another very important place, that is in Benipatti Gad. That is also in Madhubani. Here also we have got a fortified mound. And in that fortified mound also, we are getting pottery up to Mauryan period. It is also never excavated by any archaeologist. Then Vaishali, all of you know, Vaishali is one of the Buddhist center, and it is a Jain circuit. But Vaishali, we have evidences of black and red ware. In 1955, Vijayakant Mishra excavated this site, and he has published the report also of Vaishali, where he mentions about it in detail, that we have got enough of black and red ware pottery, and he takes back this site to pre-Mauryan, earlier than that, and that is black and red ware pottery to 1000 BC. Kesaria also, we have some stray black and red ware pottery. Why I'm trying to tell you more about black and red ware, because we all archaeologists are confused nowadays that if at the distance of 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers, we are getting evidences of pre-Christian era, why we are not getting at the particular place and site. So I will come to that conclusion later on. As an archaeologist, I have written my so many articles, which is published in Indian and international magazines, where I have boldly said that Mithila is a virgin area for the archaeologists. No work has been done by any archaeologist. Completely. Mithila needs to be explored and excavated deeply. Otherwise, that day is not very far from this stage. I am telling you that Mithila's many archaeological evidences will be finished. And after 200 years, we will quarrel. Shankaracharya existed or Shankaracharya not existed. Chandan Mishra came or Chandan Mishra had Shastra, because we all will be confused. So what is very important, that this stage should made a very strong, a sort of stage where we can ask the government, we can ask the private archaeologists also to go for archaeological excavation and explorations in this area in a deep sense. Now let us confine it. I think I will take a lot of time if I go on speaking on these things. There are a lot of subjects which will be interesting to me as well as to you also. I come to Raja Balirajgarh, from where I have returned just 2 days back. When I was coming back, my all archaeological friends were telling, sir, you be here. So you be here. I said, no, I'll come back after some time. You go on. I have directed them. The director of excavation is Dr. Hari Om Sharan, who is the in charge of Patna Zone of Archaeology. And I thank Mr. Sanjay Kumar Jha, the Member of Parliament, happens to be a very good friend of mine also, who was very much convinced. And he said that we should do excavation at Balirajgarh. He is the chairman of the Cultural Committee of Government of India. And as a chairman, he took a lot of initiative. And suddenly this orders were issued by Government of India to take up a excavation at Balirajgarh. As I told you earlier, that first it was Balirajgarh is in district Madhubani, Bihar. All of you know that. First, it was recognized as an ancient fort in 1884 by Sir George Girish, who was the SDO of Madhubani that time. And he has mentioned in his report, his report is itself a very branded report, which is a very interesting report, which I feel he was not an archaeologist, but the report is so nice. I read 7 times, 8 times, and I could find out that at that time, British administrators were so well informed about archaeology and history. He has not mentioned about black and red ware here. He has not mentioned. But he mentions that, in my view, this place seems to be of the pre-Christian era. And he says that it was the administrative hub, a potential capital of the Videha kingdom. Mark this, that in 1884, some British administrator and a non-archaeologist is saying this thing. He believed that it was a major administrative hub and potential capital of Videha kingdom. So come. Now, what happens? In 1962-63, Government of India, Archaeological Survey of India, on the basis of report of Sir George Girish, took a chance to excavate this site. This site is spread in 122 acres. That was demarcated when I was the head of Patna Zone about 15-20 years back. I said, let us fence that area, because many of the area was being encroached by the local villagers. So it took me a lot of efforts to enclose that area, and the area which I got it notified from the revenue authorities was 122 acres. And here in 1962-63 excavation was done. 1972-73 excavation was again done by Archaeological Survey of India. In these 2 excavations, I will just tell you what was the findings. You know very well, I think some of you must have gone to the archaeological site where we do a very scientific archaeological excavations. We have challenged the world that come and challenge us if our excavation is wrong or right. So French archaeologists, German archaeologists, British archaeologists, they come to learn from us. What is this archaeological excavation? So here we started the digging in 62, 63 and 72, 73. The digging was started from the top layer, as it is done usually. So top layer, when we were cleaning the top layer and we were coming to period 4, which archaeologists have mentioned, that was a period which the antiquity which we found in period 4 was of the Pala period. We got Pala period antiquities, and that Pala period antiquities goes to 8th to 12th century AD. Then in that we had 2 layers in Pala period. What is this layers? Layers is the color of the soil. You understand? The archaeologists with naked eye, what is their duty? To find out that what are the changes in the layers, soils. Soil are our big, big support, big clue to give us this idea that this period ended at this period. So in that Pala period also there was period 4A, period 4B. So period 4A was of the 10th to 12th century, and period 4B was from 8th to 10th century. And the soil was changed, brownish soil changed into little reddish soil. And I found that some brick work was done on that soil. So in section, the section of the trench, in that we could easily identify that this was the changes of the culture. Then we come to period 3 of the same. I am talking of the Balirajgarh excavation. Period 3. Period 3 was another very important, but it was not so interesting for the archaeologist. Archaeologists had gone to the site with the notion that some archaeologists, very known archaeologists like D.K. Chakravarti from Cambridge, who went to Balirajgarh, and he has mentioned that he found some traces of black and red ware pottery. Then Professor Mr. B.K. Thapad, who was the Director General of Archaeology, he also mentions about Balirajgarh, that Balirajgarh had got the evidences of Vedic culture. So archaeologists, when they went in 61, 62, generally what happens when we write the report of excavations, I have written more than 8 report of excavations. So in that report of the excavation, we have got some leisure writings. Leisure writings, you understand what is that? You have to write what is your view about this excavation, why you could not reach up to the mark, why you could not complete it, what was the reasons. So in that, Professor D.K. Bhattacharya, Cambridge University man, now he's 92 years old, he lives in Calcutta only. He mentioned me that when he went for the exploration visit, he got 2 shirts of black and red ware. Tell me, how can any archaeologist will confirm that with 2 shirts? Anybody will say कि बाबा ये shirt इन्होंने उठा के घर से ले आए होंगे और रख दिए होंगे. That must have been put there. So nobody came to the conclusion. Likewise, only Dr. B.K. Thapad, who was the Director General of Archaeology and very eminent archaeologist, not only of country but world. He had done so many Kalibanga excavations. I was a young chap of 22 years. Then I learned from him. He used to slap us. Ye karo, ye karo. That man had also gone to Balirajgarh, and he also mentioned that this Balirajgarh site, in my view, is of the pre-Vedic age, is of the pre-Christian era. So our archaeologists, whosoever goes there, even today in the excavation, we are trying to see whether we get something of the pre-Christian era. We cannot say like this, ki, oh, this was a place, yahan par ye aaye the, wo aaye the. Hypothetical answers cannot be given, or question could not be given. As in the first line of my lecture, I said, archaeology is a pure science. It is not that ki 2 + 2 will be 5, 2 + 2 will be 1, 2 + 2 will be 4. Because we have to prove it to the world. It is not the excavation that is confined in the excavation trenches only. It will go out. After I come back, I have written a report. If you would all like, I will send Professor Rai my report. You just see it, how deeply we have gone inside. Anyway, so we come to now period 2. Period 2 was an important finding for archaeologists. Period 2, that time in his miscellaneous report, the excavator writes that period 2 was a thrilling excavation for me. Why? Period 3 soil is totally changing. Period 2 soils give some references about Buddhist. It gives some terracotta of the Buddhist period. It gives some informations about Sanatan Dharma also, he writes. He says that this I have opened only one trench of 4x4, and it's a large area, 122 acres. So I am sure now I am reaching to my goal. He mentions in his miscellaneous report. So there also we got the pottery of Shunga period and Kushan period, pottery and antiquity. It is all I'm talking of Raja Baliraj Garh. So now come to period 1. Period 1 was another very exciting findings for the archaeologists. They were so happy to find their NBPW, Northern Black Polished Ware. I asked Professor Rai if you can give me chance so that I can show it on slide. He said, next time we will see that, I will show you that. But this time it was not possible. I would have shown you the NBP pottery, original NBP pottery. And in NBP pottery, Northern Block Polished Ware pottery is established by archaeologists after so many excavations that it is of 300 BC to 700, circa 700 to 300 BC. It is established. Mauryan, there is no confusion all over the world. We are getting same pottery in Afghanistan. We are getting same pottery in Sri Lanka. We are getting same pottery in Cambodia. So this is all over the world. It is established. So period 1, when archaeologists reached to that place, they were facing great difficulties in excavation. Why? What was the reason? The reason behind that was that that particular place is not so safe to reach up to the bedrock. The reason of not reaching up to the bedrock is that it has got a water logging from the ground level. This kind of difficulties archaeologists face out of 1 lakh sites in 1 or 2 sites. वो हम कहते नहीं है कि ये कैंसर ऐसा हो गया है जो एक आदमी को होता है करोड़ों में. So this was that cancerous type of difficulty for the archaeologists that soon after Mauryan, when they are coming down, sudden there within that trench, water logging comes. So up to 72, 73, archaeologists क्या करते थे कि they used to see कि water आ गया, अब खुदाई नहीं होगा, छोड़ देते थे, चले आते थे. When I was in charge of Patna zone, then also I tried कि मैं excavation report लिखूं, बनाऊं, कुछ करूं, but I was not able to do excavation there. I had many other works to do, so I could not go behind. This time, when our very popular member of parliament, Sanjay Jha ji, and me had a long talks, and I convinced him that this is the reason that why we want the excavations again, because after my superannuation, I have now a lot of things to speak. I could speak something very freely. When I was in job, I was not so free. And he took the interest. And then he said, let us go for the excavation. Then after 20 days of opening, again, when Government of India asked me to go to the site, I went to the site, and again, same problem had come. I could have shown you the photographs, what is the problem. You could have seen it very easily, but we don't have here the system. So I would tell you that problem of severe groundwater seepage beyond 9 feet depth is there in all trenches. We opened 6 trenches, 4x4, 4x4, 4x4. Up to Mauryan, that is period 1. The color which I told you is brownish and little soily color. That is Mauryan. Brownish and soily color, you find it not only at Baliraj Garh, you will find this texture of trench in almost every Mauryan sites, either in North India, in South India, or out of country also. So here, where we were stopped, we had multiple trenches severely waterlogged. My junior archaeologists were tight-lipped, and he said, sir, you have got a long experience, give us some clue. I said, Baba, I have no clue at the moment. Then I started going back to the history. I said, there must be some site in world where this waterlogging problem would have come. So I came to Darbhanga. I met the commissioner of Darbhanga and I told him that this is the problem which we are facing. And he was so nice person. He said, sir, you do like this. I did go to my library and we have got some archival library. In that library, whatever you want to see, you go and see it. I'll give you full chance, whatever you want to see. There also I could not get some clue. Then I came to Calcutta. Calcutta, I went to National Library. The Director General National Library, Professor Singh, was a very good friend of mine. He gave me some old books of the time of Sir John Marshall. You know, all of you know Sir John Marshall, very eminent archaeologist of the world. So in that report, I found that at Arikamedu is the one site in Pondicherry. In that site, similar problem had come in 1946. Then there is a Kaladi. Kaladi, you must be reading in newspapers, all controversies are coming at Kaladi. The recent archaeologist who had worked under me for several years, he is now the director of Kaladi excavation. He had also faced this waterlogging problem. Then at Dwarka in Gujarat, my colleague Alok Tripathi was excavating the underwater archaeologist. He had also faced this problem. Lakhapar, there is one site in Lakhapar in Gujarat. There also same problem had come. Pumpuhar in Tamil Nadu, there also same waterlogging problem had come. All of them, what they did when they had this problem, they all adopted engineering-led solutions to address this water seepage and flooding. But beyond that, John Marshall had given a very good solution of this waterlogging. Wheeler has introduced one method because waterlogging problems comes out of 1, 2, 3 sites when we go for lakhs and lakhs excavations. But Wheeler had given one solution that is known as box grid system. I hope you will understand box grid system. This box grid system is controlled square grids. You understand? Controlled square grids with retained earth box. In the trenches, when we make it, we make a box where we put the layering, where we put the thread, where we do the pegging for our report writing. You understand? So he mentioned that we have to keep the box, B-A-U-L-K, box, that pathway, and there we have to put a square grid. Square grid. This square grid will give you chance to remove the water at that small place. And then you go for the excavation of the layers and you see what are the changes in the layers. And then you can even see the antiquities, the potteries, the terracotta objects. Main thing we can search the potteries, whether we are getting black and red ware pottery or not. So this method, I have learned it recently, and I sent my report to the Director General of Archaeology, Dr. Rawat, who happens to be my batchmate and very close friend. And he was very happy. He said, I also knew about this Wheeler box grade system. So now we are training some of the archaeologists from Delhi and Patna and other Calcutta, and they will be going there and will try to excavate with this method. That by this, I hope that combine this wet sieving and carefully regulated trench exposures, we will be able to do a systematic stratigraphic excavation with technical groundwater management. Then there were some lapses which I don't want to discuss with you here. This is not the proper stage. So now what is very important to note here, that the proper systematic excavation, not that I will say that we are not serious about it, but due to paucity of staff, due to paucity of experts, we have neglected Mithila. Nobody wants to go to Mithila. There are very few officers in Archaeological Survey of India. They come, they sit at Nalanda, they sit at Bodh Gaya, they go to some important sites like Vaishali, they go to Kumrahar, and they don't go to Mithila. There are so many head of the organization who had come at Patna zone, they had not visited Balirajgarh even. For them, that is not the priority. So what is very important here, I think I will take a lot of time, but I will short it. Professor Rai, please excuse me, give me 5 more minutes. So what is very important to know here, that Mithila is among the richest yet most underexplored archaeological regions in India. This I can give a graph. I have requested the government to open one Mithila circle at Darbhanga. I hope it is on the way. If Mithila circle is open, from Patna it should be divided, and half of the Mithila region should be given to that circle to explore and save the Mithila. This is my 125 pages English report which is gone to the minister. Maybe let us see. I am requesting all other peoples also to help me. And if one Mithila circle is open in Darbhanga or any other places, Mithila's archaeology will be more known to the people. Balirajgarh may be the ancient capital of Vidya kingdom, but excavation to bedrock is very essential. My dear friends, pray to God that we should reach up to bedrock and we should get something very important. The 2026, this year's inspection report given by me, recommends that the systematic sieving and flotation technique should be adopted, grid method should be adopted to carry on further excavation to find out our goal. Then I would request the government also that sites like Chankigarh, Shinghorgarh, Simrongarh demand coordinated large-scale excavations. It is left half-hearted. It requires months and together. Then only we will conclude what was Mithila. Definitely we will get the evidences of Vidya. Most sites remain unprotected. Mithila's most sites are unprotected. The agriculture is, the Kisan, they plow our sites, mounds, they damage. And one day after 5 years, 10 years, when you will go, it will be a plain land. So by that, so many our sites have been spoiled. Systematic excavation to virgin soil level could yield evidences of exceptional historical significance. I think I should not go beyond this. Thank you very much for listening me. I don't know it was boring or whatever it is, but whatever was in my mind, I thought, let me share with you scholars. You are all Maithils. Maithils IQ is more than anyone in India. Our cranial capacity is 1550 cc. About L.K. Jha, John F. Kennedy has written in his reports. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are truly grateful for taking us on a fascinating journey through Mithila's archaeological past today. Thank you for giving us your valuable time and for enriching this session with your expertise. We are sure this talk will encourage many young scholars here to take Mithila studies forward.
Thank you.
Now we are moving to the final address of our second plenary session. For that, I would like to invite our session chair, Professor Vidyanand Jha, sir, an eminent academician and distinguished professor in the organizational behavior area at the Institute of Management, Calcutta. Professor Jha, sir, joined IIM Calcutta in 1997 after completing his PhD from IIM Ahmedabad and has since devoted nearly 3 decades to shaping the fields of management education, leadership, and organizational studies in India. His area of expertise include organizational theory, change leadership, knowledge management, creativity and innovation, and the management of organizational change. A visionary educator, Professor Jha sir designed and introduced the unique and widely appreciated course title, Philosophical and Historical Foundations of Business, reflecting his deep interdisciplinary understanding of management and human thought. He has also led several acclaimed management development programs, including Being More Creative and Communication and Presentation Skills. Over the years, he has trained and mentored senior professionals from leading organizations such as Hindustan Unilever, L&T, Exide, and Indian Oil, making remarkable contributions to corporate leadership and executive education. Beyond the world of management, Professor Jha sir is also widely celebrated as an accomplished poet, fiction writer, and translator in the Mathili language. His literary works have been translated into several Indian languages like Hindi, English, Bangla, and Telugu. In recognition of his literary excellence, he was honored with a prestigious Katha Award for Translation in 1999. We are truly privileged to have Professor Vidyanand Jha sir with us today as the chair of this plenary session. Today he is going to address us on the topic Meditation on Being a Mathili Poet. I humbly call upon Professor Vidyanand Jha sir to deliver this address.
Thank you to Dr. Kumari, and let me just first be done with my session chair observations. So my session chair observations, in fact, I would forewarn there are two Mishras, by both sides. So I'll forewarn both the Mishras that will land up at their place actually. Of course, Mr. Pankaj Mishra, I have last year I became 60. So after this, even earlier, I think Professor, Dr. Phanikanta Mishra was saying that cranial capacity of Mathils is high, but I would like to think that Mathils are by nature more curious actually. So then this, I teach creativity, so I realize that my creativity right now is going into multiple directions. In fact, this year I enrolled in Nalanda University, the new university established at Nalanda in a course of Buddhist philosophy, and whatever Pankaj was saying in one sentence which he said, I think I need to sit with him for hours to understand what he was saying actually, because he just traced the history of Indian philosophy in one long sentence. And obviously he kind of, marked the role of Mithila in that. Dr. Mishra's actually, we were very fortunate to have the first hand actually report on archaeological sites in Mithila, and I do hope that the current kind of political will help excavate more in Mithila. Of course, I disagree with his larger kind of idea about 2 plus 2 is always 4 in archaeology, because I don't believe too much of whatever is happening to Rakhigadi as a site. So what happened to me that during whole of pandemic, I actually got obsessed with Harappa, and I actually attended lots of talks from Harappan scholars and so on. I can't claim actually that I have experts' knowledge of archaeology, but I do have some outsiders kind of knowledge of archaeology as a field. So even on that count, Mithila is right now well placed, because Mithila is being established as a land of Janaki, that is the larger political kind of agenda. And I do hope that even that at least will kind of help encourage finding which was the potential capital of Mithila. I would like to express my gratitude to Vijayji, who organized this whole thing. And I was just telling him yesterday when he called me up that I, for one, would be very interested in reading the conference proceedings, because the sessions which he has been able to organize, and I'm really, sad that I could not attend many of sessions. In fact, these days I have teaching on weekends we teach executives through distance kind of learning thing. So today also I'll have teaching. Yesterday I had teaching and so on. But if I did not have teaching, I would have loved to sit through all the sessions and they look very nice. Let me also say another hi actually to a fellow translator. So I can see somebody, Dr. Yug Lit, that is what I know him as. And he translated, Maithili novel, very famous Maithili novel called, Prithviputra into English. So from my introduction, you would have realized that one of the things which, apart from my own poetry, and I sometimes think at the cost of my own poetry, which I do is translation of Maithili things into English. Now, again, translation comes very natural to my things. And I'll maybe talk about that in a moment. In fact, I have a series of poems planned on translation because I was not educated in my mother tongue. I don't speak my mother tongue anywhere, actually. So that is where my whole life, and in fact, not only my life of all Matthews is an act of constant translation. We are always translating whatever is happening to us in terms of our body, in terms of our tastes, in terms of everything. That's a constant act of translation. But having said that, not too much of Maithili literature is actually translated into English. And as of today, English has become a kind of global highway. If you want to be known as a literature, you need to get translated into English. And of course, earlier translations within, rather amongst Indian languages used to happen one-to-one. And so, for example, and that's good actually at some level, because I remember I have the biggest translation job which I did from any other language into Maithili was, Vachana poetry from Karnataka. And Vachana poetry is basically there are these people who propagate Vachana poetry. So Vachanas were basically Shaivite hymns, which were written by a large number of people from non-Brahman castes actually. And the idea was that they said that if we are stopped from entering the temples, let our bodies become temples, and that is how they were called Lingayats. So this is Kannada poetry, 12th century Kannada poetry, and 2,000 of those poems were translated into Maithili, and 200 of them I actually translated. I had a degree of choice, so there is a woman poet called Akka Mahadevi, so mostly I translated Akka Mahadevi. But I mentioned that in, because I found that translation amongst Indian languages is easy. Going through English is more difficult. But as of today, the tradition of translation from, actually directly from source language into all Indian languages, that is going on. So that way also English is becoming very important. So I do have translations, and that is where I think efforts like what Mr. Dr. Professor Yug is doing, I think his full name is Yugeshwar Shah, if I'm not mistaken. So whatever he's doing, we should welcome that. And hopefully, even in the audience, if there are people listening, just as a, people who are Maithili speaking, that is, they should try to translate Maithili texts, just as a, a way of kind of acknowledging their debts to their mother tongue. But now, let me come back to the topic of what I'm going to talk about. In fact, I have very pronounced views about Indian knowledge system, because this, seminar was around contributions of Mithila to Indian knowledge system. So let me just make 2 or 3 kind of, formulations. First formulation which I'm trying to make is that I think, and I will not get into the details of why it is, but there is a gentleman called Michel Foucault, French philosopher. He basically talks about genealogy of knowledge. Every knowledge, actually, or body of knowledge, is supported by the existing kind of socio-economic regime, political regime, and in turn, that helps that socio-economic and political regime to survive. So similarly, it's not a great kind of deal of imagination it takes as of today to realize that this renewed focus on Indian knowledge system has kind of a socio-political context. Now, in that context, I'm all for actually Indian knowledge systems, but I do believe that any Indian knowledge system, along with history, it also has to be about geography. So I'm saying that, let's not cherry pick, from historical points that let's go back to Mauryans or let's go back to Gupta period or let's go back to Vedic period. Whatever is happening in India as of today is a valid part of the body of Indian knowledge systems. This is my belief. In fact, as a Sutra Vakya, and I can see Professor Mishra in front of me, and Sanskrit Sahitya has a, whole tradition of Sutra Vakya. So as a Sutra Vakya, I am saying that Indian knowledge systems have to be also about geography, not only about history. If we don't do this, we are doing a disservice actually. So for example, there are so many AIMs which have opened in the country. And one way to look at it is that these AIMs gradually would make our health system better. But recently I heard from somebody that they were saying that AIMS Devghar, somebody was hospitalized and he did not get proper kind of attention. And they did not look at AIMS Devghar in the same manner as they looked at, say, AIMS Delhi. So now somebody has to look at it, that all the AIMS which have come actually they offer similar kind of services, and how can we actually make all AIMS as good as the AIMS in Delhi in terms of people's trust, in terms of systems, in terms of processes. So that is where if we don't pay attention to geography, we are actually, and only get stuck with history, we are not doing a service to our population and our types. So that was as a Sutra Vakya I said. Now let me come back to the talk where I was actually going to talk about. So this is where I'm positing my own experiences, a lifetime of experience, because I started writing poetry when I was in school, maybe 12, 13. I told you I'm 61 this year, so basically around 48 years, 50 years of poetic work. I must kind of situate that as an example of knowledge creation and knowledge propagation in Mithila. So that is where it's a part of the Indian knowledge system, the contribution of Mithila. Methodology wise, because I'm also trained in management, I'm a management researcher. So methodology wise, something called autoethnography has become more popular in current times, that people reflect on their own experiences, because earlier the idea of researcher being a neutral observer in any situation was there, but now increasingly people realize that researchers are kind of people made of flesh and bone. They have their own biases, they have their own standpoints. So that is where this idea of autoethnography has also come in, that how can one not look at the biggest instrument? One has to look at one's own times, which is one's own lived experience. So that is where the idea of autoethnography has come in. So I assume that some of you may actually not have any formal introduction to Maithili literature. So I'll just give you some sense of Maithili literature when I come in. So my first published poem is in 1986 or thereabouts. Though I was writing even before that. The first Kavi Sammelan which I attended actually was around 1984 or something. So basically, let me just tell you what was happening to Maithili literature at that point. In Maithili literature, in fact, somebody mentioned Jyotirishwar, and I have 10 poems on Jyotirishwar. So I was invited to a seminar to talk about Jyotirishwar and Varna Ratnakar, and I actually ended up as a poet, I said I'll write 10 poems. So those poems, anyway, let me not do self kind of, prachar, so to say, because Pankaj said we should not do, PR for ourselves. So I'll not get into PR. But that is my stance about that. But that is interesting. I'm mentioning that as a reason that most of the literatures start with poetry. Now, in Mithila, basically, we make claims to Buddhist kind of poetry of Charyapad, poets like Sarahpad, Bhusupad, and so on. Now, Charyapad, I again got very interested in my life, and I've been reading about Charyapad. So, Charyapad as a literature, actually, not only Maithils claim, these are Buddhist hymns, a set of Buddhist hymns, 64 of them, Tantric Buddhist hymns. Let me be more clear about that. So, basically, not only Maithili speaking people lay claim to that, even Bangla speakers lay claim to that, even Odia speakers, Assamia speakers. So basically, in terms of linguistic development, and let me just get into a moment in terms of the linguistic development. So you have Sanskrit, you have Pali and Prakrit, and then you have Magadhi and Ardha Magadhi. So actually, Maithili is derived from Ardha Magadhi, and even Bangla, Assamia, Odia, they trace their roots to Ardha Magadhi. So we could have had Charyapad people actually as our ancestors, but again, that was poetry. We come back to Varnan Ratnakar or Varna Ratnakar. There are debates about that, amongst people, that whether Varna Ratnakar is a book of prose or it's a book of poetry. Whatever it is, I don't want to get into details. That is not my main issue right now. But Maithils do use that to say that here is a language in which prose was written much before in other languages. And that is why we are kind of some way superior. I don't actually buy that argument, but the idea is that Varna Ratnakar, and from Varna Ratnakar you come to the time of songs, which is Vidyapati and the Vidyapati's tradition, which is again these songs, if you realize earlier, in modern times, they were claimed by Bangla literature, and then Suniti Kumar Chatterjee. He actually made decisive kind of intervention to show that this belonged to Maithili. And then, you have the Vidyapati Padavalis being found in Kathmandu's, libraries and so on, which established that actually Vidyapati was a Maithili poet. Again, I'm not getting into details, because as of today, and I'm inspired by Pankaj Mishra ji because he has film references and songs and so on, which I found was very nice. So I must say this. So there was a fellow poet called Kulanand Mishra, and his father was a Sanskrit poet who was one of the most Sanskrit Vidwan, who was one of the most modern Sanskrit Vidwans I have ever met. So I have met some modern Sanskrit Vidwans in my life, like Radha Vallabh Tripathi, like, Kula Babu's father, and Pankaj Mishra goes in the same list. So basically, to come back what I was telling you, that, there are, in our own times, you will see that people attribute to Ghalib many Urdu poems, which you realize it's not written by Ghalib. So even about Vidyapati, because there is a technical term called Bhanita. Bhanita is who has written this poem. So there are a lot of people. There is also a conjecture who may have adopted Vidyapati's Bhanita because they realize that Vidyapatis think people will listen and they will not listen to me if I say that this is written by Vidyanand Jha, so I should say it's written by Vidyapati. So there is also a conjecture. I would say a conjecture right now, not a proof, that there is a great deal of kind of that there were a number of Vidyapatis. There was not a single Vidyapati. So we know for a fact that Vidyapati Thakur was a historical person. We also know for a fact that there are a large number of songs attributed to him, and not only songs. In fact, as a Sanskrit scholar, he wrote, in fact, he was a polymath. He wrote at least in 4 languages I am familiar with, okay. So he wrote in Abhate, he wrote in, actually, Ardhamarthi. So he wrote in multiple languages. And of course, his importance is also because there is a line attributed to him that Balachanda Vijjabai Bhasa, Duhunai Ladai Vijjana Bhasa. So, apart from being a Sanskrit poet in his time, like in my time actually, I'm speaking to you in English. This is the language through which I earn my living. So similarly, his language of earning the living may have been something different, but he wrote poetry in his mother tongue too. So this was the older kind of period. The modern Maithili literature actually, so many of the Indian literatures, they start with translations of Ramayana or Mahabharata. So basically, even in Maithili, we have two translations of Ramayana. And one of them, interestingly, is called Janaki Ramayana. So basically, it also tells you that Mithila being the land of Janaki, and I don't know how you look at the relationship between Janaki and the whole Janaki story. So basically, this was a Ramayana trying to be written by Lal Das, written from the viewpoint of Janaki. And of course, then Chandan Jha wrote his own kind of Ramayana. We come to the modern period. Sitaram Jha was the person who's supposed to have started. And Pankaj, you mentioned about Jyotish. So Sitaram Jha in his other life was a Jyotishi actually. He was a Vidwan of Jyotish. And he was also a poet basically. Then one of the major figures is again a polymath. I like to take his Maithili name, Vidyanand Mishra Yatri. Vidyanand Mishra Yatri also wrote in a language called Hindi, and his pen name there was Nagarjun. And of course, much of the name, fame, money which he got in life was through Hindi. But remember that he actually was a Maithili poet. Before he started writing in Hindi, he was writing in Maithili. And his poetry actually was a people-oriented poetry. So basically, Yatri talks about the common people and their woes. There is a very interesting poem of Yatri written at 1947, how Indian independence should be viewed in Mithila. I think we should read that also to understand what is Mithila and what is happening to it. Then we have again major kind of figure, Rajkamal Chaudhary. Rajkamal Chaudhary again got his name fame from Hindi, but he wrote equally in Maithili and of course Maithili poetry and also Maithili stories. Let me just plug in, despite whatever Pankaj Mishra said, I should not plug in the PR. So it's all in good kind of purpose. Somebody did a book of Bihari literature, diplomat basically, called Abhay K, and it's published by I think HarperCollins. There are 8 stories, Maithili stories, which are translated by me and which appeared there. One of them is Rajkamal Chaudhary's story actually, and I'm very fond of that story. That story is called March, fish. Fish being the Shubhankar for Maithili. So I think it's an interesting story. So that is the situation. When Maithili poetry was in terms of the delivery of poetry, poetry in Mithila till even 1940s is dominated by spoken poetry, Manchiya Kavita. And then you start having written poetry books which can be read and understood rather than listened and understood. They start kind of becoming important. And again, in my analysis, it has gone back to Manchiya Kavita. Basically, and that is not only happening to Maithili, world over orality actually is becoming important. So there is a very famous English poet based in Canada, a Sikh poet called Rupi Kaur, and her poetry is mostly oral. So this is the time in which I come into Maithili poetry, and normally people think I'm in the 80 ka dashak, 90 ka dashak. This is the time when they time me. My reasons for writing poetry actually, and in my first book of poems, which was published by Sahitya Academy, the Sahitya Academy has this series called Navodaya series in different languages. So if there is any poet who's more than less than 40 years and their no book has been published, they actually not only poetry, even other genres basically, they publish their books. So I became the first Navodaya series person in Maithili to be published by Sahitya Academy. So my book was called Parati Jaka, and in the other books actually I have refrained from giving any preface because I think poetry should speak for itself. But in that book, I thought that I should write something actually. So 2-3 things I have mentioned. I have mentioned where my poetry came from. My father was a poet, and he used to write poetry in Hindi through a name called Upnam called Masti. So his name was Vidyanand Jha, and he had this Upnam Mast. He never published his poetry, so we just saw after his death, we were looking at his old papers and we realized that there were 20-25 poems of his which were found in one place. So basically, I think poetry was in some ways in my blood. I must acknowledge my debts to my mother. So my mother was a very curious person, and I have formally declared that my kind of sense of words comes from my mother. So for poets, words are the main kind of thing. That was my first book, which I published when it got published in 2002. So I was already quite old, at that point in time, 37-year-old. Now, if I compare myself with, say, a Bangla poet, they would have their first book of poems when they started writing it in their school, and so on. One of the reasons, and you need to understand this, why in Maithili we do not have people publishing when they are young or poets publishing very many kind of books, that I have written a poem about. And that poem became problematic because I used a metaphor which was very different kind of metaphor. So that poem I said that my poetry books sit in, almiras without distribution because unemployed daughters and unmarried sons. So this is the metaphor on which people actually took a fight with me that I have to write unmarried daughters and unemployed sons. So I just tried to kind of the way I look at it, that is how I put it. But the main issue they missed. Main issue is that in Maithili there is no distribution. Most of the publishing is self-publishing. I pay the publisher and they send these copies to me. Now, I'm not a distributor. I'm a poet. I can write poetry. So how will I distribute? So just to, bring a word from Maithili, there is a word called Bain Tihar. Bain is, reciprocal kind of gifting. So on special occasions like festivals and so on, you send gifts to somebody and they send gift again to you. So in Maithili, the distribution of literary books is through Bain Tihar. So there are some people who send me their book, I send them my book, and that is how it happens. So my daughter, when she was younger, somebody asked her that when you grow up, what do you want to become? She said, I'll just sell my father's poetry and, make a living out of it. That is very difficult in most of the languages. In Maithili, that's impossible. And then once when she grew up, when she was much older, she told me that, what kind of people are you? The people who could buy your books, you just send them as gifts, and others anyway don't know about it, so they will not buy it. So anyway, the idea is that there is a less distribution. And that is not only with me, that is actually with all my 3 poets, that is what is happening. I have 3 books to my credit. So one book was, I told you, when I was 37. Second book was well after I was in my 50s. And the third book basically was, pretty soon after that. So third book took just 2-3 years after that. Fourth book, I have 100 poems almost. Now I'm getting kind of worried about that it would become an unwieldy book. So the poem should have maybe 50, 60 at the maximum. Kind of poetry book should have that much. But the question which I actually often ask myself, that who will read it? Why should I do it? And that is the question to most of the Maithili literature persons in our time. Now, let me get into what is the reason for that. Some of the reasons is very plain in sight. So I started reading Maithili. My education did not happen through Maithili. My education happened initially through Hindi, which was a second language to me. Because, hamra daan ma dard hoya, that is the bodily functions. If I have to, even today, I have to go to a doctor and say, sab sabai hai, deh sab sabai hai. What do I say in Hindi? What do I say in English? So basically, this is a larger level alienation which has happened to this geography because people are not taught in their mother tongue. Right now, India is in throes of something called new education policy. And actually, I don't have much hope from new education policy. Because new education policy says that mother tongue should be privileged in terms of education. But society itself right now has gone away from mother tongue. Because all the rewards in society, jobs, etc., English is the way to go. You actually judge your prime ministers by the fact that whether they can speak good English or they can't speak good English. This should not have been an issue. No. I can speak as a prime minister. If I'm a Maithili speaker, I should speak in Maithili and there should be translations. But then this is how people actually give importance to English and, in case of Mithila to Hindi, and that is how, for whatever reason, despite. So Maithili education in Mithila should be through mother tongue. Not only NEP, actually Bihar government has many kind of policies to do that. I was talking somewhere on this year in Calcutta on International Mother Tongues Day, 21st February. I went to a local college and I looked up actually that Bihar government as long back as 1940s has these kind of, statements, these kind of policies that basically Maithili should be taught in the region called Mithila. What is the region called Mithila? That itself now is a matter of getting debate. And the debate, to my mind, is because Mithila is not a political entity. It's basically, just we don't know. It's a cultural entity. It's not a political entity. So Maithili is not a language of statecraft. It's not a language of commerce. Only place where we actually privilege Maithili is our personal private spaces. So I have a poem there. In fact, learning from Phanikanta Mishra ji that I can talk for 8 hours. So I could have also talked for 8 hours just by talking about my poetry. So in one of my poems, I talk about Maithili existence in India. That we are like Bhagjogni. Bhagjogni or fireflies, they only glow in dark. So Maithils, they glow in Maithili only in their home. All other places, they just speak somebody else's language, so to say. So to come back to, what I was telling you about my lived experience as Maithili poet. One of the things which has happened to Maithili poetry and to me also, that Maithili, when I was growing up, had a very well-established journal called Mithila Mihir. So Mithila Mihir came from the, stable of the newspapers which were established by Raj Darbhanga, which was Aryavarth, Indian Nation, and Mithila Mihir also they used to publish. Mithila Mihir, Aryavarth stopped publishing, Indian Nation stopped publishing, and Mithila Mihir also stopped publishing. The history of literary journals, or what in Bengal people call little magazines, is quite long in Mithila. There were actually basically one of the first Maithili magazines started coming out from Banarasi. There were these Maithili speaking people who went there to study Sanskrit at Banaras, and then they started publishing these journals. But as of today, there are no long-lasting kind of Maithili journals. Social media actually helped there. So in fact, most of the poets of my time in Maithili, they published their poems on Facebook. Facebook, my daughter told me that it's only for uncles and aunties, because now young people are not on Facebook. They have moved away to Instagram. But basically, Facebook is the way for me to connect with Maithili readership. I have this doubt that maybe they just see the post and tick, say like, because I don't know whether they're really reading it. But reach-wise, if I publish a poem on Facebook, at least 50 people, it seems to like it. And given the kind of situation in Maithili poetry in which there is not too many journals, and even if I publish in the existing journals, it will take so much time to go there. It will be really tough, so to say. Let me, I seem to be running out of time. Actually, it's 12 o'clock. So let me just very briefly tell you how I experience our times as a Maithili poet. So basically, once I compared Maithili poets to Hebrew poets. Hebrew poets, if you realize, they are spread throughout the world. So Maithili poets are spread throughout the world. So I know of poets from Qatar, I know of poets from UK, I know of poets from US. They don't have any motherland. So that is where we also don't have a motherland. So there is no geographical place where this kind of, poetry kind of gets privileged. Second thing is that basically it's a poetry of exile there. Basically, wherever you are living, there is a notion of public and there is notion of private. In public sphere, we don't have any kind of, actually identity. It's only in private spaces that we end up kind of talking about. So that is where, in fact, I have my role as Maithili critique, I have always pointed out that much of Maithili literature keeps on going back to villages. So I have written about it almost 20 years back, that cities in Mithila region are India, are actually Bihar, but villages are still Mithila. So Mithila, and that is where emotionally Maithili literature goes back to the village. Now that village also is not a good village, because it's not a village of today, it's a remembered village. Because suppose I'm living in Calcutta and writing about a village, I'll write about village of past actually. So essentially to come back as a poet, what my experiencing of my time says. I think we are by nature kind of exiles. Our identity, in recent times, we are trying to find some kind of refuge in larger identities, which I have my own views about. So I believe that going back to Sanskrit or Sanskrit-based identities is not the solution, because you have the history of whole of medieval kind of Vidyapati himself happening, Kabir happening, Raidas happening. So you just can't now go back in history and say, let's go back to a Vedic past. You also have to account for what happened in between. In fact, whole of Bhasha literature is an account of people's literature in their own times, basically. So my concerns remain about how people actually experience the world at this point in time. As a poet, that is what I try to bring in my poetry. I realize we are at 12:03. I don't want to take time from the next session. Thank you, Vijayji, for allowing me to talk. I wish it was a more coherent talk. Actually, I seem to have gone here and there. Hopefully, at some other point, it has given me rehearsal for the next kind of talk. If there are any quick questions, I would have been happy, but I don't see people asking questions, and I often teach online quite a lot. So I have my own worries about यहाँ सब अखन से मने तरकारी बना रहल छी बैस के सबके हमर गप अहाँ सब सुन रहल छी, ठीक छै? से चिंता हमरा होय।
I have a question.
If there is any question related to this session, please ask to the speaker, sir.
Yes, ma'am, I have a question.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir, for your mesmerizing presentation. I am Dr. Yogeshwar Shah, and I have translated Maithili novel, Prithviputra. My question is, sir, why we have so much crisis of English translation in Maithili? While we compare to Maithili with Bangla, Marathi, Kannada, they have rich tradition of translation. But our, despite being rich heritage in Mithila language and culture, we have very poor sense of translation.
Sure.
So how we can enrich it? And
So, Dr. Yug, I'm firstly very happy for your personal efforts. You have done this, and hopefully you do more of it. And so basically, the way I look at it, it's not very difficult for Maithils to translate, because in fact, I have been writing a series of poems on translation. And one of the books, poems I want to write about that right from childhood. We had books by Dr. Rajendra Prasad and this and that, in which we were, taught how to translate. Ram khana kha raha hai or Sita ghar gayi. So we have been trained into translation all our lives. Why literary translations are not happening, that is something we must, as a movement, actually attempt. And I have also advocated that basically right now there is enough Maithil diaspora. So if you say, for example, go to Hyderabad, there are enough Maithil living in Hyderabad now for 20 years, 30 years. So I have been saying that let's catch housewives, Maithili speaking housewives who also know Telugu, and make them translators from Telugu to Maithili and Maithili to Telugu. So similarly, I think we should be able to find enough people who should be able to translate from, and Dr. Yug, I think this is, I would like to at my age hope that this is a turning point, because I know of translation of Kanyadan and Viragman published by actually a mainstream English publisher. Because see, I don't give much credence to Sahitya Academy translation. Because Sahitya Academy translation is of distribution. If we are able to make a breakthrough with actually commercial translators like Penguin, HarperCollins, and so on, then it will go to various places. So I do hope we are able to do that. I'm also on the advisory board of Sahitya Academy for Maithili. I keep on actually persuading them to, whenever we get, proposals for translation of Maithili works into English, that is of course not Maithili advisory board just recommends to English actually advisory board, and if they find it worthwhile, they do it. So hopefully in this audience also there are people, and I'm willing to devote my time. If, say, for example, your college or any college does a workshop on translations from Maithili to English, I'll be happy to contribute there.
Sir, good afternoon. I have a question.
Yes.
I'm Dr. Manish Kumar.
Dr. Yuk is famous. You may not be. That was a joke. Sir,
Yes,
will you identify yourself?
I'm Dr. Manish Kumar. I'm an assistant professor at SKR College, Barbigha, Munger University.
Yes, sir.
My question is related to realization of this. The government has, in theory, proposed a good idea of,
Very good idea. Very good idea.
promoting regional languages. But how far it is possible to transform it into reality, and what we can do for it? Because we see that I'm from Begusarai. Okay. Wherever I speak about that, yes, I'm from Begusarai, people say, yes, you must be knowing Maithili. But the language we speak here, when they ask what language you speak, it's quite different from Maithili. right? I hear people saying like you, but here a very different language. Hey ho, to, ye, wo, like that. Chai, chi, lots of differences are there. Even my presentation is there in the second session on that, on verbal patterns and case marking, etc. So my question was like, can we actually realize it? Can we actually transform it into reality, promoting the regional language
Sure,
with the help
sure.
of NEP? And what type of contribution we can make?
So two very quick kind of answers to your, because I see two questions. First answer is that basically, you know of dowry legislation in India. That's now
Yeah, right.
60 years old. But you see the situation about dowry. So about mother tongues also, I do believe that it's not only government policy, there also has to be a social movement. You have to speak the mother tongue in your family. You have to speak it in, and actually in today's world in which commerce determines everything, maybe actually you also have to demand that if there are advertisements in your area to sell things, they should be in your language. So basically, one way I'm saying that we need to, apart from government, civil society has to do things. We have to have movements and so on. And we can all contribute in our own ways. Second thing about Begusarai and Maithili. So that is my argument, that actually now you leave things like this, and after 50 years, only Vidyanand Jha would claim that I speak Maithili. Everybody will say that I speak my own private language. You look at your English. There is one English or there are multiple Englishes in the world?
Multiple, yeah.
And there is Indianism, for example. There is a very famous poem about Indianism, written by an Indian poet himself, Indian poet in English. I don't want to, Nissim Ezekiel, actually, I don't want to quote the poem right now, but the idea is that there are multiple kind of Maithilis. And I do hope that people who think that Maithili is the correct Maithili, within quotes, is spoken only in Madhubani and, Saurat or, Mati, Rati, Mangrauni and so on, they also will learn that there are multiple kind of Maithilis and also others should lay claim to it. Because otherwise, in my own lifetime, what is happening? That, Vajjika has come, Angika has come, Sorathapuri Bhasa has come. Because now every, at some level, every language could be disintegrated because there is an old kind of proverb in Maithili that, and many other languages actually accept that language changes every few, miles actually.
Miles.
So obviously, each family also has a code language, isn't it? For body parts, you just go back and reflect on that. For body parts, every family will have its own code word. So every family has a language. But then there has to be some degree of aggregation at some point. So I'm just saying that hopefully Maithili will be kind of broadened enough to account for Gel Chalho, Khene Chalho, and so on and so forth. So not only, whatever is spoken in Madhubani, but also what is spoken in Begusarai, what is spoken in Lakhisarai.
So should I say that I am a Maithili speaker?
You are. To me, you are.
I'm in the border area of Khagaria, Munger, and Begusarai. Okay.
So
And my language is neither similar to Angika nor similar to Maithili. So that puts me in confusion when people ask me, which language do you speak? What is your native tongue? So I don't find similarity with Maithili, neither I find similarity with Angika. It's quite different one.
Sure.
So it often puts me in confusion. And I have asked this question to many people.
Confusion is good. It opens pathways.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. It is rare to meet someone who blends the precision of management with the soul of a poet and the depth of a scholar. Your talk reflected this unique combination, structured yet lyrical, insightful yet evocative. You not only shared knowledge but also stirred thoughts and emotion. We are truly thankful for the time, wisdom, and creativity you brought to our platform. We look forward to learning from you again, sir.
Thank you very much.
As we come to the conclusion of our second plenary session, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed scholars for such an enriching and inspiring discussion. The insights shared today have truly made this session a memorable learning experience and will undoubtedly guide and benefit all of us in our academic and scholarly journeys. Thank you so much, sir. We now take a break for lunch from 12:15 to 1 p.m. The conference session will
Is it
resume.
online lunch or simply it's break?
The conference session will resume at 1 p.m. with the commencement of parallel sessions 8 to 14. Thank you once again, and we wish you a pleasant lunch break. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, Anand.
There is one thing. After the parallel session, our third plenary session will start from 4:30. Kindly rejoin.
Well done.
जगह मार्क कइले बानी।
जब भी मेरा हाथ मिलिट्री बेस में
Here.
कंटेंट दूं
Team.
जगह मार्क
Playing it.
कॉल उसने मारा यार यहाँ पर भी आगे खतरा है। आना आना 4 नंबर पे आना आना दोस्त। भाई टावर के ऊपर से मार रहा है क्या एक बंदा? एक टावर के ऊपर से मार रहा है। यहाँ पे टावर के ऊपर है एक बंदा। आगे खतरा है।
Got it. Got it. Great.
देख साला कहाँ चढ़ा हुआ था ये रहा। आगे खतरा है।
Got it.
देख रहा है स्नाइपर कहाँ चढ़ा था ये लड़का वो बंदा। वो पैराशूट ही नहीं खुला। पैराशूट वो पैरा अरे गया मैं। जल्दी बचा वे गिर के मर गया यार। वो पैराशूट ही नहीं खुला यार। क्या हो रही है सारा मैच। धीरे रोक दे
बंदे रोने लगे।
अरे भैंस की
कैंपर
उधर देख।
Awesome.
एक और आ रहा है।
एक और आया।
Well
Record.
done.
अरे 4 नंबर भाई हेलो आओ भाई
4
जल्दी।
नंबर इधर 4 नंबर इधर।
वो हैट्रिक कर रहा हूँ भाई। अरे वे आएगा ओ नहीं अब ये आ
गन नहीं मिली। मंजीत का लड़का।
चलो सर के मारल जाओ।
गन नहीं मिली।
हाय सेज क्या हाल चाल है भाई।
Excellent.
अबे एक ऊपर भी है।
Excellent.
अबे एक ऊपर भी है बे। नाइस भाई।
Well done. Nice.
टोमेटो भी होगा भाई।
Great.
गोली खत्म हो गई। गोली चाहिए।
मैं इन दोनों को मारने के लिए पूरा घूम गया हूँ।
Got it. Great.
जगह मार्क कइले बानी।
Got it.
ओनियन।
अरे ब्राइटनेस कम कैसे हो गई बे अपने आप ही। ये ब्राइटनेस कम कैसे हो जाती है। स्नाइपर पीछे से घूम के आ।
Well done.
हमने वो जगह छोड़ दिया पता है।
Well done.
ओ भाई आ रहा हूँ।
मेरा फोन हो गया,
बहुत safe
मेरा
photo.
फोन लैग होने लग गया भाई। अब फोन के अंदर बैटरी नहीं है ना इसलिए।
अरे एकदम गर्दा उड़ा देले बड़ा, मजा आ
जब तक
गई।
50 से ऊपर बैटरी होगी ना फोन में तब तक तो सही चलेगा, उसके बाद हगने लग जाएगा भाई।
Help!
अबे माँ की आँख।
तू तो हाले हमेशा मरने के लिए ही आता है।
भाई ये पोटैटो भाई 2 बार मारा है, पोटैटो और एक ओनियन, यही दोनों बार मारे हो भाई।
I'm recalling a teammate.
अबे भाई बड़ा चूत, किसने किया रिकॉल? स्नाइपर
Thanks.
ने किया है क्या? चल मैं बता के तो करो यार रिकॉल यार। पोटैटो गया भैया, रिकॉल बता के किया जाता है।
AKM पड़ी है।
मेरे ले लिया।
ग्रेट में भी जाएगी भाई अभी तो।
अब आराम से बैठा। एक ना एक दुलारा बन गया।
दिलदारा दिलदारा।
और भाई सेज क्या हाल है? तेरी आँखों की गुस्ताखियाँ पकड़।
Help! Not a problem. Nice. I'm recalling a teammate.
अबे सबको उधर ही कर दो भाई, मेरे पास भी रहने दिया करो एक बंदे को।
Thanks.
अरे बोलना चाहिए भाई।
झाटू बोलना चाहिए भाई, ऐसे कर।
भाई
जो भूतने का जो नूबड़ा उसको ही बुला लो अपने पास ही। बोलना चाहिए भाई, देख नहीं रहा कि एक बंदा अकेला है कहीं इतनी दूर बैठा हुआ है।
अरे भाई गाड़ी आई 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 गाड़ी। अरे अंदर जा, अंदर नहीं जा रहा।
Help!
शिवम भाई तुम कहाँ हो?
ऑफलाइन है वो।
अरे भाई
हम तो ही
हेलो
बचे हैं।
भाई हो गया भाई। अरे पीछे गाड़ी आई है, 4 बंदे उधर।
स्नाइपर यार तू मत मरियो यार। ले बहनचोद मेरे पे भी आ गई। आज 1v2 या 1v3 हो ही जाए। ये बंदे आ गए मेरे पे।
शिवम भाई इसके पास जाओ ना, रोहित के पास। एक गाड़ी और आ गई, जल्दी हो।
Got
मारो
it.
मारो।
Don't give up. Your teammates can still recall you.
शाबाश मेल को, शाबाश। अगर मेरे पे अभी कोई होता तो मैं अभी जिंदा होता। ओ स्नाइपर भी स्नाइपर गुस्से में खेल रहा है क्या? स्नाइपर भाई गुस्से में खेल रहा है। स्नाइपर बाबू प्लेइंग इन गुस्सा। भाई गुस्से में खेल रहा है भाई।
I'm recalling a teammate.
स्नाइपर अब तो माइक ऑन करके कुछ बोलेगा कि नहीं बोलेगा, बस एक बात बता दे।
Appreciated.
ओए स्नाइपर भाई क्या मारा बे, क्या खा लिया भाई? किसी का चुम्मा लेके आ गया क्या?
उसको हवा में गिरा दिया भाई।
भाई बताओ सही बताओ ना, सही बताओ ना, पता क्या बोल रहा होगा वो बोल रहा होगा चलो ऊपर चलते हैं।
वो काटा, ये मुझे बोलना चाहिए था।
तक चलता
इसके लिए
जगह मार्क कई ले
उधर रहो, मेरी तरफ मत आना, उधर रहना, और बंदा रहा तो छिप जाना, फाइट मत लेना।
Watch out. Got it.
मेरे को एक
और वो सामने।
मेरा तो लैग हो रहा है। तीन होगा, दो और।
एक और
उसके पास है।
एक और मिलेगा मेरे को।
घेरा
आगे खतरा है।
पास गया।
Got it.
आगे खतरा है।
Got it.
चल निकल, काम हो चुका है अपना, लूट चुका हूँ मैं।
आजा फिर पीछे आजा।
अबे इसके पास भी है, गोला हो गया 5
Watch out.
रुक गया।
Got it. Great.
5 हो गए, जल्दी आजा, हमारा हो गया। इधर जल्दी
आगे खतरा है।
चल पीछे घोड़े में हो गया, मार के ले लिया, रुक जा, आ रहा हूँ।
आजा जल्दी
इस बार मार के
जल्दी आजा, कर रहा हूँ, चालू कर दूंगा। अबे ऊपर आओ ना, आना, ये है ना जॉर्ड। पहली बार गए भाई ऐसे। आओ
बढ़िया काम किया।
अच्छा और पड़ी रे। अब पे कब पहुंचेंगे अंदर करके? आ गए भाई। पूरा है, मुझे मारेगा तेरी इतनी हिम्मत? और तेरी जान का ये तीर कमांड मारो साले। हेड मारो, हेड। लूट दे इधर। मेरी एम4 कहाँ गिरे? बेचारा, हम मर गए, हम जिंदा बचे और ये मर गया भाई। हैं? क्या पुंगा कौन खड़ा है?
आगे खतरा है।
और बंदा है आगे खतरा है
बचावा हम घेरा गइल बानी
अरे यार भले बहुत गलत टाइम पे मेरा गेम लैग होता है यार मैं क्या बोलूंगा यार
आगे खतरा बा
बहुत
जगह मार्क कइले
बहुत
बानी।
गलत टाइम पे मेरा
आगे
गेम
खतरा
लैग
बा।
होता है बहुत गलत टाइम पे
सब लोग हमरा पास
मेरे पास
आवा
आ जा ऊपर आ ऊपर ऊपर आ ऊपर
ए,
ऊपर
ए।
ऊपर अभी ऊपर आ जल्दी से वो हील ले रहा है
मरना मत कोई ठीक है मैं अपना फोन चार्ज कर रहा हूँ पूरा गेम खेलना
मरना
आराम
नहीं
से हाँ पूरा गेम खेलना आराम से ठीक है हाय जेरी
उसके पास बैंडेजेस है रुक जा मेरे को हील ले लेने दोनों साथ में चलते हैं आराम से मारेंगे दूर से मेरे को पड़ी
ओहो
नीचे वाले
17
छोटे कमरे में
फिनिशेस
बैठा हुआ है।
Great.
मैं पूरा खा गया मेरे पे P90 है P90 ले लो और मरना मत कोई भी पहले बता दे रहा हूँ
भी करता है
तेरे को पता है एकदम कुछ भी करो बस जिंदा रहो शिवम झाटू बीस केले लौंडे के आया
ये निधर
रहते इधर ही रहते हैं
इधर ही रहो ज्यादा सही है
बंदे आए बंदे आए बंदे आए
मैं कूद गया मैं वेयर हाउस में जा रहा हूँ
Got it.
हम अपने स्कूल NS
हेलो, सारे सेशन ओवर हो गए। अरे मैम, मैंने जो ग्रुप में मैसेज एक देखा उसमें ये लिखा था अब 3 से वही 4 बजे से 5:30 बजे सेशन होगा। मैंने सोचा शायद बीच में ब्रेक दिया जा रहा है। मैं तो पूरी तैयारी करे सुबह से लैपटॉप खोले बैठी हुई हूँ मैम। और एक तो इससे किसी की भी आवाज भी नहीं, 12 बजे के बाद मैंने इसको ओपन किया तो किसी
conference experience and gaining valuable insights from the thought provoking deliberations of eminent academicians, scholars, and administrations from across the globe. We sincerely thank you all for rejoining us and for your enthusiastic participation throughout the conference. We now move forward to the third and the final plenary session of this international conference. This session will be chaired by Professor Sthaneshwar Timalsina, Professor of Sanskrit at Stony Brook University, USA. We are deeply honored to welcome our distinguished speakers for the session, Dr. Satyan Jha, clinical psychologist and psychoanalyst at the Minkowska Center, Paris, and member of the Center for Research on 20th Century French Literature at Sorbonne University, Paris, France. Dr. Chandan Jha, Associate Professor of Finance in the Department of Accounting, Finance and Economics at Moyne College, Syracuse, New York, USA, along with our esteemed session chair, Professor Sthaneshwar Timalsina. We look forward to an engaging and insightful session enriched by their diverse expertise and perspectives. With great pleasure, let us begin the session. It is our privilege to introduce Dr. Satyan Jha sir, a highly accomplished professional working at the intersection of clinical psychology, transcultural psychiatry, and French literary research in Paris. Dr. Jha sir serves as a clinical psychologist and psychoanalyst at the Mental Health Center, Minkowska in Paris, a renowned institution specializing in transcultural psychiatry and providing mental health care to diverse and migrant populations. Alongside his clinical practice, he is actively engaged in academic research and is a member of the Center for Research on 20th Century French Literature at Sorbonne University, one of France's most prestigious research institutions. We are delighted to have Dr. Satyan Jha sir with us today. Today he is going to address us on the topic Mithila Art in Malrox's Extra-Occidental Framework. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Satyan Jha sir. Sir, please come and share your valuable insights. Over to you, sir.
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। आपको मेरी आवाज अच्छे से सुनाई दे रही है?
जी सर, जी सर। Yes, sir.
Visible? जी जी। मेरा जो पीपीटी है मैंने गूगल मीट कभी इस तरह से यूज नहीं किया है, तो उसको मैं कैसे शेयर करूं ये बता दीजिए।
सर आप हमें भेज देंगे तो मैं शेयर करवा दूंगा।
मतलब मैं इसमें अपना स्क्रीन कैसे शेयर करूं?
नीचे में स्क्रीन शेयर का है,
शेयर स्क्रीन बीच में एरो मार्क जो है शेयर स्क्रीन वाला
अच्छा एरो मार्क है हाँ तो कंटिन्यू एक
यस यस हाँ yes sir, have you joined or not?
सॉरी वो मैंने शेयर करने की कोशिश की तो वो डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया मैंने अपना पीपीटी
हाँ आया
भेजा है
वो शेयर कर देगा सर वो शेयर कर रहा है
अच्छा अच्छा
वो कर देगा
ये गूगल मीट पे पहला है इसलिए मैंने कोशिश की थी उसको पहले देखने की लेकिन ये पता नहीं क्यों हो नहीं रहा है
हाँ ये गूगल मीट और एक और है दूसरा तो लोगों को आदत है उस पे बहुत लोगों ने हमें कहा फ्रांस में आपके यहाँ भी
जूम तो हो जाता है माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का जो है वो टीम्स उस पे भी हो जाता है
जी 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 जी
हाँ ये पहला हाँ आ गया थैंक यू okay so let us start then so thank you for inviting me for this presentation I chose specifically this topic because there is a long history of Mithila art or Madhupani paintings, or let's say the Mithila culture, which is related to France, but very few people know about it. I myself discovered it when I started my PhD on André Malraux. So I'll be introducing him and his work first, and then we'll move on to the connection that he had with the Mithila art or the Madhubani paintings or the culture of Mithila. So there was a direct connection and there was an indirect connection. There was an intellectual connection and a spiritual connection. So in 15-20 minutes, whatever time I have, I will try my best to deliver everything that I know about this subject. So what is specific about Malraux is, as you can see, I have chosen a picture of him in front of the Mahesha Murti, which is in the Elephanta Caves. So this is the page, the first page or the title page of a book that was published by the French embassy in the 1990s. That was when it was first of its kind. It was to remember Malraux and his connection with India. Why did they choose this picture? Because he went to the Elephanta Caves and he was so absorbed by this image of Mahesha Murti that he stood there contemplating for many long minutes. And in one of his books, which is his autobiography, which he calls Anti-Memoirs, he talks about his visit to Maheshamurthy, and he refers about Maheshamurthy in almost all his books, related to art. Now, his style of writing was very different from whatever existed or pre-existed him. So he was also known for his style of writing, which was not descriptive writing. It was very poetic, but at the same time, he used to, bring out the essential or the essence of whatever he wanted to say in very few poetic words. I would need the PPT, please. The PPT has disappeared. Okay, maybe I can open it on my computer. Okay. So considering the connection that he had with the adhyatmic aspect of it, the spiritual aspect of it, and would rather use adhyatmic because it has a specific meaning, because it has to do with some personal experience. And whatever he experienced, it was very personal. It was not something he just copied and pasted, as many of the intellectuals in those days used to do, and even continue to do it. So whatever he wrote, it was his personal experience, and he brought something new to the existing knowledge. And this is where we join the Indian knowledge system, which is based on personal experience. So you can have the bookish knowledge, but what is important is the personal aspect, the personal experience. As even Shankar said, you must, verify the knowledge through your personal experience. So all this metamorphosis that he proposed about art and beyond, he said it in an interview, in a film, which was basically made around him and his works, which was called the metamorphosis of the view, Le Métamorphose du Regard. So he said that every great religious artist, and I'm saying great religious artist because the common folk who painted or still paint the Mithila paintings, they do, refer to the spiritual knowledge or the spiritual beliefs. Of course, nowadays it has shifted. Now they also paint commonplace things, like trains and buildings, etc. But in those days, it was specifically about the images from Ramayana and the other deities of our cultural system, or our religious or spiritual system. So he says that every great religious artist recreates forms according to their beliefs, in other words, according to their highest values. So what he means here is highest spiritual values. Just a second. Okay, so since I opened the PPT on my computer, it has removed my camera. But I'll try to split the screen so that I can have both.
Sir, you can continue your speech. Technical team will continue moving your PPT.
Okay, okay, fine.
I can do it.
Okay, so I'm back on camera and I can see the, okay, fine. Thank you very much. So could we move on to the next slide? Yes. So I had organized an international colloquium on Malraux and India with my my PhD guide, who is also an expert on Malraux. And so this was only one of its kind in 2018. So that is why I have put it there. Well, the PPT disappears again. So maybe we can move on to the next slide. This was just to introduce him, introduce Malraux and his Indian connection with me, with myself, or my connection with him. Yeah, so maybe we can move on to the next slide, please. So Malraux, now, of course, it is very important to introduce Malraux because maybe some of you know him, but most of you may not know him because he's although we can't say that he's not well known. He's well known, but in only certain spheres. Not everybody knows about Malraux, his life, his connection with India. So, of course, I'll keep linking whatever I say to our topic, which is Indian knowledge system and the Mithila connection. But I need to introduce you to the personality, how he got introduced to the Indian thought system and India in general. So he was born in 1901 in the suburb of Paris. So you know that the World War started around 1914, in 1914. So at that time, he was an adolescent. So in the beginning years, his grandfather introduced him to Buddhism. And unfortunately, his grandfather had committed suicide. And at that time, Buddhism was considered, for various reasons as something, a negative type of philosophy about life. Of course, it all changed thanks to new translations and new research works. So he was introduced to Buddhism, but then he introduced himself to the Bhagavad Gita at the age of 18, which he read and kept referring to it for a very long time. And this is how he got interested to the philosophy of Advaita Vedanta, about which he writes in the Deonti Memoirs and in various other interviews. And, he has had a lot of exchanges, letters and discussions and interviews. So he keeps talking about that. And he had tried to learn Sanskrit at the INALCO, which is the institute where the only institute where Sanskrit was taught at that time, at the basic level. Of course, there was a chair of Sanskrit at Sorbonne, but at that time, the teaching of Sanskrit was at the basic level was done at the INALCO, Institute for Foreign Languages at that time. And he had a fair understanding of Sanskrit, which shows in his writings, where he talks about specific things, a particular word, what does it mean, and how we should understand. For example, he does understand what is nirvana, and which is often translated as illumination, etc. So he specifies. So this was the first introduction, but that was not the only one. But let's say that the best that he could have got at that time, at the age of 15, 16 or 18, he had got it, introduced to the highest level of Indian knowledge system through the Advaita Vedanta of Sri Adi Shankaracharya Bhagavan. And he was, this is very important to understand that it was a period where in Europe there was a huge crisis, intellectual crisis, spiritual crisis. And probably that is what had led to this war. But he was witness to the First World War, and it had impacted his young mind as an adolescent. At the same time, he was refused admission to the prestigious high school of that time. It is still a prestigious one, but not the most. But at that time, it was the most prestigious school, high school, and he was refused admission. But he didn't go to any other school. and he decided to move on from there by shunning formal university education and devoted himself to reading, writing, traveling, meeting spiritual leaders, meeting poets, meeting writers, and he cultivated himself without any boundaries. He traveled extensively throughout the world, but in the 1920s, he had already come to India. He had already gone to what was called like today's Cambodia and all that, which was called at the time, because it was a French colony, it was called Indochina. So it also gone there. Now, even though he didn't have his formal university education, through his high intellectual capacity and his openness towards other cultures and his philosophy, which was very much influenced by the Indian philosophy, he became an eminent writer, a statesman, and he was the first minister of culture under Charles de Gaulle, who got elected and as a president, first president of modern France. And he shaped, Charles de Gaulle, as we know, he shaped modern France as we know today. And as long as de Gaulle stayed as president, he always said that I want Marlborough by my side all the time, to my right. And he was the culture minister. And the Ministry of Culture was created for Marlborough because he was not a politician, but he remained the Minister of Culture from 1954 to 1969. In fact, I have written 68, but actually 69. Can we move on to the next slide, please? Okay. Now, okay, so I think, yes, so his interest and travel to India, but I think there was, this is the third one. Let me just check once. Okay, thank you. So this is the correct one. Thank you very much. So he was one of the rare writers who had an understanding of Indian thought and culture as much as through the writings and his visits. So he didn't only read second-hand books or books written on India by people who didn't necessarily have a direct connection or a direct knowledge of it. So he was one of the rare ones. Like, for example, if I cite in those days, Romain Rolland, Romain Rolland is known to be a great admirer of India, of Gandhi, of Vivekananda and Ramakrishna Paramahans. And he had received Tagore in France, and he had received Vivekananda in France and in Switzerland. And he was one of the most well-known writers of that time. He himself, used to admire Marlborough as a young Marlborough. But he had never visited India. So whatever he had read, it was through second-hand readings. But Marlborough was one of the first or the rare ones who was dynamic, who was young, and he was reading direct text, from, and he also visited India several times, and he met a lot of people. So he visited India 4 to 5 times as a young traveler in the 1920s, and he continued in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s. In the 70s was his last visit. And in the 60s and 70s, he visited as a statesman because he was also the minister. He understood the ancient Indias because he had read ancient texts, but as well as the aspirations of a young India to become a modern nation. So he was not a biased, he didn't have a biased vision of India. He was very close to what India was and what India is. And we know that many sociologists, anthropologists didn't understand that because they studied the Indian society through a specific points of view, and they were wrong in their perceptions, and whatever they wrote was rewritten again and again because it wouldn't uh, really, reflect the real India or the modern India. So we in India, we live the ancient culture, which is also the modern culture, and at the same time, we uh, there is no schism, there is no separation. We can go to 1,000-year-old temple or a 2,000-year-old temple, and we can also build new temples. So uh, this is what he was. That is why he was so different from others. Um, so he visited, as you saw, the Elephanta Caves, Maheshamurti, and he particularly liked the Madurai temple. He also liked very much Khajuraho, and he had a specific uh, connection with Kailash of Ellora, the Ellora caves. And he also visited the Bakranangal Dam, and as a minister, he asked Nehru, please take me to the show me the modern India, what work you're doing. So he writes about those things also. And he was accompanied by Raja Rao at that time. I'll talk about it later. And he was awarded by India. He was awarded the Nehru Peace Prize. And he was also the recipient of Dr. Honoris Causa, which is the honorary doctorate from Kashi Sanskrit Vishwavidyalaya, if I'm not mistaken, and where he was welcomed by Dr. Subhadar Jha. I'll be talking about him a little later. Please move on to the next slide. So what were his direct and indirect sources on India, on Indian philosophy, on Indian culture? He read extensively and chose his readings carefully. So, for example, Max Muller, he doesn't mention, although he was very popular. He was very much translated into French, English, and other languages, but he just doesn't mention Max Muller at all. He read the important texts, translated, of course, because he had little knowledge of Sanskrit, and but his research was so specific at that time. Even at that time, there was no internet, nothing. But he knew the right people. He knew the genuine experts. I don't know if you know Heinrich Zimmer. He has written volumes on Indian civilization and Indian culture. I have read it in original, and I can tell you, I mean, to date, I don't find anybody else who can understand the Indian symbolism as well as Zimmer. Silva Levy was a he went to Chicago University. He wrote in English, by the way. His book was translated by Louis Renou, who was a French Indologist, and Sylvain Levy was also a French Indologist, and they were different from the English ones. So Malraux, specifically read these people, and he was friends with Raja Rao. I don't know. I mean, of course, those who are in the English department must be knowing him. But Raja Rao used to live in France for a very long time, and he was a very close friend of Andre Malraux. And this must be new for many of you. And those who have read The Serpent in the Robe will be surprised to know that he had written the book keeping in mind Malraux as the interlocutor, as as if he was writing to him and talking to him. And this he himself says in a book or in a collection of articles that he entitled The Meaning of India. If you can grab it, it will be certainly a great read. And it has two articles on Malraux. He was friends with Nehru, and Nehru mentions about him in The Discovery of India, and he mentions about his meetings with Nehru in his anti-memoirs. While Jayaprakash Narayan visited France. He specifically came to meet Andre Malraux, and later on, when he was imprisoned during the emergency, in his prison diary, he mentions about Malraux and reading his anti-memoirs in the prison. He had met a number of times, I think, Dr. Radhakrishnan, of course, as a statesman, but otherwise also. He claims to have met Sri Aurobindo, but that claim, I don't know how much is it true, because I didn't find any evidence, direct evidence of it, but there was a connection of Malraux with the Sri Aurobindo ashram in Pondicherry, Auroville, and for the centenary of Sri Aurobindo's, he was invited to inaugurate, but I don't think he went. But anyway, there are letters that were exchanged, and I have read those letters. When he went to India, I think in the 1950s or 60s, I don't remember exactly, he had given Nehru a list of people that he wanted to meet. And surprisingly, in that list, there was Ma Anandabai, who used to live in Banaras in those days. And that meeting didn't happen for security reasons, but that speaks highly of his knowledge of the Indian knowledge system, spiritual knowledge system. When he was the minister, he organized exhibitions on Indian art, and there was a huge exhibition that was in the 1960s, and he invited Nehru to inaugurate it. And that was mainly sculptures at that time, but later on he invited other people, the painters, many painters, and I could read in his library, there were some 3,000 books on art, and there are a lot of books on Indian art, and that is where I also found a volume on Mithila art. Could you please move to the next slide, please? Now, this is a picture of a collage of his writings, and he had written many novels. Among the novels, The Human Condition, or La Condition Humaine in French, till very late, I mean, in the 2000, if I remember, it was among the top 100 novels of all times, and it was the highest literary prize, the Goncourt Prize, was given to him. That year, he was also nominated for the Nobel Prize for Literature. But another Frenchman, Albert Camus, got it. But when he received the prize, he said that it was Malraux who must have got this prize, and he used to admire a lot. Other than that, other than the novels, he has written in 2 volumes his autobiographical writing, which he calls anti-memoirs, because he was always in the belief that the life of a human being cannot be linear, because a man isn't what he has done, but he's also all that he wants to do. So that is why he called them anti-memoirs. And you will see that he, starts in the 1960s or 70s, then goes back to the 20s, and he keeps doing it all the time. And even in his other writings, I mean, the writings on the art, you will find the same thing. On writings on art has several volumes, as you can see in the picture. He used art as an attempt to show that it is the highest expression of human greatness, is human spiritual greatness, and at the same time he wanted to free art from the Eurocentric vision. That is why I mentioned in the beginning extra Occidental, which is extra European framework, because for him, art was universal. All over the world, humanity used art to express their highest values. And from that point of view, he could use art to bind the whole humanity in just one thread. Next frame, please. Just imagine the devotion that he had, Andrew Muller's life was full of trauma. As I said, he lost his grandfather, father. He lived with his mother in the beginning, then all alone. And then he lost his children when he was married. And he lost his children, both his children, in an accident, a car accident. They were only 16, 17. And so he also had suffered from depression. But despite all that, he was so devoted to the cause that he used to work, day and night. Just imagine the amount of work that he did to write his volumes on art, and all the photographs that you see, are the photographs that he was using to illustrate his writings, the first volume of his writings on art, and which he had called The Psychology of Art. Later on, he changed the title of the book, because as he continued, but the first volume was called The Psychology of Art, and it really included images of art forms, chefs-d'oeuvre, masterpieces from across the world. Next frame, please. Now we come to the notion of Mithila art and Malraux. So the notion of the extra-occidental art occupies a central place in the thought of André Malraux, especially in Le Musée Imaginaire. So musée is museum, imaginaire is imaginary museum. But it was translated into English. If you look for the book in English, you will find it as a museum without walls. So it doesn't simply refer to non-Western art, but to a radical reconfiguration of how artistic value is perceived once works are detached from their original cultural, ritual, or functional context and reinserted into a global comparative visual field. This is what he did, as you saw the picture. Malraux's मेरी आवाज कम सुनाई दे रही है, मैं कैसे बढ़ाऊं आवाज को?
सर लैपटॉप का वॉल्यूम बढ़ा देंगे, हो जाएगा। लैपटॉप का
वो तो मेरा
हाईएस्ट है।
माइक्रोफोन का वॉल्यूम कैसे बढ़ेगा? माइक्रोफोन,
अच्छा, उसका ऊपर में होगा कोई, उसको इंक्रीज करने का ऊपर।
एक सेकेंड। अभी बढ़ी क्या आवाज? अभी बढ़ी क्या आवाज?
हाँ, थोड़ा सा लग रहा है। कंटिन्यू कीजिए।
अच्छा
सर, थोड़ी और बढ़ जाती तो अच्छा होता।
अच्छा, आप अपना वॉल्यूम बढ़ा लीजिए, वो उससे हो जाएगा।
मैंने फुल कर लिया है सर।
हाँ। Okay, somebody says I hear very clearly.
Yes, it is clear. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this is what he tried to do, by comparing, works of art from all over the world side by side. So it was Malraux's extra-occidental framework was not merely to include non-Western art, it reorders the hierarchy of artistic value. So it was not simply, like something like, he was an anti-colonialist. So he was anti-colonial. So he really was, when he was a young Malraux in his 20s, he had worked against the colonial government at that time. And he had brought also a magazine which was called the Enchained Indochina, just to tell how he was against this colonialism thing. But this one was not that. He went far beyond that. It was really something very spiritual, and his values were very humanistic. But how do you bring the whole of humanity in one thread together through music? He tried, but he finally decided it should be art, and that is why he was very open to each and everything. And as we read his works, he just makes us travel through civilizations and through different worlds, and really shows us the essence of all these arts, and the essence behind is something very adhyatmic, very spiritual. So in this sense, Mithila art enters a space where it is no longer just as folk or primitive. So if you remember, we talk about folk art, we talk about primitive art. So for example, anything that used to come from Africa, it was named primitive art. So if you look for books on African art, you will always see that it will be under the volume primitive arts. It participates in a universal dialogue of forms where stylistic features gain formal autonomy. So he just liberates, art from these biases that existed before, and it resonates with Malraux's broader rehabilitation of non-Western forms, which he sees not as precursors to Western art, but as parallel inventions of form. So see how anti-colonial he was. Even in this, when he says that Mithila art is something which exists from thousands of years, so you just can't look at Mithila art from the eyes of Renaissance, 17th century, 16th century philosophy of art. Next frame, please. Okay. So how did he get access to Mithila art? Because whenever he came to India, and nothing had been written earlier in French on Mithila art, in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, whatever was written was in English, and Malraux used to read his books in English, in French, although he could speak English, but I didn't find any book in his library in English. Of course, there were books, but there were books on arts and volumes where he used to take the images, not the text. So we know about Miller in the early maybe 30s or 40s. He had discovered Mithila art, and he had written Archer Miller. I'm talking about. Most of you must be aware of him. So I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about Malraux. So he was not aware of that. So in the 1950s, Subhadra Jha, he was an eminent Sanskrit scholar. He was, he has written on Mathli grammar. The first time I knew about Subhadra Jha, it was in the JNU library when I was going through the, I used to roam around in the library as a young 17, 18-year-old. I was doing my BA in French at that time. And I just stumbled upon his book on Mathili grammar, and I read the whole book. It was so well written, and I learned so much about the Mathili language from him. He was such a great scholar. So he had come on scholarship in the 1950s to Paris, and while doing my research on Malraux, I in the Museum of Asian Arts, which is the Musée Guimet, I was looking at the diary, there was a register, and I saw that Subhadra Jha had come those days to do his research there in the 1950s. And he had signed the entries when he had come. So if anybody says that he just went to, no, he did serious research, and there was the address. I also stayed in the same city university where he was staying. So all the it's on record that he was there, and he used to speak very good French. And he had met Malraux at that time, and Malraux had become his guardian in Paris. And who told me this? Of course, not Subhadra Jha, but his son, Bhaskar Jha, who was professor of French and later on, I think, became ambassador of Madagascar and some other country as well. So during interaction or interview with Bhaskar Jha, he told me about his father. And when Malraux got this doctor honoris causa, honorable doctorate of, from the Kashi Sanskrit Vishwavidyalaya, there was a huge, just imagine Malraux coming to Banaras and the university, and just imagine the atmosphere. And at that time, there was, when this felicitation ceremony was going on, Malraux's speech was going on, other people's speech were going on. There were simultaneous translations in 4 or 5 languages. People speaking in Sanskrit, in Hindi, in English, in French, And Subhadra Jha was the one who was translating for Malraux directly into French, from Sanskrit, from English, from Hindi, etc. So just imagine the atmosphere. So he was the first one who introduced the Mithila art or the Mithila culture to Malraux in the 1950s. There are some other scholars who have worked on this topic, but they do not know about this. So they say that it was Indira Gandhi in the 1973 when Malraux came to Delhi, that she gifted, and of course there is a picture of her gifting Mithila paintings to Malraux. That is true. She was the prime minister of that time, but she also knew Malraux as her father's friend. So Malraux knew the young Indira Gandhi as well. So there was a very special connection, and with the Mithila art. And in his writings, Mithila art does found a mention, in the volumes that you saw. The last volume, which he calls the supernatural, not in the sense of supernatural beliefs, but something which is beyond, which is spiritual. In that part, he mentions about Mithila art, and so it goes to show how he valued this form of art, and specifically because of the symbolism that we use in the Madhubani paintings. And he was very much, I would say, sensitive to the symbolic part of art, and the work that he had first read, line by line, I could see the book, and he had used it was in such a state, that book, which was on the symbolism of in Indian art by Henry Zima. If you can get hold of the book, you will just enjoy it. He is such a great scholar, Henry Zima. So just to tell you that he was so much deeper into it. Now, can we move on to the next slide, please? And also, he used to say that symbol is something which nothing else can express, because a symbol can, contain a whole world in itself. So this is a letter of Malraux, who, now there was a hippie guy. He the hippie movement in the 60s, 70s was very popular. And so Yves Veco, a Frenchman, he was a hippie. and he used to travel across the world. And he had gone to Kathmandu, and from there he had gone to the Mithila region, and he discovered the Mithila art. But there were other people. There was one German lady. There was a group of hippie people who had gone there. So he came back again to Mithila, Iveco, with a photographer. And very thankfully, that photographer, I had the chance to meet. I spent time with him. He had become my friend. He used to live in Paris, in the heart of Paris. And I think he's no more. But he still organizes conferences around, India and Indian art. So there's another lady who is doing her research. I don't know if she published it, but she was doing her research on Mithila art. And so that's the contemporary one. And I'll talk about it towards the end. So in this letter, which is written in French, Malraux thanks Yves Bécaud for sending him this catalog of his exhibition in 1974 or something. So this the photograph that you see is the catalog of the exhibition of Yves Bécaud. Next one, please. And you will also see that he had organized an exhibition elsewhere. It is from the archives, actually. And so around the same time, there were artists who were called from Mithila, and French radio had brought out this this album on Vidyapati's songs, Ganga Stuti and all, which is there. It's a very nice volume. And there was also a film which was shown on Mithila. Next one, please. So this photograph is by Martine Lecaux, who is a French lady who I met here in France. She spent a lot of time in Mithila learning this art. So after Yves Bécaud, I already told you about Yves Bécaud, but there are others, like the one I talked about, who is doing her PhD. But at the same time on Mithila, but at the same time, this lady is very particular, and she's the one who organizes from time to time her own exhibition of her own paintings, which is done in the Madhubani style. So very, very dedicated, and she also helps. There is an association. So there are several people who are in that, and she's also the one, and she helps Mithila artists from the Mithila, those who are in need, and they also run a school. So I think I have taken a lot of time. So thank you very much. And if there are questions, you're most welcome to ask them.
Thank you so much, sir, for your remarkable address. Your perspective will certainly leave a lasting impression on all of us. Now I'd like to invite our second speaker, Dr. Chandan Jha, sir. Dr. Chandan Jha is an eminent economist, distinguished academician, and globally respected scholar in the field of development economics. Currently serving as the Associate Professor of Finance, the prestigious John K. Purcell 65 Endowed Chair, and the Chair of the Department of Accounting, Finance, and Economics at the Moyne College of Business and Economics, Moyne College. Dr. Jha has made remarkable contributions to the study of culture, political economy, finance, and institutions in shaping socio-economic development. His insightful research on corruption, gender norms, and financial development has been published in internationally acclaimed journals such as the Journal of Economic Behavior and Organization, Journal of Population Economics, Economic Inquiry, and World Development. He is also the co-editor of the celebrated volume, The Political Economy of Corruption, and the forthcoming Rootless publication, Corruption and the Sustainable Development Goals. With utmost respect, I invite Dr. Jha sir to come forward and address the gathering. Today he is going to address us on the topic Navin and the foundations of legal logic and institutional economics perspective. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. I am deeply grateful to the WAAR committee, conference organizing committee, for inviting me to this talk. With, a little bit of, I guess, shame, I must admit that before this conference, I did not know that how much contribution Mithila had made towards the logic and the institutional issues, which is very close to me, which I work on, corruption and institutions. So today, actually, my talk would be slightly different than, I guess, most of the professors here who are talking about the contribution of Mithila, and very, very rightfully, to culture, right, and arts. What I am going to talk about is that contribution of Mithila was not only limited to culture and war, but it did something extraordinary, which we barely talk about, and it was lost somewhere. And what I'm going to talk about is that how that knowledge, when it was lost, what is its ultimate cost that we are paying as a society, and what I'm going to actually show you. Maybe it's time to share my screen now. All right, here. Okay, I do have here. Okay, yeah, okay, perfect. All right, let me just share screen one. All right, so can you see my screen now? Can you see my screen? Can somebody please confirm that you can see my screen?
Yes, it is visible. It is visible, sir.
Awesome, thank you so much. Okay, so let me go to the first slide here. Yes, so what I am going to then talk about here is that how this legal logic that was developed in Mithila centuries ago has, is playing a very, very important role in today's development. So, so this is my agenda to talk about. First, I'm going to talk about very quickly how this institutional economics is playing a very, very important role, how scholars are recognizing that institutions are important. Then I'm going to move to the Mithila's contribution to Navin, and how Mithila played a very, very important, it provided a lot of knowledge, which I suppose it was lost somewhere. And then I'm going to talk about something related to Bihar, because, most of the Mithila region is in Bihar and, part of the Nepal. I myself from Bihar and Mithila region, I have seen a lot of these things, and I'm sure that many of you will relate to it when I'm going to talk about it. And then this is also related to some of my research. And the last one is, again, something that I have been working on. And as I said, none of these studies that I have worked on was actually linking or does a link to this philosophy that is coming from Mithila, but it is very, very closer and similar, and therefore it shows that how Mithila scholars were much, much ahead of their time. So let me start with something like, there are two Nobel, well, rather 4 Nobel laureates here that I'm going to talk about a little bit. One was the Douglas North, who who won 1993 Nobel Prize in Economics. And the idea is, and the other is Acemoglu, Johnson, and Robinson. These three people won Nobel Prize in 2024. And they showed, or they at least underscored the role of institutions in economic development. So broadly speaking, the idea is when we talk about the institution, right, we want to know that what are the rules of the game? What is it that I have to do, and what is it that is legal, and what is it that is accepted? So that could be one is the formal laws. In today's time, formal laws are the most important part. And before these formal laws came into existence, there were like some kind of the cultural norms that were accepted. Now, if these rules of the games are not defined, or if the rules of the games can be broken, then there is a problem. Because if there are certain people who can, let's say, break the rules of the game, then that will disincentivize other people from participating in the game, let's say, to begin with. So in a simplest sense, let's say that I want to start a business. But if somebody can simply come and take away my business, okay? If somebody can forcefully throw me outside my own business or my house, then I have no incentive to build a house in the first place. Something that economists call investment. I don't want to make an investment if anybody can take it away anytime. And so for the society, investment is really, really important. If you want to live inside a house, you need to make a house. But if I make a house and anybody can come and break it without any consequences, then I'm not going to make the house in the first place, because it takes effort and resources. So that is the idea. Something called, what economists call property rights. So property rights are that what kind of rights I have related to certain property that I have accumulated over time. And it has been shown, which is very, very logical, that if I have strong property rights, if I have the ability and the right to protect my property, and if it is protected by the state, something called the rule of the law, then people are going to work harder. They are going to invest that money for the future rather than consuming that today, and that will build the foundation for the prosperous society. So now it is one of the undeniable truth in economic development. So interestingly, what we are talking about today, or in the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years, this was talked about several centuries ago in Mithila, when Ganges Upadhyay's Tattva Chintamani essentially provided an intellectual toolkit for this legal procedure. Today we have in economics, or something called public choice theory, which basically says that when we elect governments, right, or the rulers are not necessarily going to be thinking about the benefit of their state or their citizens, but rather they are also self-interested individuals. And therefore, there should be some kind of control over them, or there's some kind of rules that we should all follow. Interestingly, these things were proposed by Ganges Upadhyay and the other Mithila scholars in the 13th century, like over 700 years ago. So what happens? So essentially, one of the problems that in the society could happen is the ambiguity. Because when you have ambiguity, when the rules are not clear, then there will always be certain actors who like to take advantage of the vague laws, the vague codes, okay? And then it becomes very, very difficult to monitor or hold anybody accountable. And in such cases, then there will be different actors, right? It could be bureaucrat, it could be some kind of businessman or anybody, right? They might want to take advantage of this loopholes, and they might want to extract rent rather than generate wealth. Okay, so if you, for example, many a times when you go and when you try to get a work done, and when you have to face public bureaucrats, and then you ask them, okay, what to do, and then if there is a loophole in the law, or if there is subjectivity in the interpretation, then what these public officials will do is that they will use that opportunity to extract rent, which, by the way, in simple words, we also call bribery or corruption. Okay, which happens, quite many times, a lot more times than we would like to happen. So, what was the contribution? What was the contribution of some of the like Navin? So the idea was that in the Navin, the language was created in such a way that you wanted to remove ambiguity. You wanted to keep languages so clear and strict that ambiguity was not there, and therefore there was a very, very small chance that anybody could utilize the vagueness of the codes to extract rents. And this was not only said in the words, right, or in the book, but in the Mithila culture, it was also, this exactitude was promoted through Shastrarth, right? In fact, the King Janak's kingdom, right, was very, very famous for the Shastrarth, where what would happen is that the sages, right, or the learned people or the scholars will engage into this public debate. So instead of saying that, okay, I believe that and this is true, what Mithila culture at that time and the scholars promoted was that they will get into the intense debate. And that debate was based on logic rather than strong beliefs. Even the beliefs, they were like, okay, if you have a belief, then the belief must also be substantiated through some kind of logic or some kind of evidence, rather than just saying, okay, just because I believe that this is true. So that was promoted as well. So so this logical grammar, right, the language that was made very precise, that was eventually then used by the legal scholars who applied these rigorous tools to Dharma Shastra, which is the law, right, and the Rajniti, the polity that we talk about. And that's where the work of Chandeshwar Thakur comes, who was serving as the Minister of Peace and War. He authored this Rajniti Ratnakara, which essentially provided a lot of rules and regulations and or codes, essentially, that even the ruler or the king, right, is not actually the source of the law, but they are the custodian, or they are subject to institutional constraints as well. So Thakur, he essentially rejected the politics with romance. He viewed the king as an agent whose power must be checked by codified law and advisory council, which we know as Amatyas. And he meticulously codified administrative qualifications, and he provided a kind of structure that will prevent bribes and corruption in the royal court. So one of the reasons that many scholars today cite that why public officials engage into bribery activity is that they are not paid enough salary, or they are not paid a salary that can help them sustain their livelihood, for example. And so something like that was long recognized by this Mithila scholar. In his Rajniti Ratnakara, he provides these different codified laws that, okay, what should be the qualifications of an administrator, what kind of salary we should be providing them, that they will not engage into rent extraction opportunities. Because if you pay somebody enough salary, and then if there is a threat that if they were found guilty of certain acts, right, or bribery or corruption, then they will be fired. Then if their salary is high enough, and if they cannot imagine they are going to get a similar job once they are fired from here, then they will not engage into the corrupt activities. So some of these were applied a long time ago. A lot of guidance was provided in Rajniti Ratnakara by Chandeshwar Thakur, which is very, very similar to the rent seeking that we call. If we really compared, for example, some of these diagnostic dimensions of the 20th century public choice theory with the 700 years ago in the Rajniti Ratnakara, we see a lot of things that are very, very similar and that had already been said. So for example, if we look at the sovereign, how do we want to see the sovereign? So today, the scholars, they don't look at the sovereign, or they don't look at the rulers, right? So let's say we are talking about India, right? So the prime minister, for example, or if we are talking about the US, the president, right? Whoever is the leader of the country, we do not look at them. The public choice theory does not look at them that, okay, they are only going to do what is good for the state, but rather they are also looked at as a self-interested utility maximizer. So what we want to say is that the political leaders, their first objective is, or their main important objective is that how to return in power. And that might sometimes come at the cost of the interest of the masses, okay? In the 13th century Rajniti Ratnakara, this kind of inherent institutional risk was also recognized, and it demanded a restraint. So what kind of restraint we are doing? So today, for example, we have this constitutional economics. The constitutional economics essentially says that rather than individual policies that can be simply made by, let's say, an individual or a group of individuals, we should have certain kind of constitutional law that should be followed. Okay, something like that was in Rajniti Ratnakara, where there was separation of will and code. So imagine that there was a king, right? And so king, instead of imposing his will howsoever they wanted, they followed certain codes, and they had this kind of advisory councils. So in most kingdoms that we know, it was provided that there will be a council of ministers, right? And the king, while the king still was the supreme authority and made the decisions, they will get advice from their ministers, right? And then they will try to make a decision which is not based on their whims, but rather what is the best decision given the situation, as far as you can predict. Okay. Similarly, today we have something called rent-seeking mitigation. So rent-seeking means when there is an opportunity for an individual who is serving in the state capacity, right? So for example, any bureaucrat who has been entrusted with the authority to provide some kind of service which is issued by the state, and now that person uses that authority given by the state to extract rent, or to, let's say, simply take bribes. For example, you might have, many of you might have a driving license. When you go and get a driving license, well, you might have had to pay a bribe. Or you might, go to land reform, right? And you want to get something done, and you might have to pay bribes. So these are all rent-seeking opportunities, which is created due to the state entrusting some authority to these individuals, or to carry out these tasks. So how do we do that? How do we stop that? So the modern public choice theory will then say, well, hey, why don't you just limit state intervention? So you provide state intervention should be the least, let the market forces work. Of course, you have the regulatory bodies that prevent monopolies, so that not any single entity becomes that big that they can take advantage of their situation, and they can engage in rent-seeking activities as well. In 13th century, when Chandan Thakur wrote this Rajniti Ratnakara, he talked about, again, similar things. He talked about that, okay, bureaucracy should be compensated in a proper way. They were professionalized, they were trained to deal with these issues. Okay? And the laws were coded, which made it further difficult for the bureaucrats, right, to extract tribes. So again, so something like this. So before Chandan Thakur institutionalized a mandatory system of advisory councils, simply the sovereign can do whatever they wanted. Again, even after that, a king was the king. It's not like that, well, king couldn't do. But after that, at least the king was supposed to consult with amatyas, who were their ministers. And then there were jurists, which we called pragvivaks. And the jurists also made decisions. There were they're very, very codified law. And if some kind of dispute will arise, something will happen. They came in, they used the courts, they used the legal systems, whatever existed. And then they made a decision based on that rather than on any belief or whims. Now, how does that help? One of the biggest ways this helps is the transaction cost. So what is the transaction cost? The transaction cost is whenever you do something, some kind of transaction happens, and there is a cost associated with that. Okay. So let's say, I don't know, let's take a simple example. When you go and when you take a loan, there is an intermediary, there is a bank, and there is some kind of cost that is associated with that transaction. And the higher is the transaction cost, that means the more money is lost or the more resources are lost between this economically beneficial transaction that could have happened, and higher transaction cost essentially reduces economic activity. So this Douglas North, which we talked about earlier, the economic performance hinges on the property rights enforcement. So again, property rights means the rules should be very, very clear. There should be no ambiguity. So perhaps a simple example I could give you is imagine that I'm talking about, I have a garden, okay, and my neighbor has some cattle, okay. In my gardens there are some fruits and vegetables and flowers, and my neighbor has cattle. And then one morning I wake up and I find out that all my garden, all my fruits and vegetables have been ruined by my neighbor's cattle. Now, whose responsibility is it? Is the rule defined that whose responsibility it is? So who is responsible for this? Is it my neighbor or is it me? It doesn't matter who is responsible as long as it is clearly defined. So we could define the rules in one of the two ways. One rule could be that it is my responsibility to fence my garden so that neighbor's cattle cannot come inside my garden and ruin it. Or the other way we can define it is that my neighbor is supposed, or everybody is supposed to put their cattle on leash so that they cannot go and destroy one's garden. So once we have clarified the rule one way or the other, then we know whose responsibility it is. And therefore, if my garden is destroyed, we can pinpoint the blame on whoever that is according to the law, and we can take necessary action. When that happens, then it is much more clear for me whether I should have a garden or not, or whether I should keep cattle or not. So we are talking about these important rules of the game, which are really, really important for a society to flourish. And a lot of these things, as I have talked so far, was talked about. Again, Ganges Upadhyay, he started with the Navin, where he provided this language where this ambiguity was removed. And then Chandan Thakur, he codified many of these laws. Unfortunately, I believe that somewhere it was lost. Many people didn't know, and that brings me to something that I'm working on. I have a paper which is a very interesting. It is more like a theoretical, qualitative analysis, where we are looking at a simple thing that many of you might be facing. When I go to my village, 20% of the people, when I talk to them and I ask, hey, how is the life? And then 20%, that's a conservative estimate, and they tell me the problem with them is, the problem that they are facing is something related to their land. Okay, so how can we, well, if I'm sure that if the screen was on, if your cameras were more, I'm sure that some of you are smiling right now. Because no matter where you are having this kind of issue with, I don't know, maybe your uncles, your chachera bhai, and something like that. Okay, so what is it and what is happening here? So to give you an ideas, right now, for example, in Bihar, suppose that you wanted to buy land or sell land. The rule is still governed by 1908 Registration Act. As you know, we talked about colonialism just a little bit. Dr. Satyan Jha spoke about it a little bit. 1908, we know that India was colonized by British, and they brought this 1908 Registration Act. In that Registration Act, you could sell a piece of land and you didn't have to prove that the land was yours. Now, what will happen? As you know, it regularly happens that the land belongs to somebody and somebody else sells it. What happens? That gives rise to the disputes. The registrars are not required to ask for the document. In fact, they simply don't do it. They are not required, and that gives opportunity to land mafia. Now, imagine if we had followed the historical necessity of the Thakur's codification. So if we had followed its codification, it would have helped quite a bit. In our other thing, by the way, that was something called Panji Prabandh. Panji Prabandh essentially did the genealogy of the people. Now that is important too, because that allows you to track the title system. Okay, again, something that was developed, it could have been used or applied in different in this context. So anyway, so what happens here? Let me give you an idea. And I know we are it's mostly humanities here. I'm a social scientist here, as you can see. But I'm just giving you an idea. 46% of all murders in Bihar happen because of land disputes. Okay, 46%, nearly half. Okay? Now, land disputes are so common in Bihar that this is causing more than half of the criminal cases in the court for more than 5 years, and over 41% of the civil cases. What does that mean? It means that you are essentially denying justice to the poor people. Poor people do not have the resources and the money to fight these cases, and eventually they end up giving their land to the land mafia or whatever. So why are we having these problems today when we have something about institutions, something about land recording or Panji that existed 700 or 800 years ago? Because we did not follow some of those things. And now when we learn from this, from the Western culture or from the Western literature, when we are learning about these institutions or whatever, now we are trying to fix these issues. Okay. So this creates something, the protection gap, as we say. Now, indeed, if the Chandeshwar Thakur's loop property system. He talked about, if we used his ideas and if we applied in this context, then we would have a very rigorous evidentiary standards and continuous title tracking system that would not have let the disputes that we see today happen in such manner. I know I'll be quick. I'll take a few more minutes. I also wanted to talk about just a little bit about the property rights, which I have been talking about so far, how it is in economic development, how does it play a role in economic development. So this is another one of my paper, which is under review right now. So what we are talking about, the idea when we talk about the program protection gap is essentially when you do not have legal guardrails, when you do not have institutions to support you, then it creates some kind of regressive tax. What happens is that if I'm rich, I can protect my resources. I can buy protection. I can buy, if you want to say, I can buy the legal protection. On the other hand, the poor are left without any kind of protection, and that creates economic inequality in the society. So what am I talking about? Imagine, for example, right now we are talking about financial development. India is a developing country now. Many of us now have bank loans, which we didn't have. But the idea is that what are we going to use the bank loan? Now imagine if I can borrow 5 lakh rupees to start a store. Okay, and if I know that legal system is really strong, nobody can come and uproot me from my shop, I am going to do that. But what if I take a 5 lakh loan, I start a business, and then next day 5 people come ask me for the, what you call, protection money, or if they take away stuff from my shop, they ruin my shop. I'm never going to start a business. In other words, but what if I'm a really, really wealthy? What if I can borrow not 5 lakhs, but I can borrow 50 crores and then I can spend 50 lakhs to buy protection for myself? Then I'm going to do that. And so when that happens, the rich becomes richer because they use their own resources to protect their worth, their money, their resources. But the poor do not have the ability to do that. So what poor will do, if they earn 5 rupees, they are simply going to use that rupee to consume today rather than looking out in the future. Okay, this is one of the things that as a human beings we have to think about, right? Human beings are probably the only creatures who think about the future and not only the present. Okay, so what we find is essentially the same thing, that when you have property rights in countries where property rights are strong, in countries where rule of law is strong, in those countries, as the country gets more developed, or people have access to financial resources, the income inequality goes down. In other words, poor are taking advantage of the banking system, let's say financial development system, and they are using that to get themselves out of the poverty. On the other hand, if in a country property rights are weak, rule of law is weak, in those countries poor are not utilizing the resources provided to them by the financial system. Rich, on the other hand, do, and therefore the income inequality rises even further. Okay, so the next thing, by the way, that these Mithila scholars did is that they did not only keep it limited to that, okay, we did bring this, that there should be this kind of law, or there should be this kind of courts, but they also spread it through vernacular literature. And that is where, for example, Vidyapati's Purush Pariksha comes into the role, where this Purush Pariksha has like several essays, and in those essays he said, how should people behave? How should how to be, like Purush Pariksha is the test of man, right? So what does it mean to be a good man? So it talks about the bravery, it talks about the intelligence, it talks about different kind of characters, right? Or different kind of that people should display. A lot of these things, for example, relates to the modern economics. The virtuous minister that we call like Medhavi, right? The intellectual. Traditional ethical interpretation was that they possess moral wisdom and loyalty. Today, it can be linked to agents who are aligning personal utility with state, stability. What about the corrupt subordinate? Well, when we talk about corruption, then this is one of the characters that was said, okay, that's not a good character. So all of these things were talked a long time ago, and they were promoted through this literature. So what can we do after this? So one of the things, when I looked at, when I was doing research on this part here, what I found out that there's a lot of knowledge that is buried, and a lot of this might be in Sanskrit, and as we know, right, very few of us have the ability now to read the Sanskrit text and absorb that information. However, today technology also allows us to take that information, for example, right, and transform it, digitally transform it, and make it accessible to a lot of people. And I think that would be a worthwhile investment in this global intellectual capital, because a lot of this information or wisdom is hidden in these texts. So I think that's where I will stop. Thank you so much. I did want to notice, as you could have seen, I have used, for the presentation part, I have used the Gemini and the Notebook LM. They were very good at making like this, this nice, PowerPoints and slides for me. So thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, sir. On behalf of all the organizing committee, I extend heartfelt gratitude for your motivating and intellectually enriching address. Thanks again. Now we are moving to the final address of our third and last plenary session. For that, I would like to invite our session chair, Professor Sthaneshwar Timalsina, Professor of Sanskrit at Stony Brook University, USA, an eminent scholar of classical Indic humanities and a distinguished authority in Indian philosophy and tantric studies. Currently serving as the Nirmal and Augustina Matto Chair at Stony Brook University, he has also enriched prestigious institutions such as San Diego State University, the University of California, Santa Barbara, and Washington University in St. Louis. A prolific academician, Dr. Timalsina has authored several acclaimed books and more than 80 research articles and book chapters. His remarkable contributions to Advaita philosophy, consciousness studies, and tantric visual culture have earned him international recognition. Through the Vimmers Foundation, he has also been generously offering free online courses on Tantra and Indian philosophy since 2019, inspiring learners across the globe. We are truly privileged to have Professor Sthaneshwar Timalsina sir with us today as the chair of this plenary session. Today he is going to address us on the topic In Search for the Philosophy of Mithila. I humbly call upon Professor Timalsina sir to deliver the address. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Much has been said. This paper I wrote very shortly, and it's just a sort of a project that needs to be done by all of us, not one person, because what I believe is I'm trying to read the Upanishadic discourses to go back to before these bhashya commentarial systems came about and how these philosophies were actually lived in the lands of Mithila. So I'm interested today in taking a voyage to the past, the era of the Upanishads, and tracing some essential teachings in today's context. For some texts survive for eternity, and I believe some of the categories discussed in proto-historical and partly mythical scenes from Mithila can guide us today. In this conversation, I shall only engage with the ideas developed in the Upanishadic era in the lands called Videha, the land that has the Kosala kingdom in its west and Magadha in its south. The most important book ever composed in the region of Videha, also known as Mithila or Tirabhukta, is the Satapatha Brahmana. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad is the final section of this voluminous work. This text may have been compiled by different philosophers, but the major credit goes to Yajnavalkya. The book, the Brihadaranyaka, includes different philosophers, the major ones being Gargi Vachaknavi, Maitreyi, and Uddalaka Aruni. Even though the Ashtavakra Gita was composed much later, the character Ashtavakra comes from this very Upanishadic paradigm, and I'm also continuing counting him as a philosopher from Mithila, primarily for his conversation with Janaka. I do believe that the texts mentioned above need to be read again because there are several problems in the classical readings of these texts. So the problems, what are the problems? Number one, the commentaries prior to Shankara have become extinct. The commentary of Bharti Prapancha is cited by Shankara and Sureshwara in their works, but the commentarial work of Bharti Prapancha has been lost for a long time. If to gather the central philosophy of Bharti Prapancha, it appears to be very different in content from Shankara's reading. Our new reading is therefore not entirely a new endeavor, but rather an excavation of a long lost tradition of the past itself, the text itself. Number two, the central philosophy of the Brihadaranyaka is separated from the Satapatha Brahmana in the traditional commentarial traditions. All the prominent acharyas from different sampradayas have read the Upanishads as a completely independent text. And nobody has made an effort to read the Upanishad, like Brihadaranyaka, as a section inside the Satapatha Brahmana, which is the case. There is a deeper cultural shift and a strategy in the trend of isolating the Brahmana text. Since the time of the Buddha, the Indian cultural landscape changed and the central ethos remained under the subjugation of the Brahmana text.
I think there is some network issue.
Yeah, we have to wait for it.
We should wait for a while.
Oh, I think my connection was lost. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, now it's okay.
I'm so sorry. I joined with the hotspot because I'm in another room and the connection was lost. Let me follow through. Okay, let's go through point 3. Number 3, the concept of moksha as freedom. What happened after the Shramana era, after the time of the Buddha? The original idea of freedom is derailed in this new Shramana trend, and it was reduced to the concept of liberation from samsara, with samsara being synonymous with bondage. This was a consequence of the growing influence of the Shramana traditions that viewed being in the world as a part of suffering and separation from the world, the body, the household life, and the ritual order as the singular means of salvation. If the early concept was about recognizing the world order and gaining freedom not from it but through it, the latter development made the world synonymous with suffering, and freedom became the freedom from samsara and not in samsara. The final point, the example of Janaka as liberated while living, Jivan Mukta Videha Janaka, became meaningless in this new paradigm. And in this new philosophy, a Jivan Mukta would be a person who has no societal responsibility, no ritual obligation, and no household routine life. The idea of Jivan, meaning while living, was not about simply living and breathing or existing before dying. On the contrary, this was the philosophy of living to the fullest extent, enjoying being in the world, being a king if so desired, and remaining liberated. The Tripura Rahasya reverses the role of Janaka as a disciple, with Ashtavakra being the teacher here. Whoever is the teacher, the central theme remains about choosing a lifestyle, not about attaining liberation alone. In the Mahabharata, the character Ashtavakra marries Suprabha, the daughter of sage Vadanya. If we were to reframe Videha philosophy, the original Upanishadic philosophy, as we can trace from the dialogues gathered in the Brihadaranyaka, without reductively reading it in isolation, but rather combining it with the philosophical insights that we can glean from the rest of the Satapatha Brahmana, we would be able to reverse the renunciatory paradigm and make Indian philosophy more applicable in the global context. Against this background, I would like to make some observations regarding the philosophy of the text under consideration. Number one, everyday life and ritual life intersect. The meaning discovered in rituals allows subjects to discover the meaning of their being in the world. Number two, tapas. Tapas is at the heart of living. Tapas mediates ritual life and everyday life. Number three, the body becomes a primary means of realization. The body is the mirror image of the cosmos, and the connection of Vishwa and Vaishwanara, or the individuated being and the embodied totality, becomes the subject of realization by means of tapas. Finally, basic yogic constituents such as the fivefold prana, the central channels in the heart, visualization of the sun, internalization of rituals, in particular the fire ritual, the stress on tapas, and the application of dharana in different forms of dhyana as prescribed in the Satapatha, make Videha philosophy an early form of yoga. And I'm talking about Satapatha, roughly 8th century BCE, and Patanjali, the founder of yoga system, is broadly identified as a 4th century philosopher. So we are going like some 1200 years back, before the time of Patanjali, to trace the early history of yoga from Mithila, just to give you the historical context. Even though Shankara stressed a clear separation of realization from rituals, the very first chapter of the Brihadaranyaka starts with mapping self-realization onto the sacrificial horse in the Ashwamedha ritual. For someone not familiar with the ritual, the source remains meaningless, and when there is no mapping between the source and the target, the metaphor goes astray. There are two types of mapping. A metaphoric mapping of reality where nothing is what it seems, and everyday and everything stands for something else, and the other mapping is the metrification of reality. Vedic thinkers are meticulous in metrifying everything. The sacrificial pit is mapped in proportion to the length of the sacrifice, the length of the sacrificer. The body is mapped in relation to Samvatsara, or the calendrical days. So the bones in the body become mapped with the days in a year. The sacrificial post, or the yupa, is mapped in relation to the body, and again the body is mapped with different deities, such as the sun standing for the eyes and the ears corresponding with the wind and the breath. The meticulous effort invested in mapping results in the realization that one's bodily presence is identical to the cosmic being. One recognizes that everyday life is a simulation of the cosmic being, or the Hiranyagarbha. In this mapping, the ritual order is one in which a heterosexual couple is the participant. Reality itself is binary in this depiction, and the Purusha, or the singular being, divides itself into Pati and Patni, a man and a woman, in order to carry the ritual order. The terms Pati and Patni themselves are derived from the verbal root Pat, which means to split or to break, the single thing cracked into two halves. Living a householder life in this paradigm is not counterintuitive to recognizing reality, but actually constitutes living reality itself. Just as ritual observation and tapas are at the heart of living, dedicating life to each other, having progeny, and working toward prosperity are also essential to living the spiritual life. Spiritual life in this paradigm is not in contrast to a successful and good life. Rather, there is just one way of living a good life. Seek prosperity, align oneself with the cosmic play of Purusha or the embodied totality, recognize oneself as mirroring the totality, and make one's life simulate the very acts of Purusha, the embodied totality. Although it's not possible to address the entire philosophy of the Brihadaranyaka in a few pages, I would like to focus on some essential features of the Deha philosophy as recorded by Yajnavalkya. If Shankara's commentary relies on the Kanva recension, Sureshwara's Vartika prefers the Madandina recension, these technical differences do not affect the overarching observations I am making. The first observation relates to prana. By analyzing two tendencies towards being in the world, the daiva or transcendence, and the asura, the immanence, the text prefers the daiva as the preferred course of life. The daiva tendency seeks to recognize the temporality of being in the world, whereas the asura tendency seeks permanence in the body. Again, the etymology of asura is asun pranan rakshati, one who seeks merely to preserve life, gives a clear path of living, indicating that there are two ways of living life. One is the life of an ordinary man, an asura, who seeks to live merely for the sake of living. For him, there is no higher teleology for life. Life itself is the end, the goal, and not a means towards something higher. Daiva, on the other hand, seeks to use life as a means to recognize the totality. This recognition of the totality and mirroring the totality within, simulating one's everyday life, including ritual life, through the very acts of the totality by means of mapping life into life onto the cosmic cycles, the stages of life, or the embodied presence of different deities, which create a different teleology for life. In this paradigm, divine life is when ordinary living becomes a means for higher living, living for something beyond the body, beyond one's individuated being. Again, this totality is not merely an esoteric experience, for it seeks to recognize the totality in lived social life. Society itself is the lived animation of Purusha, and one's objective is to live in harmony with society. Second, the Purusha Vida section is central to depicting the binary nature of reality. But this binary is not that of Sankhya philosophy, where Purusha needs an escape from Prakriti. Rather, it is an interdependent binary that makes life possible. The cosmic reality itself is expressed here in binary terms, and the simulation of the totality as mirrored in the body is also found in the binary metaphor of man and woman. But the objective of this section seems deeper than a mere description of interdependence. It seeks to harmonize two tendencies in life, the life of realization and the life of action. Action without realization is blind, and realization without action is meaningless. The realization here is not an end. Rather, it is the recognition of one's own place in space and time, in society, and in the totality. This recognition does not allow one to sever one's ritualized modes of life, for it is in this lived domain that the meaning of life is discovered. The section on Saptana lays the foundation for the philosophy of food, because we need a good philosophy of food. The section begins with the origins of food, or anna, as that which retains vitality. The creator of sentient beings, the text states, also creates food through his medha, or wisdom, and tapas or ardor. The complementary dualism of action and knowledge is epitomized here in terms of food, which is a co-creation of wisdom and action. It's in this context that the concept of Atman appears. This Atman, however, is distinct from what Shankara's philosophy grounds. This is not the witnessing consciousness as the Atman. On the contrary, this Atman is composed of speech, of mind, and of vitality. This recognition of the triadic self, which weaves speech and vitality as integral to meditation, is what makes the Atman integral to the body and speech. The Atman, in this account, is not transcendent to the body, and embodied modes of action are not contrary to the recognition of the self. For the self itself is triadic, and the recognition of the self involves recognition of speech, that is the mantras, recognition of vitality or the life force flowing through every cell in the body, and recognition of consciousness as integral to the other constituents of the self. Each of these has cosmic domains. Speech itself is Vach, the cosmic speech expressed in terms of mantras. Manas mirrors Purusha's Jyotirvida or luminous nature, which is explained in the next section, and the vitality integrates the wind and the breath, the cosmic flow of energies and the life energy that flows through the body. In the standard Advaita of Shankara, the term Nama-rupa either is a compound or as two separate words referring to name and form, appears as a descriptive category for anything that is not Brahman or the Absolute. Triyana Brahmana in the Satapatha or the 3 food section deviates from this standard category and adds karma alongside Nama and Rupa. This triadic structure here does not refer to something illusory, but rather to the self, such that the self or the Atman has a triadic structure with name, form, and action being its threefold expression. Even among these three, the text stresses karma or action when it explicitly refers to action as the Atman. The philosophical consequence is noteworthy. The modes of determination are not merely identified with name and form, since there is motion, activity, interaction, and vibrancy among entities. Rather than listing the triadic structure as unreal, the text stresses this to be the self, and in particular, action is underscored as the self. This triadic domain is not described as covered by ignorance, avidya channa, like in Shankara's philosophy. On the contrary, it is satyena channa. This is permeated with the truth and is stressed to be deathless, amrita. We can argue from the perspective of scholastic Advaita that this Atman refers to the phenomenal self and belongs under the domain of avidya. However, the vocabulary here is clear that this is neither under the domain of ignorance nor transitory, but rather deathless. The point I'm trying to make is that self-realization is not against being in the world, but rather a process of recognition that makes our being in the world integral to the essential nature of the self. The fundamental problem in scholastic Advaita becomes clear when reading the Ajata Shatru Brahmana, another section from the same book. The text begins with different visualizations, starting from the visualization of Brahman in the sun. It then gradually progresses through the identification of the moon, lightning, space, air, fire, water, mirror, the directions, the echo, the shadow, and finally the self. The standard reading is that, except for the identification of the self with the Brahman, the rest of the identifications are erroneous. This position is possible only when Brahman is recognized in the absolute and transcendent sense, and its immanence or being in the world is rejected. However, If we consider Brahman as encompassing both the immanent and the transcendent, we realize that every single mode of being, even in mirroring or echoes, manifests the very absolute Brahman. The same applies when analyzing the self moving through different states of consciousness. Standard Advaita recognizes only the transcendent or Turiya state as the real state of the self, the others being under the domain of ignorance. However, if we read the description carefully, we find that the self moves through different states, and the reality of the transcendent state is stressed only to point to an unmanifest state or a state that cannot be determined by name and form, or to explain the state that defies conceptualization. This, however, doesn't mean that the realm of conceptualization, including the three states of waking, dreaming, and deep sleep, is unreal or not integral to the self. Scholastic Advaita stresses that if the waking or dreaming states were integral to the self, even realized beings would undergo the same conditioned states of consciousness. However, a liberation that considers only in the uninterrupted flow of undifferentiated consciousness, making all modes of conceptualization part of avidya and therefore to be abandoned, renders Upanishadic philosophy inapplicable to everyday life. Furthermore, enlightened beings would lack the means of communication, making them completely dysfunctional. Again and again, the Satapatha is explicit in describing the binary nature of the Brahman. It is both transcendent and immanent. It is both the mode of being expunged of a determination in terms of Namarupa and the realm of Namarupa itself. The realization of Brahman in this paradigm does not demand the negation of being in the world. The manifest world is as integral to the absolute as the formless transcendent mode of being. The text says the Brahman has two forms, the manifest and the unmanifest, the transitory and the permanent, the enduring one, that which is and that which manifests as. Why is this recognition consequential? Because it makes the philosophy of Jivan Mukti or the concept of Videha very different from what has been stressed in the scholastic Advaita of Shankara. According to this reading, Jivan Mukti is about fully being in the world, total immersion and still being liberated. This is where the meaning of jnana or realization becomes very different. For this realization is not attained at the cost of the world, the body or Namarupa. Rather, it is the realization of the integral nature of being, that the absolute is all-encompassing, and that, similar to the juice in a sugarcane stalk, the transcendent is infused within the manifest. And there is no need to ignore the stalk in order to recognize the juice underneath. Again, the central concept of moksha needs a similar revision. In this paradigm, liberation is not about rejection of the body, the world, the separation from our lived domain of life. Rather, it's about a full comprehension of the absolute permeating the totality of the manifest and the unmanifest, and the recognition of being in the world as a process, a manifest mode of Brahman itself. The essence is that while the Satapatha still teaches Advaita philosophy, even when interpreted along these lines, this interpretation makes the philosophy of the Satapatha worldly, embodied, and engaged. And this is where I would like to stop. For the philosophy adopted by King Janaka could not have been one underscoring renunciation. While the text integrates Yajnavalkya's renunciation, the dialogue between Yajnavalkya and Maitreyi is consequential. Yajnavalkya admits that the Brahman he has taught throughout his life is something he now wants to experience in isolation from societal norms. But the text does not say that Maitreyi cannot attain the same realization, nor does it mandate that she abandon her household in the quest for self-realization. I believe Vidya has much to offer philosophically, and I'm asking the scholarly community to trace the earliest historical references and reframe the philosophy of Vidya in this new light. I believe our dogmatic reading of the Brahmana text, which favors scholastic reading, has failed us in reaching the heart of the text, making it applicable to our times and addressing our real concerns. At the end of the day, our real concern is not some esoteric experience outside of the world, but rather our own being unfolding in manifold forms through the modes of being in the world. Our self-realization cannot come in isolation from our active modes of being, our longings, and our pursuits. On the contrary, our realization has to acknowledge our collective being and the harmony of our individuated existence with the collective. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. We are deeply grateful for your inspiring words and scholarly reflections. Thank you for sharing your wisdom with us. Moving ahead, we now open the mic for a brief question and answer round. I think there is no any question.
Excuse me, sir. Timalsina, sir.
Yes.
Namaskar, sir. I am Ram Sevak Thakur from Nepal. I have not a question, but I am confused slightly. A few minutes ago, you used the word standard Advaita. Am I right, sir?
Yeah, I'm just saying when we say of Advaita, this is mostly for Shankar. That's what I meant by standard. The word is almost synonymous these days. Like when we say Advaita, we think of Shankaracharya's philosophy. I meant that, yes.
So, is it necessary to qualify the word Advaita in the sense of Shankaraj?
It's not. I would say that's exactly I'm arguing against. What I'm proposing is we should go back before the time of Shankara to trace the philosophy of Mithila. Because what has happened is the philosophy of Shankaracharya, I believe, has given a very different meaning of the same book. And we could trace Advaita before the time of Shankara by reading the Upanishads in a broader Brahmana text, in the broader Brahmana context. That's what I mean.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
As we come to the close of our third and final plenary session, we express our sincere gratitude to our esteemed scholars for their truly enriching, insightful, and inspiring deliberations. The thoughtful perspectives and valuable knowledge shared today have made this session an unforgettable learning experience for all of us. We are certain that these discussions will continue to inspire and guide us in our academic, intellectual, and scholarly pursuits in the years to come. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our heartfelt thanks to all our distinguished speakers, session chairs, participants, and attendees for making this session so meaningful and memorable. Thanks a lot.
Excuse me, ma'am. It's 6 o'clock, so we will continue. We will continue validly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, yes.
We are now moved to our final phase of our conference, that is the valedictory session. For that, I would like to invite Professor Nath Jha, sir, a distinguished scholar and professor at the School of Sanskrit and Indic Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Professor Jha is a renowned expert in classical Indian philosophy, widely respected for his ability to harmoniously combine traditional Indian scholarship with modern comparative and interdisciplinary perspectives. His areas of specialization include Advaita Vedanta, Samkhya Yoga, Navya Nyaya, and the philosophy of science. We are truly privileged to have Professor Nath Jha sir with us today. Please share your valuable thoughts with us.
जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। किस अंग्रेजी में बोलना जरूरी है या हिंदी में भी बोल सकते हैं?
हिंदी में बाइलिंगुअल है सर, बाइलिंगुअल है।
हाँ ठीक है, बिल्कुल
हिंदी ठीक है। हिंदी
जहाँ आवश्यकता होगी फिर अंग्रेजी में बोल देंगे, लेकिन हिंदी में लाना चाहिए।
जी 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 जी।
अपनी अभी अपनी भाषाओं का थोड़ा सम्मान बढ़ा है तो थोड़ा बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप सभी ने मुझे विशेष अवसर प्रदान किया है और सबसे आनंद का विषय है कि आपने ऐसे विषय को चुना है जो लगभग पर्दे के पीछे चला गया था। जिस मिथिला का ज्ञान, उसकी परंपरा, उसका व्यवहार विश्व प्रसिद्ध है, वो आज मिथिला किसी और के रूप और चीज के रूप में ज्यादा जाना जाने लगा। और सामान्य रूप से दिखता है कि हमारे जो यूथ हैं वो कहीं न कहीं उस ट्रेडिशन को लूज कर रहे हैं और चीजों में उनकी दिलचस्पी बढ़ती जा रही है। तो जीवन के जितने क्षेत्र हैं उसमें वो बढ़ भी रहे हैं, लेकिन जिस चीज के लिए मिथिला प्रसिद्ध है, वो भी हमें ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। और इसके लिए आपने जो ये विषय चुना है ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण विषय है। और इस विषय में चूंकि मैं पहले सत्र में नहीं जुड़ पाया, इसीलिए पहले क्या चर्चा हुई है वो उससे मैं अभिज्ञ नहीं हूँ, लेकिन जो भी मेरी तरफ से जो कुछ बातें हैं वो मैं आपके समक्ष रखना चाहता हूँ, जो समय निर्धारित है उसके अंतर्गत। तो मिथिला आरंभ से ही हम सब जानते हैं कि भारत में यदि ज्ञान परंपरा का कोई स्थान है तो उसमें मिथिला आरंभ से ही अग्रगण्य है। ये निस्संदिग्ध है, इसमें कोई आज भी हमारे बहुत सारे मित्र साउथ से आए या दूसरे देश से आए तो वो मिथिला में जाते हैं समय बचाकर। और मैंने आंख से देखा है कि वाचस्पति मिश्र जी का जो घर है या जो उदयनाचार्य का है या जो अपने यहाँ की जो विभूतियां हैं उनका जो घर है, वहां जाकर के वो उस मिट्टी से अपने सिर को लगाते हैं। वो आज भी ये है। मैं पिछले 6 महीने साल भर पहले भी संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी में एक वाचस्पति मिश्र पे सेमिनार हुआ था, तो उसमें कई साउथ के लोग आए थे, तो वो स्पेशली गए थे वहाँ, लेकिन मुझे उस भूमि को देखना, जिस भूमि में ऐसे लोग उत्पन्न हुए। तो ये जो विषय है इसको हमें बहुत ध्यान से देखना चाहिए। और आपने जो ये सेमिनार किया है इसके थ्रू ये यूथ में जाए कि भारत मिथिला के एक विद्वान पर नेशनल इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस होता है, उसका इतना विचार है, उसके इतने ग्रंथ हैं कि उस पे ICPR कई बार इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस कराता है, कई बार नेशनल तो होता ही रहता है। तो ये बहुत प्रासंगिक विषय है। मैं जितना समय है उस कुछ बिंदुओं को आपके समक्ष रखना चाहता हूँ कि सबसे पहले तो पूरी की पूरी वाजस्नेयी संहिता ये मिथिला का विषय है। आज उत्तर भारत में लगभग सभी वाजस्नेयी संहिता से संबद्ध है, जो अपना यजुर्वेद का एक शाखा है, और उसके जो प्रवर्तक हैं उसको याज्ञवल्क्य को माना जाता है। तो सबसे पहला जो नॉलेज सिस्टम जहाँ से शुरू होता है वो यजुर्वेद की संहिता है। और आज भी दरभंगा के थोड़ी दूर पे जहाँ अहिल्या स्थान है उसके थोड़ी दूर आगे पे याज्ञवल्क्य स्थान, तो वो याज्ञवल्क्य थे जिन्होंने सबसे पहली बार वाजस्नेयी संहिता को प्रस्तुत किया। और आज भी उसमें जितनी बातें हैं हम यदि थोड़ा सा भी अध्ययन करेंगे तो हमें लगेगा कि जो हमारे देश के या विश्व स्तर के जो कई इश्यूज हैं, कई विषय हैं जो आज की दृष्टि से बहुत उपयोगी है, उसको उन्होंने वहां एड्रेस किया है, उसको वहां पे एड्रेस किया है। तो वाजस्नेयी संहिता का ही जो रूप है उसी का ब्राह्मण शतपथ ब्राह्मण है, वो भी याज्ञवल्क्य ऋषि का है, और उसी का अगला रूप बृहदारण्यक उपनिषद है। और बृहदारण्यक उपनिषद और ईशावास्योपनिषद इसी शाखा की परंपरा है, और उसमें ऐसे ऐसे विषय हैं जिन विषयों को हम यदि याद करते हैं तो लगता है कि हमारी कैसी संस्कृति रही होगी। जब हम मैत्रेयी का नाम लेते हैं या जब हम जो गार्गी जी का नाम लेते हैं तो वो उसी भूमि की है। हम इसमें हम गौरवान्वित होते हुए सोच सकते हैं कि दुनिया में केवल भारत की बात नहीं है, जिस समय दुनिया में स्त्री को जड़ माना जा रहा था, स्त्री को एरिस्टोटल जैसे लोग, प्लेटो जैसे लोग जो स्त्री को जड़ मानते हैं, वो डिफॉर्म्ड रूप कहते हैं मैन का, एरिस्टोटल। ऐसी स्टेटमेंट आप देखेंगे, क्योंकि हम आज उस विषय पर चर्चा नहीं करते। हम एरिस्टोटल और प्लेटो को तो बड़े बड़े स्कॉलर मानते हैं, लेकिन एरिस्टोटल और प्लेटो के उस एस्पेक्ट को हम स्टडी करते हैं ना, हम उसको लाना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि मैकॉलियन एजुकेशन से इतने ज्यादा अभिभूत हम हैं कि हम ओरिजिनल सोर्स तक जाना ही नहीं चाहते। तो आप इस विषय को कहाँ वो ग्रीक ट्रेडिशन, कहाँ बिब्लिकल ट्रेडिशन, पुरुष की बाईं पसली से स्त्री की उत्पत्ति हुई। इसीलिए वोमेन शब्द जिसको आज हम बहुत मॉडर्न मानते हैं, वो वोमेन क्या है, मैन से वोमेन बना है। वोमेन मीन्स सबऑर्डिनेट टू मैन। बहुत जगह तो लिखा है कि स्लेव। तो हम वोमेन शब्द बोलने में बहुत गौरवान्वित होते हैं, लेकिन जब हम स्त्री शब्द बोलते हैं, महिला बोलते हैं, तो हम बैकवर्ड फील करते हैं अपने आप। उस स्थिति में पूरा बिब्लिकल ट्रेडिशन हो या ग्रीक ट्रेडिशन हो, उस स्थिति में वाजस्नेयी संहिता आप देखें, जहां टावरिंग पर्सनैलिटी मैत्रेयी है। मैत्रेयी क्वेश्चन करती हैं याज्ञवल्क्य को, जो जिस धन की आप बात कर रहे हैं, वो उस धन से क्या मैं अमर हो जाऊंगी? याज्ञवल्क्य ने कहा कि आज तक कोई अमर नहीं हुआ, तो आप कैसे अमर हो जाएंगे? धन से जो सुख सबको मिलता है वो आपको भी मिलेगा। तो फिर बोलती हैं ऐसे धन की मुझे कोई आवश्यकता नहीं। तो आप देखें कि किस तरह की पर्सनैलिटी है, वो प्रसंग पर है। उसी प्रसंग में बात होते होते आती है आत्मा वारे द्रष्टव्य श्रोतव्यो मंतव्यो निदिध्यासितव्य। इमॉर्टल स्टेटमेंट उसी प्रसंग का विषय है। और भी एक विषय जो अंतर्यामी शब्द जो आया है, जिस ईश्वर को हम अंतर्यामी कहते हैं, तो सबसे पहले याज्ञवल्क्य ने इस विषय को रखा कि ईश्वर कहते किसको? ईश्वर वही है जो कण कण में व्याप्त होते हुए उसको अंदर से ही नियमित करता है, उसको अंतर्यामी कहते हैं। ये जो पूरा का पूरा सेमेटिक व्यू है गॉड का, उससे ठीक विपरीत है वैदिक सिस्टम का ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग। वहां गॉड जो है वो क्रिएशन से बाहर है। इसीलिए क्रिएटर एंड क्रिएशंस आर डिफरेंट फ्रॉम ईच अदर। But in Vedic tradition, when Yagyvalkya explains it, then he says that creator is creation. Creator और creation में कोई भेद नहीं है। वही ईश्वर जब कण कण में अभिव्यक्त होता है और अंदर से उसको नियमित करता है, तो उसी को हम अंतर्यामी कहते हैं। ये मॉडर्न साइंस का विषय है, जब देखा गया कि जब इलेक्ट्रॉन इत्यादि का आविष्कार हुआ और देखा गया कि इलेक्ट्रॉन जो है वो उसको किसी बाहरी फोर्स की जरूरत नहीं है, वो अंदर से ही जो फोर्स जनरेट होता है उसी से वो 3 लाख किलोमीटर पर सेकंड के रफ्तार से मूव करता है। तो साइंटिस्ट जो हैं वो ढूंढते ढूंढते पहुंचे तो बृहदारण्यक उपनिषद के पास पहुंचे कि दुनिया में एक ही टेक्स्ट है जहां पे ये कॉन्सेप्ट है कि एवरीथिंग इज कंट्रोल्ड फ्रॉम विद इन, नॉट फ्रॉम आउटसाइड। सेमेटिक ट्रेडिशन में क्या है कि गॉड कंट्रोल्स एवरीथिंग फ्रॉम आउटसाइड। हमारा ट्रेडिशन क्या है कि ईश्वर इन द फॉर्म ऑफ अंतर्यामी resides everywhere. Everywhere means in each and every particle of this universe and controlling it from within, not from outside. इसी को मॉडर्न साइंटिस्ट ने डायनामिक फोर्स का नाम। मैकेनिकल फोर्स और डायनामिक फोर्स में ये मेन अंतर यही है कि मैकेनिकल फोर्स एक्सटर्नल फोर्स होता है, लेकिन डायनामिक फोर्स जो होता है वो फ्रॉम अंदर से ही वो आता है। तो अंदर से आता है। तो वैज्ञानिकों ने कई जगह याज्ञवल्क्य के उस स्टेटमेंट को कोट किया है जहां वो अंतर्यामी शब्द की व्याख्या करते हैं, साइंटिस्ट ने कोट किया है। ये मिथिला का दर्शन है, ये कहने का मतलब है। ये मैत्रेयी और याज्ञवल्क्य के संवाद के क्रम में ये चीजें आती है। और गार्गी का तो आपने सबने चर्चा भी की होगी कि गार्गी केवल डिबेट नहीं करती है, गार्गी पुरुष ऋषियों का नेतृत्व करती है। गार्गी पुरुष ऋषियों का नेतृत्व करती है। और जब अंतिम चरण आया तब वो कहती हैं कि अब मैं जो प्रश्न याज्ञवल्क्य को पूछ रही हूँ वो यदि याज्ञवल्क्य ने उत्तर दे दिया तो किसी और ऋषि को पूछने की आवश्यकता ही नहीं। तब समझ लें कि याज्ञवल्क्य को कोई पराजित नहीं कर सकता। ये कॉन्फिडेंस गार्गी में कि मैं जब जो प्रश्न पूछूंगी उसका यदि याज्ञवल्क्य उत्तर दे देते हैं तो फिर उनको कोई भी ऋषि हो वो पराजित नहीं कर सकते। ये नेतृत्व लेना, ये मिथिला की परंपरा, ये मिथिला की। उसी क्रम में बाद में सीता आई है। सीता इसके बाद आई है क्योंकि जनक 55 जनक हुए थे। हमारे मन में ये भी एक बात रहती है कि एक ही जनक हुए, एक जनक नहीं हुए, 55 जनक हुए। और सीता जो थी उनके पिता शीरध्वज थे। याज्ञवल्क्य जो बृहदारण्यक उपनिषद में याज्ञवल्क्य जनक संवाद है वो सीता के पिता नहीं थे। सीता के पिता जो थे वो बाद में आए थे। ये भी एक शोध का विषय है कि 55 जनक हुए और सब के सब विद्वान हुए। आज भी पूरे विश्व में यदि किसी का उदाहरण दिया जाता है तो वो ज्ञानी राजा में जनक का उदाहरण दिया जाता है। गीता में भगवान कृष्ण जब एक नाम लेते हैं कि ज्ञानी किसको कहते हैं तो वो जनक का उदाहरण। और बृहदारण्यक शांकर भाष्य में शंकराचार्य कहते हैं कि ये मिथिला है, वो लाइन कोट करते हैं, मिथिलायाम प्रदीप्तायाम न में दह्यत किंचन, कि मिथिला के जो राजा जनक हैं वहां यदि आग लग जाए तो भी उनको कोई तनाव नहीं होता, और यदि ना लगे तो भी कोई तनाव नहीं। इस प्रकार का पर्सनैलिटी डेवलपमेंट जनक का ये मिथिला का मौलिक स्वभाव रहा। इसीलिए इन सब विषयों को हमारे यूथ जो है उनको टेकअप करना चाहिए कि जनक कौन कौन हुए, क्या क्या जनक जो हुए वो कहाँ कहाँ क्या कार्यस्थल रहा है, कैसे कैसे वो शासन चलाए हैं, लेकिन ज्ञान पूर्वक चलाए हैं। इसी याज्ञवल्क्य के अगले रूप में आप देखेंगे कि याज्ञवल्क्य स्मृति भी आता है। याज्ञवल्क्य स्मृति वो ग्रंथ है, जब हम पूरे धर्मशास्त्र की बात करते हैं, जब लीगल सिस्टम की बात करते हैं, जब इंडियन जूरिस्प्रूडेंस की बात करते हैं, तो वो याज्ञवल्क्य स्मृति है जिसने ये डिफाइन किया कि लीगल सिस्टम होता क्या है। शुरू तो मनु से होता है, जहाँ 18 विवाद के विषय हैं, जहाँ 14 प्रकार के सिविल केस होते हैं, 4 प्रकार के क्रिमिनल केस की बात सबसे पहले मनु ने की, लेकिन याज्ञवल्क्य ने उसको फॉर्मल स्ट्रक्चर दिया। और आप देखेंगे कि याज्ञवल्क्य स्मृति में आचाराध्याय, व्यवहाराध्याय और प्रायश्चित्ताध्याय, तो जो व्यवहाराध्याय है वो पूरा का पूरा जूरिस्प्रूडेंस है, पूरा का पूरा न्यायिक परंपरा है, आज जिसको हम जुडिशियरी कहते हैं। तो वो जो परंपरा है उसी का जो मिताक्षरा है, उसी मिताक्षरा को बेस बना के पूरा का पूरा हिंदू एक्ट जो है वो पास हुआ 1955 में। तो आप देखिए कि वो जो पूरा का पूरा हिंदू कोड बिल जो पास हुआ है 1955 में, उसका आधारभूत ग्रंथ याज्ञवल्क्य और उसकी मिताक्षरा टीका है विज्ञानेश्वर की। तो आप देखिए कि दरभंगा में बैठ के, दरभंगा के बगल में बैठ के वो पूरा का पूरा वो पॉलिसी तय कर रहे हैं, जिस पॉलिसी को बाद में अपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में हिंदू कोड बिल का बेस बनाया गया। और एक दो जो इम्पोर्टेंट चीज है, जो रिसर्च का विषय है, वो है कि जो स्त्री धन का स्वरूप आया दुनिया में, जिस समय स्त्री को जड़ ही सब मानते थे। आप इस पे रिसर्च भी करें कि 18वीं शताब्दी तक यूरोप में स्त्री के लिए मारने का मैनुअल बना हुआ था कि उसको मारें कैसे। ठीक है, आप फ्रांसिस बेकन का स्टेटमेंट पढ़िए, आपको पता चलेगा कि क्या क्या घृणित बात बोल रहे हैं। एरिस्टोटल तो कहते हैं कि जहां स्त्री होगी वहां सर्वनाश हो जाए। ऐसी ऐसी बात जहां लिखी गई, वहां याज्ञवल्क्य क्या कह रहे हैं यहाँ पे? ये याज्ञवल्क्य हैं, जब मनु और याज्ञवल्क्य पहली बार लीगल राइट, जो इनहेरिटेंस है, लॉ ऑफ इनहेरिटेंस, यानी दाय भाग जिसको कहते हैं, अपने यहाँ ये स्त्री धन जो है उसको फॉर्मल वे में इस्टेब्लिश किया गया। सबसे पहले तो मनु ने किया, जो उन्होंने कहा कि जो 6 प्रकार से जो धन प्राप्त हो स्त्री को, अध्यज्ञाध्या वाहनिकम दत्तम च प्रीति कर्मणि भ्रातृ मातृ पितृ प्राप्तम षड्विधम स्त्री धनम स्मृतम। ये 9वें अध्याय में है मनुस्मृति के। तो बात आजकल तो फैशन चल पड़ा है कि बिना पढ़े लिखे मनु के बारे में कोई भी कुछ बोल दे तो वो एक अपना नैरेटिव सेट करने में लगा रहता है। पढ़ना केवल नहीं, तो पहली बार बड़े बड़े विद्वान संपूर्णानंद जी, बड़े बड़े जो पुस्तक बहुत लिखी है, वो कहते हैं कि दुनिया में पहला ये स्थिति है जहां पे लीगल टर्म में स्त्री को आर्थिक स्वतंत्रता प्राप्त है। तो आप इस श्लोक का अर्थ देखेंगे तो जो क्या है, विवाह के समय किसी विशेष उत्सव में जब भी मायके से स्त्री ससुराल जाए और भाई माता और पिता के द्वारा दिया हुआ और स्व अर्जित ये धन जो है उसका स्त्री धन लीगल टर्म में नाम दिया गया। और स्त्री धन की इस परंपरा को याज्ञवल्क्य जी ने और दृढ़ कर दिया। याज्ञवल्क्य जी ने कहा कि जो स्त्री धन है वो बाद में केवल लड़की को ही मिलेगा, वो लड़का का शेयर ही नहीं है उसमें। इसीलिए आज तक आप देखेंगे कि वो तो लोग पढ़ना लिखना छोड़ दिए, लेकिन आज भी आप देखेंगे कि माँ के पास जो जेवर होता है, माँ के पास जो निजी धन होता है, और ये भी नियम बना दिया कि उस स्त्री का जो स्त्री धन है उसको उसके सिवा कोई खर्च नहीं कर सकता, वही और केवल वही उसकी मालकिन होगी। तो इस दृष्टि से आर्थिक स्वतंत्रता हमेशा उसकी रहे, उसकी अपनी प्रॉपर्टी हो, इसका संवैधानिक रूप आरंभ से रहा है। और याज्ञवल्क्य जी ने और कर दिया कि माँ का जो धन है वो केवल बेटी को ही जाएगा, उसमें लड़के का कोई शेयर नहीं होता। तो आज भी देखते हैं हम कि माँ का जो होता है वो चुपके से बेटी को दे देती है, वो उसका थोड़ा अंश अभी भी चल रहा है, पूरा का पूरा तो नहीं है। अब तो कई चीजें विकृत हो गई है क्योंकि इस्लामिक इन्वेजन और उसके बाद अंग्रेजों के द्वारा जो चीजें की गई है वो अलग एक रिसर्च का विषय है, उसके कारण बहुत चीजें विकृत हुई है। अब हम क्या करते हैं कि अपने ओरिजिनल ग्रंथ को पढ़ते नहीं हैं और बाद में 100-150 साल में जो अंग्रेजों के द्वारा नैरेटिव इस्टेब्लिश किया गया है उसी का लिटरेचर रिव्यू करते हैं, उसी का रिसर्च करते हैं, उसी में विषय को घुमाते रहते हैं। तो इसको पढ़ना चाहिए, ये मेरा कहने का मतलब है। ये सब कुछ दरभंगा में हुआ था, सब कुछ दरभंगा में हुआ था और ये मिथिला का कंट्रीब्यूशन है पूरे देश को। मैं थोड़ा सा जो दर्शन का विषय है, आप सभी जानते हैं कि मिथिला में दर्शन जो है वो शुरू से रहा है। आप ये भी देखेंगे कि न्याय वैशेषिक में तो न्याय के तो अधिकतर विद्वान मिथिला के ही हुए हैं, हम सब जानते हैं। एक से एक स्टॉलवर्ट हुए हैं, वो गौतम जी से लेकर और धीरे धीरे वाचस्पति मिश्र और उदयनाचार्य तक, ये सब के सब जो न्याय सूत्र है उस पे वात्स्यायन भाष्य है, उस पे उद्योतकर की वार्तिक है, फिर वाचस्पति मिश्र की तात्पर्य टीका है, उसके बाद उदयनाचार्य की परिशुद्धि है। ये पूरे के पूरे जो सिस्टम है उसमें मैक्सिमम जो है वो मिथिला की रचना है सारी ये। और भारत के लोग और दुनिया के लोग मानते हैं कि मिथिला न्याय परंपरा को इस्टेब्लिश किया है। आप छोटा से छोटा जो टर्म है, जैसे प्रमाण किसको कहते हैं, प्रमेय किसको कहते हैं, ये सारे जो टेक्निकल टर्म है उसको पहली बार डिफाइन करने वाले मिथिला के लोग हैं, जिसको पूरे देश अभी पढ़ रहा है, आज की डेट में पढ़ रहा है। हम क्लास में पढ़ाते हैं तो इस विषय को पढ़ाते हैं। तो ये तो उदयनाचार्य तक हुआ, 6th सेंचुरी BC से लेकर 10th सेंचुरी AD तक पूरा का पूरा 1500 वर्षों का जो इतिहास है न्याय का, उसको प्राचीन न्याय का इतिहास कहते हैं, प्राचीन न्याय है। लेकिन एक जो बात आई होगी यहाँ भी, चंदन जी हो सकता है बात की हो क्योंकि वो नव्य न्याय पढ़े हुए हैं, तो 10वीं शताब्दी में ये बात आ गई उदयनाचार्य के मन में कि जो नेचुरल लैंग्वेज है संस्कृत, वो नेचुरल लैंग्वेज डिबेट को प्रिसाइज वे में आगे नहीं बढ़ा पा रहा। जो हम एकदम जो प्रिसाइज वे में, साइंटिफिक वे में यदि हम उसको आगे और बढ़ाना चाहते हैं तो हमें एक आर्टिफिशियल लैंग्वेज बनाना पड़ेगा। और आर्टिफिशियल लैंग्वेज का ही दूसरा नाम नव्य न्याय है। ये नव्य न्याय का मतलब है कि संस्कृत भाषा से ही ऐसी भाषा क्रिएट की गई जिसकी अपनी शब्दावली निश्चित है, जिसका स्ट्रक्चर निश्चित है, जिसकी मेथोडोलॉजी निश्चित है। और इसको लेकर के उदयनाचार्य से ये बात आगे आई। 200 साल बाद शशधर नाम के विद्वान मिथिला के ही हुए, उन्होंने न्याय सिद्धांत दीप नाम की एक पुस्तक लिखी जिसमें कि मेन थियोरी डेवलप कर दिया। और आप सब जानते हैं इसके बाद जो इसका फाइनल टच हुआ वो गंगेशोपाध्याय ने मधुबनी में, मंगरौनी में रह के तत्व चिंतामणि की ऐसी रचना कर दी कि जो न्याय सूत्र प्राचीन न्याय का आधारभूत ग्रंथ है वो गंगेशोपाध्याय का ये तत्व चिंतामणि पूरे नव्य न्याय परंपरा का आधारभूत ग्रंथ है। और पूरा का पूरा होल्ड मिथिला का रहा। उनके पुत्र जो थे वर्धमान उपाध्याय, उनके शिष्य जो थे जयदेव मिश्र जिनको पक्षधर मिश्र कहते हैं, वो सब के सब फ्रेम किए नव्य न्याय को। और ये हालत थी कि मिथिला का विद्वान जो था वो उसको कोई टच ही नहीं कर पाता था। इस प्रकार का स्कॉलरशिप उनको था। बाद में बंगाल से वासुदेव सार्वभौम ने रघुनाथ शिरोमणि को भेजा और फिर जयदेव मिश्र यानी पक्षधर मिश्र से वो नव्य न्याय सीखे। और सीख कर जब बंगाल गए तभी नवद्वीप में नव्य न्याय का सेंटर खोला। और बाद में रघुनाथ शिरोमणि जो है वो तत्व चिंतामणि पर दीधीति टीका लिखी, उनको बहुत फेमस टीका है। और उसी के बाद आप देखेंगे कि जो हरिराम तर्कालंकार, उसके बाद गदाधर भट्टाचार्य, और अंतिम जो सबसे बड़े विद्वान हुए वो है बच्चा झा। बच्चा झा जो था उन्हीं का नाम जो है ना, वो बच्चा झा सर्वतंत्र स्वतंत्र विद्वान माने जाते हैं। और वो जो अभी जो है ना नवानी, तो वहाँ के वो आज भी है, वो सेंट्रल संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी के अंतर्गत है। तो बच्चा झा जो थे वो नव्य न्याय की पराकाष्ठा उसको कहा जाता है। जो जिन्होंने गदाधर जो भट्टाचार्य थे उनके ग्रंथ पे उन्होंने टीका लिखी थी। और उनके नाम से कम 15 ग्रंथ हैं, हर एक का मौलिक चिंतन। इवन नैयायिक रहते हुए भी उन्होंने भगवत गीता पे जो मधुसूदन सरस्वती की टीका है, तत्वार्थ गूढ़ार्थ दीपिका, उसके ऊपर न्याय की शैली में बच्चा झा ने जो टीका लिखी है वो है गूढ़ार्थ दीपिका तत्वालोक। ये क्लाइमेक्स माना जाता है इस ट्रेडिशन का। तो वैशेषिक दर्शन में हम देखते हैं कि कणाद के बाद प्रशस्त पाद भाष्य है, लेकिन जो सबसे बड़ा नाम है वो है शंकर मिश्र का। जो शंकर मिश्र ने वैशेषिक सूत्र पे उपस्कार टीका लिखी है। आप सभी जानते हैं कि शंकर मिश्र सरसपाही के थे। मेरा तो जन्म ही वहीं हुआ है और मैं उसी स्कूल में पढ़ा हूँ। हमारे स्कूल के पीछे जो अयाची मिश्र जी का घरारी है वो वहाँ पे साल में वो उत्सव भी होता है। और शंकर मिश्र के बारे में तो कौन नहीं जानते। तो उपस्कार टीका विश्व प्रसिद्ध टीका है। वैशेषिक में ये बात है। सांख्य में देखिए कि सांख्य कारिका जो है उस पर सबसे प्रसिद्ध टीका जो है वो वाचस्पति मिश्र की है। तो वाचस्पति मिश्र की है तो वो सांख्य तत्व कौमुदी है। और सांख्य तत्व कौमुदी का मतलब सबसे प्रामाणिक टीका। यदि आप सांख्य कारिका या सांख्य दर्शन को समझना चाहते हैं तो सांख्य तत्व कौमुदी के बिना उसको नहीं समझ सकते। ऐसे योग सूत्र पतंजलि का है, उस पर व्यास भाष्य है। तो व्यास भाष्य पर सबसे प्रमुख टीका जो है वो तत्व वैशारदी है, वो भी वाचस्पति मिश्र की तत्व वैशारदी टीका है। ऐसे ही न्याय पे जो उनकी जो बुक है तात्पर्य टीका, और भी बहुत सारे उनके कार्य हैं जो न्याय पे हैं। ऐसे ही मीमांसा जो है, मीमांसा में हम सभी जानते हैं कि जो पूरा का पूरा जो ट्रेडिशन है वो मिथिला पर केंद्रित रहा है। मिथिला का इसमें बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। और मैं जो भी एक किंवदंती है, मेरा जो गांव है वो है सरसापाही के साथ ही सखवार है जो साथ ही लगा हुआ है। और उसी के हमारे पंचायत में 3 गांव है, एक है भटपुरा, एक है ब्रह्मपुरा। आप समझ लीजिए सखवार सांख्य के लिए प्रसिद्ध था। सांख्य बारी से सखवार बना। मेरी पहली पुस्तक भी सांख्य पे ही है। मैंने सोचा कि जब गांव का नाम हो गया तो सांख्य पे ही पुस्तक लिखी जाए, तो वो भी है। लेकिन भट्टपुरा जो है वो कुमारिल भट्ट की जगह मानी जाती है, वहीं की भारती थी, जो उन्होंने मंडन मिश्र और आदि शंकराचार्य के शास्त्रार्थ का उन्होंने निर्णय किया। एक ये भी भ्रांति है, देखें जब हम शंकर दिग्विजय को लेकर चलते हैं तो शंकर दिग्विजय में जो मंडन मिश्र का नाम है वो माहिष्मती नगरी यानी वो मध्य प्रदेश के हैं। वो शंकर दिग्विजय में ये कहीं उल्लिखित नहीं है कि मंडन मिश्र मिथिला के थे। वो माहिष्मती नगरी जो अभी वहां पड़ता है, अभी जो अपना जो एयरपोर्ट है वो क्या कहते हैं, जो फर्स्ट सिटी है वो जो स्वच्छता में, इंदौर महेश्वर को ही शंकर दिग्विजय में उसी को माहिष्मती नगरी कहा है, वहां मिथिला को नहीं कहा है। और स्रोत में मिथिला है लेकिन वो उस स्रोत में वही है। तो कहने का मतलब है कि मैं ये प्रसंग लाना चाह रहा था कि मीमांसा के क्षेत्र में बहुत बड़ा जो कुमारिल भट्ट है, तो अपन हमारे यहाँ तो पूरी परंपरा है कि कहते हैं भट्टपुरा के थे वो, इसीलिए नाम ही भट्टपुरा। और जो ब्रह्मपुरा है वो वेदांत का गांव है। तो मेरा तो 3 गांव का 3 पंचायत में 3 गांव है, तीनों 3 फिलोसफिकल सिस्टम को रिप्रेजेंट करता है। तो ये घर घर में गांव में इस तरह का, तो पूरी मीमांसा में भारत का यानी जो बड़े बड़े जितने विद्वान हुए हैं वो सब के सब, कुमारिल भट्ट हों, प्रभाकर मिश्र हों, बाद में जो बहुत शालिकनाथ मिश्र हों, ये सब के सब मिथिला के थे जिन्होंने अपनी छाप छोड़ी है। जो वेदांत का विषय है, वेदांत के विषय में देखेंगे कि सबसे पहले तो बृहदारण्यक उपनिषद में ही बात आती है। जो अद्वैतवाद जिसको आप कहते हैं उसका पहला प्रस्फुटन बृहदारण्यक उपनिषद में, जो 4था अध्याय है बृहदारण्यक का, उसमें याज्ञवल्क्य पहली बार जनक संवाद में बोलते हैं एक सलिलः अद्वैतः, एक सलिल उसी को कहते हैं, उसी को अद्वैत कहते हैं। तो अद्वैत शब्द जो है ये मिथिला का पहला प्रस्तुतिकरण है। और फिर छांदोग्य में भी आया है एकमेवा द्वितीयम, फिर मांडुक्य उपनिषद में आया है कि शांतम शिवम अद्वैतम चतुर्थम मन्यन्ते स आत्मा स विज्ञेयः। तो पूरा का पूरा देखेंगे कि जो बृहदारण्य की परंपरा है, या ईशावास्योपनिषद ले लें तो वहां भी मिलेगा कि यस्तु सर्वाणि भूतानि आत्मन्येवानुपश्यति सर्वभूतेषु चात्मानं ततो न विजुगुप्सते। यानी जब तक आप उस अद्वैत को नहीं जानते तब ईर्ष्या, द्वेष, घृणा ये जा ही नहीं सकता। ये पूरा का पूरा ईशावास्योपनिषद और बृहदारण्य की उपनिषद स्थापना है। इसी को आधार बनाकर बाद में आदि शंकराचार्य ने अद्वैतवाद को आगे बढ़ाया। उसके मूल में ये मिथिला का ज्ञान है, तो इसको भी ध्यान देना है। और फिर शंकराचार्य जी के जो भाष्य, शंकर भाष्य पे, ब्रह्मसूत्र भाष्य पे जो सबसे प्रमुख टीका है, जिसकी अभी मैंने चर्चा की थी कि मेरे साथ प्रोफेसर राम सुब्रमण्यम आए थे जो IIT मुंबई में है। उनके पिता तो बहुत बड़े विद्वान है और भामती की एक एक पंक्ति उनके दिमाग में है, एक एक पंक्ति की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, उन्हीं से वो सुशिक्षित हैं। तो वो मैथमेटिक्स के प्रोफेसर, तो वो जब आए थे संस्कृत अपना दरभंगा संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी, तो वो समय निकाल के बोले कि मुझे कुछ भी हो, मुझे वाचस्पति मिश्र के गांव जाना है, क्योंकि उनको उनके यहाँ प्रणाम किए बिना यदि मैं लौटता हूं तो ये मेरा अपूर्ण रहेगा। तो फिर वो गए थे स्पेशली और वहां से सब वो देख के आए थे। तो भामती टीका जो है, जब तक भामती टीका को नहीं जानता तब तक ब्रह्मसूत्र शंकर भाष्य को नहीं जान सकता। आप जब भामती को पढ़ें, भामती जी की कहानी तो एक अलग चीज है, लेकिन भामती टीका को पढ़ें तो आपको लगेगा कि लॉजिक का क्लाइमेक्स है, इसके बाद लॉजिक नहीं होता। ये वाचस्पति मिश्र जी का आपको स्वरूप मिलेगा। और जो नव्य न्याय का एक जो विशेष कंट्रीब्यूशन है, जो भारत में कहीं नहीं है, कि आप बड़ा प्रिसाइजली किस चीज को एक्सप्लेन करते हैं। जैसे आप कहीं बैठे हैं तो सबसे पहला क्या होगा, आप जहां बैठे हैं वो लोकेशन है, आप जहां बैठे हैं वहां लोकेशन है। इसका मतलब जहां आप हैं वो धर्मी है और जो है वो धर्म है। तो आप जिस जगह पे बैठे हैं वो धर्म उसको ऑक्यूपाई कर रहा है। तो सबसे पहले धर्म यानी प्रॉपर्टी को ट्रेस करना है। दूसरा है रिलेशन, आप किस रिलेशन से कहाँ बैठे। आप जैसे आप कहीं बैठे हैं तो कांटेक्ट है कुर्सी से या और चीज से, या आपका जो कोई भाई है, कोई बहन है, कोई घर में कोई और लोग है, so you are related each and everything with some specific relation. That relation defines your personality. तो दूसरा है कि एक तो धर्म क्या है, कहाँ आप हैं, आप किसकी प्रॉपर्टी हैं, दूसरा किस रिलेशन से प्रॉपर्टी है, तीसरा किस टाइम में है, अभी इतना बज के 6 बज के इतना मिनट हुआ है तो आप इतने बजे वहां है, तो वहां टाइम भी एक प्रॉपर्टी है। और चौथा है स्पेस, कि आप अभी दरभंगा में बैठे हैं कि कोई दिल्ली में बैठा है कि किस जगह पे बैठा है, तो स्पेस के आधार पर भी आपको ऑक्यूपाई किया जा रहा है। आप देखिए यदि पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेगी तो क्या क्या करेगी, कि वो कौन जगह है जहां वो मिलेगा, कौन बैठा है, जहां आप जिस कुर्सी पे अभी आप बैठे हैं वो उस कुर्सी पे अभी दूसरा नहीं बैठ सकता, आप ही और आप ही उस स्पेस को कवर किए हुए हैं। तो प्रॉपर्टी जो है वो आपको आइडेंटिफाई कर रहा है, आप किस रिलेशन से वहां जुड़े हुए हैं ये आपको आइडेंटिफाई करता है, किस टाइम में आप वहां हैं इसको आपको टाइम आइडेंटिफाई करता है, और किस रीजन में आप हैं वो आपको आइडेंटिफाई करता है। इसके आधार पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो जाएगा। और इस चीज को नव्य न्याय में इतना स्ट्रक्चर्ड वे में लाया गया और उसके साथ उसको लैंग्वेज के थ्रू, बड़ा प्रिसाइज लैंग्वेज के थ्रू उसको प्रस्तुत किया गया, और ये नव्य न्याय बना दिया कि एक भी शब्द आप इधर उधर नहीं कर सकते, एक भी शब्द नहीं कर सकते, वो बौद्ध हो, वो जैन हो, वो विधि व्यवस्था हो, वो साहित्य हो, वो दर्शन हो, कोई भी एरिया हो, व्याकरण हो, सब में ये इस लैंग्वेज का प्रयोग होने लगा। तो आप इसीलिए देखेंगे कि प्राचीन व्याकरण नव्य व्याकरण, आप देखेंगे प्राचीन न्याय नव्य न्याय, आप जैसे साहित्य में ही देखेंगे कि साहित्य के ग्रंथ प्राचीन संस्कृत में है, और जो रस गंगाधर जैसा जो पंडित राज जगन्नाथ का है वो पूरा का पूरा नव्य न्याय लैंग्वेज में है। विधि के कई बुक जो लीगल टेक्स्ट हैं उसकी कई बुक पुस्तक जो है वो नव्य न्याय में है। तो ये एक सिंबल बन गया, लेकिन अंग्रेजों ने इस सब को खत्म कर दिया, यहीं से चुरा चुरा के ले गया, वहां पे फॉर्मल लॉजिक बना दिया, वो सिंबॉलिक लॉजिक बना दिया। और नव्य न्याय की परंपरा आज ये है कि मिथिला में ही गिने चुने हैं, उनको पता भी नहीं कि नव्य न्याय भाषा का स्ट्रक्चर क्या होता है। आज नव्य न्याय का पब्लिकेशन जापान में ज्यादा हो रहा है, कहीं नॉर्वे में हो रहा है, कहीं दुनिया के और यूनिवर्सिटी में हो रहा है, लेकिन हमारे यूथ जो है वो इससे अनभिज्ञ है। यदि अंग्रेज की एजुकेशन नहीं आई होती तो नव्य न्याय दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा मैथमेटिकल लैंग्वेज होता। मैंने ही नव्य न्याय के कई बुक पे सेट थियरी को अप्लाई किया है, कई जो मैथमेटिकल और फॉर्मूला है उसको अप्लाई किया है। तो ये उसका रिफाइनमेंट, ये लैंग्वेज का स्ट्रक्चर, ये मिथिला का कंट्रीब्यूशन है। और मिथिला से सीख कर ही भारत के कोई भी विद्वान जो है इस भाषा को समझ पाए, कोई भी विद्वान इस विषय को समझ पाए हैं। इसीलिए भारत के और दुनिया के लोग मिथिला के सामने नतमस्तक हो जाते हैं। तो हमें इन चीजों को थोड़ा अपने यूथ तक ले जाना चाहिए कि अब मैं जो कुछ और जो चीज है, गंगानाथ झा जी आप समझ ही रहे हैं कि प्रयाग विश्वविद्यालय के गंगानाथ झा जी और उनके पुत्र अमरनाथ झा जी जो थे, उन दोनों ने पूरा का पूरा इलाहाबाद यूनिवर्सिटी को टॉप पे ले गए थे। उन्हीं के समय में इलाहाबाद विश्वविद्यालय को ऑक्सफोर्ड कहा जाता था भारत का। तो उस समय का जो आपको जो स्टूडेंट मिलेगा उसकी पर्सनैलिटी आप देखिए। तो आप देखें कि कोई भी अपना फाउंडेशनल बुक हो, उस सब का पहला अंग्रेजी ट्रांसलेशन करने वाले गंगानाथ झा थे, पहला ट्रांसलेशन करने वाले। और कोई भी ऐसी बुक नहीं है जो पहला ट्रांसलेशन उनका नहीं, इसीलिए उनको सर की उपाधि दी गई थी। उन्हीं के पुत्र आदित्यनाथ झा थे जो दिल्ली के पहले लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर थे, वो संपूर्णानंद यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर भी थे। अभी जो लाल बहादुर शास्त्री संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी दिल्ली में जो हमारे जेएनयू के बगल में है, उसको लैंड किसने अलॉट किया था? आदित्यनाथ झा जी। इसीलिए वहां पे आदित्यनाथ झा मेमोरियल लेक्चर होता है, एक बार मैंने भी लेक्चर दिया। आप देखेंगे कि ये लोग जहां जहां गए, अभी हम तर्क भाषा एमए में पढ़ाते हैं, तर्क भाषा के रचयिता केशव मिश्र सरसापाही, जितने ग्रंथ हैं जिसकी मौलिक जो ग्रंथ हैं जिसकी पढ़ाई आज हो रही है यूनिवर्सिटी सिस्टम में, उसके अधिकतर ग्रंथ आपको मिथिला में मिलेंगे। आप समझ लीजिए कि हम किस संस्कृति के लोग हैं, हम किस संस्कृति के लोग हैं जो जो दुनिया के लोग नतमस्तक होते हैं। ICPR वगैरह जो दूसरा ग्लोबल एजेंसी है, वो इन विद्वानों पे सेमिनार कराते हैं, इन पे पुस्तक लिख रहे हैं। तो हमें इन चीजों को लेकर के अपने यूथ तक इन सारी चीजों को ले जाना चाहिए। और मुझे लगता है कि विजय जी से के प्रति मेरा बहुत बड़ा आभार है कि आपने इस विषय को आपने प्रस्तुत किया। एक और बुक है जो शायद सुखदेव झा या ऐसे क्या है उनका, जेम्स ऑफ मिथिला, जेम्स ऑफ मिथिला, आप लोग सब पढ़ें इस पुस्तक को, जेम्स ऑफ मिथिला। उसमें जितने बड़े स्टॉलवर्ट हुए अपने मिथिला के, उनका उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा परिचय दिया है। और उस परिचय को आप पढ़ेंगे तो आपको बहुत प्रेरणा उससे मिलेगी। मेरे गांव सखबार के भी एक दरबारी दास थे, दरबारी दास थे जो दरभंगा महाराज के यहाँ वो संस्कृत का गायन करते थे, संस्कृत श्लोक का गायन करते थे और वो बहुत प्रसिद्ध थे। तो उनका भी उन्होंने एक चैप्टर दिया है। तो जितने बड़े बड़े अपने यहाँ के लोग हुए हैं, मैंने तो थोड़ा स्पर्श किया है, क्योंकि मिथिला पे कोई बोले तो वो क्या 10 घंटा 20 घंटा वो बोलता रहे, वो अंत नहीं लेगा उसका जितना कंट्रीब्यूशन है। तो इसको हमें लेना है। अंत में सीता जी का जो स्वरूप है, आज भी देख रहे हैं ना कि भारत की आदर्श स्त्री में सीता जी है। ये केवल हमारा पक्ष नहीं, ये सरकारी पक्ष है। भारत सरकार का या जितने लोग हैं वो इस बात को गौरव से बोलते हैं कि भारत की स्त्री यदि आदर्श स्त्री किसी को माना जाता है तो वो माँ सीता है। और सीता जी का पढ़िए चरित्र, आप पढ़िए वाल्मीकि रामायण, वो राम के प्रति समर्पित हैं, लेकिन हर एक जगह आर्ग्यू करती है। कहीं नहीं है कि आपको सीता जी चुपचाप बैठ जाती है। जब राम बन जाने लगते हैं तो सबसे मिलते हैं, अंत में सीता जी से मिलते हैं। तो सीता जी को वो कहते हैं कि आप रहें, आपकी सब देखभाल होगी, लेकिन सीता जी कहते हैं नहीं, मैं आपके साथ जाऊंगी। राम मना करते हैं तो सीता जी पूरा का पूरा आर्ग्यू करते हैं, पूरा का पूरा शास्त्र को कोट करते हुए, लीगल इशू क्या है सबकी चर्चा करते हुए आर्ग्यू करते हैं। और अंत में राम कहते हैं, वहां राम का स्टेटमेंट देखेंगे, बोले कि आप इतनी विदुषी हैं, आप इतनी ज्ञानी हैं, ये सब सीता जी के लिए राम प्रयोग कर रहे हैं। आप इतनी विदुषी हैं, आप तो इस चीज को समझिए कि मैं जा रहा हूं, इतना कष्ट है। राम ये चाह रहे हैं कि ये न जाए क्योंकि इनको बहुत कष्ट होगा, हम जहां जा रहे हैं वहां इनका जाना ठीक नहीं है। लेकिन सीता जी आर्ग्यू करके, तर्क देते हुए अंत में उनको मजबूर कर देते हैं, विवश कर देती हैं राम को कि वो बोले नहीं ठीक है आप चलिए। ऐसे ही एक जो लोगों ने नैरेटिव बनाया हुआ है कि अग्नि परीक्षा दी, अग्नि परीक्षा राम ने नहीं कही थी देने के लिए। राम ने वहां कह दिया था कि मैं आपकी रक्षा करना मेरी ड्यूटी है, लेकिन अब मैं आपके साथ नहीं रहूं। अब आप इसको जैसा सोचें, लेकिन राम जी ये कह रहे हैं कि अब मैं आपके साथ नहीं रहूंगा, क्योंकि मेरी जो पूरी खानदान की परंपरा है वो उसमें इस तरह का की घटना कभी घटी नहीं, इस तरह की घटना घटी नहीं। तो आप अब जैसा चाहे जीवन जिए, आप इसके लिए स्वतंत्र हैं। आप उस समय पर ये सीता जी का आर्ग्यूमेंट किया और वो क्या क्या राम को बोलती हैं, और राम को बोलने के बाद राम चुपचाप उनकी बात सुन रहे हैं। राम को बोलने के बाद सीता लक्ष्मण की तरफ देखती हैं और लक्ष्मण जो है राम की तरफ देखते हैं। राम चुपचाप खड़े हैं। तो सीता जी राम को कहती हैं कि ठीक है आप जरा लकड़ी लाइए और मैं इनको दिखाती हूँ। और तब सीता स्वयं ही उसको लेकर के उसमें प्रविष्ट होती हैं और फिर निकलती हैं। तो आप इसको इस रूप में देखें, ये वाल्मीकि रामायण का विषय है। लेकिन एक लास्ट बोलते हुए मैं समाप्त कर रहा हूं, क्योंकि काफी आप लोग थक गए होंगे। तो वो जो अंत में आता है ना कि जो उत्तर कांड है, वस्तुतः वाल्मीकि रामायण की दृष्टि से उत्तर कांड है ही नहीं। आप जब अंतिम कांड देखेंगे तो अंतिम श्लोक में वाल्मीकि जी कह देते हैं कि अब इस ग्रंथ की फलश्रुति होती है, यानी इस ग्रंथ को पढ़ने के बाद आपको ये प्राप्त होगा, ऐसा होगा वैसा होगा। फलश्रुति जहां भी अपने ग्रंथ में आती है ना, उसको उसका एंड माना जाता है। इसीलिए उत्तरकांड जो है वो विषय ही नहीं है, बाद में प्रक्षिप्त अंश है। और उसमें जो कहा है कि वह अंत में यही होता है कि राम पुष्पक विमान से आ जाते हैं, सीता जी साथ रहती हैं, राम का राज्यारोहण होता है, सीता जी रानी बन जाती हैं और बाद में ये ग्रंथ समाप्त हो जाता है। सब लोग सो जो है अपने अपने काम में लग जाते हैं। उत्तरकांड जो है वो वस्तुतः मैं जितना रिसर्च किया हूँ और मैं जितना समझ पाया हूँ, उत्तरकांड प्रक्षिप्त अंश है। इसीलिए वो बात ही नहीं है कि सीता जी का त्याग हुआ, ये बात ही नहीं है कि ये सारी चीजें हुई। तो इस पे भी रिसर्च करना चाहिए। मैं अपने ढंग से जितना समझ पाया मैं आपके सामने प्रस्तुत किया, लेकिन रिसर्च करना चाहिए। मेरा पूरा कहने का ये है कि पूरे वाल्मीकि रामायण में आप जब देखेंगे तो सीता जी वेल क्वालिफाइड, अपने अधिकार को जानने वाली, जहां भी आवश्यकता हुई है तर्क करने वाली, और राम के प्रति समर्पित होते हुए किसी भी मर्यादा को नहीं त्याग करने वाली और त्यागपूर्ण जीवन के लिए हमेशा प्रस्तुत रहने वाली। ये एक व्यक्ति में जितना भी गुण संभव है वो सारे के सारे गुण सीता जी में है। तो वो उस शिक्षण परंपरा को वो हमें इंगित करता है, जहां मिथिला की जो लड़कियां थी वो किस प्रकार एजुकेटेड थी कि एक तरफ मैत्रेयी डिबेट कर रही हैं, एक तरफ गार्गी डिबेट कर रही हैं, और उसी ट्रेडिशन में सीता जी का व्यक्तित्व हमारे सामने आता है, जो भारत की आदर्श नारी के रूप में आज पूरे भारत में एकमात्र उन्हीं का नाम लिया जाता है। तो कहने का मतलब है कि हमें इस महान परंपरा को देखना चाहिए। बीच में 12वीं शताब्दी के बाद बहुत उथल पुथल चीजें हुई है जिसका रिसर्च लोगों ने किया नहीं है ठीक से, और अंग्रेज जब आए तो वो यूनिवर्सिटी सिस्टम को ऐसा फ्रेम किया कि हमारे मौलिक ग्रंथ से लोगों का ध्यान हट जाए और 100-150 साल के अंग्रेज द्वारा बनाए गए नैरेटिव में हम उलझ के रह जाएं और अपने मौलिक ग्रंथ को ना समझें, अपनी भाषा ना पढ़ें। अभी देख रहे हैं ना, मिथिला काम करें बोल रहे हैं अंग्रेजी। आप देख लीजिए कि ये कहाँ हम पहुंचे हुए हैं। ये इतना सब होते हुए आज की डेट में भारत सरकार ने जो कहा है कि 2 मात्र अपनी भाषा पढ़ सकते हैं, और जो अंग्रेजी है उसको विदेशी भाषा के रूप में डिक्लेयर किया जा चुका है। लेकिन आज भी हम इतने विवश हैं कि हम इसी दृष्टि से सोचते हैं, उसी भाषा में सोचते हैं। इसीलिए मैंने 1-2 उदाहरण दिया कि गॉड ईश्वर नहीं है, रिलीजन धर्म नहीं है। जैसे ही हम इसका ट्रांसलेशन गॉड का, ईश्वर का गॉड करते हैं तो हम पूरी ज्ञान परंपरा को खत्म कर देते हैं। जैसे ही हम धर्म को रिलीजन बोलते हैं तो सब खत्म कर देते हैं। तो अंग्रेजों ने ये हमें विवश कर दिया है कि वो किसी न किसी रूप में हमारी ओर देखे। अभी देख ही रहे फोन में सारी चीजें कहाँ से आ रही है, अंग्रेजों के थ्रू आ रही है। तो आप किसी न किसी रूप में उसके गुलाम रहें। मिथिला के लोगों ने इतिहास लिखा है, मिथिला के लोगों ने वो ओरिजिनल चीज प्रस्तुत किया है जिसको दुनिया अनुसरण करती रही है। तो मैं इसीलिए इसी विषय पे मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं और आप सभी को प्रणाम करता हूं, और सबसे ज्यादा जो विजय जी हैं उसको बहुत बहुत साधुवाद देता हूं। और जितने लोगों ने इसमें पार्टिसिपेट किया है, जो जितने पर्टिकुलरली जो यूथ लोग हैं, यूथ लोग इस विषय को ठीक से समझें, रिसर्च में इन्वॉल्व हो। एक विषय तो है कि हमें जॉब मिले, सब मिले, लेकिन जॉब मिलने के बाद भी हम रिसर्च में इन्वॉल्व नहीं। तो रिसर्च में इन्वॉल्व हों और फिर मिथिला को ठीक से समझें। तो यदि ऐसा कुछ आगे बढ़ पाया तो मुझे लगता है कि इस कार्यक्रम की, और विजय जी लगता है महीनों से लगे हुए हैं इसमें, ये कोई 1-2 दिन की बात नहीं है, मुझे बात हुई तो महीनों से चल रही है। तो इतना अथक परिश्रम किया है, तो यह कुछ ये फलवान हो और मिथिला की गरिमा को लेकर के हमारे यूथ आगे बढ़े और अपने समाज का को योगदान देते हुए पूरे देश और पूरी मानवता को योगदान दें। इन्हीं के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। सभी को प्रणाम।
प्रणाम सर 1 मिनट में बस टाइम लेना चाह रही हूँ। ऋचा मैम प्लीज। प्रणाम सर, आपको सुनना और बहुत ही अच्छा लगा। मेरे अंदर और पढ़ने और लिखने की जो लालसा है वो जागृत हुई। और सर अहाँके हम कह चाहब जे अपने सखवार के छिए भटपूरा के चर्चा के लिए तो हम भटपूरा गाम के छी और अहाँके सब व्याख्यान बड नीक लागल। हमर नाम डॉक्टर शैलजा भेल। हम मारवाड़ी कॉलेज ललित नारायण मिथिला विश्वविद्यालय में इंग्लिश के असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर छी।
हमरा पता है मारवाड़ी कॉलेज के बारे में।
अपने के सर हम प्रणाम करे छी और सर हम अपने से संपर्क करे के और आशीर्वाद लेके पुनः प्रोफेसर।
बिल्कुल
जी जी और थैंक यू विजय सर। ओके ओवर टू यू रीचा मैम।
Thank you so much, sir. We sincerely appreciate your gracious presence and your illuminating speech. Thank you for guiding us with your scholarly insights and the valedictory address. Now moving ahead, I would like to invite Dr. Yogeshwar Shah sir, Organizing Secretary, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of English, CM Science College, Darbhanga, Treasurer of WAAR and Director, Darbhanga Chapter of WAAR, to give vote of thanks.
थैंक यू सो मच मैम। जिस तरफ भी चल पड़े हम आ बला पयान शौक, खार से गुल और गुल से गुलिस्ता बनता गया। मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल मगर लोग साथ आते गए और कारवा बनता गया। लोग साथ आते गए और कारवा बनता गया। Respected chairperson, distinguished dignitaries, honored guests, eminent speakers, faculty members, scholars, students, and dear participants. Namaskar, Adab, and good evening to one and all present in this virtual platform. It is both an honor and privilege for me to propose the vote of thanks and share the report of the first international conference on contributions of Mithila regions in the development of Indian knowledge tradition in the context of literature and culture. This conference has been far more than an academic gathering. It has been a meaningful celebration of Mithila's rich intellectual heritage, literary excellence, and philosophical traditions, and vibrant cultural consciousness. The deliberations throughout the day have reminded us that Mithila has never been merely a geographical region. Rather, it has been a living center of knowledge, wisdom, creativity, and civilizational dialogue that has significantly contributed to the Indian knowledge tradition. First of all, I would like to pay my gratitude to the inaugural speakers of the inaugural sessions. At the outset, I express my deepest gratitude to our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Phanikanta Jha, ma'am, Dean and Head, University Department of English, LNMU, for her gracing this conference with her dignified presence and for sharing her thoughts that inspired all of us. Her words beautifully reflected the importance of preserving and promoting indigenous knowledge with major emphasis on Madhubani painting. The painting, it is not just an art, but the living tradition of Mithila. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our honorable chief guest, Professor Lakshmi Nivas Pandey, VC, KSDCU, whose gracious presence elevated the significance of this international conference. His insightful address enlightened us about enduring relevance of intellectual traditions and that pivotal role of regions like Mithila in nurturing philosophical, literary, and cultural discourses across centuries. His special emphasis was on strengthening the family structure in shaping and saving humanity in this contemporary age. And he also highlighted that Sanskrit language has Sanjeevani Shakti, which can explore our cultural and philosophical past and shape and guide us in this modern age. I offer my sincere gratitude to our keynote speaker, Professor Girish Nath Jha, for delivering such an illuminating keynote address. His scholarly reflection on Indian knowledge tradition and the intellectual contributions of Mithila opened new dimensions of understanding for all the participants. His address reminded us that traditional knowledge systems are not relics of past, but dynamic source of wisdom that continue to guide humanity even today. I would also like to express my special appreciation to Dr. Manish Kumar, the Secretary of WAAR, for introducing the WAAR and for his dedicated efforts in conceptualizing and organizing this conference. I now extend my sincere thanks to the distinguished speakers of the plenary sessions whose intellectual contributions enriched this conference immensely. In the plenary session 1, we had the privilege of listening to Dr. Professor Shankar Navin from JNU, Mr. Divyaraj Amiya from Germany, and Professor Sushant Kumar Mishra from JNU. Their insightful presentations offer deep reflections on literature, language, society, and cultural consciousness within the framework of Indian knowledge tradition. Their scholarly engagement and inspired meaningful discussion and broadened our intellectual horizons. I sincerely thank the esteemed speakers of the plenary session 2, Professor Pankaj Kumar Mishra sir, Dr. Phanikanta Mishra, and Professor Vidyanand Jha sir from IIM Calcutta for their profound academic insights and thought-provoking deliberations. Their presentations highlighted the richness of Mithila philosophical, literary, and cultural traditions and their continuing relevance in our contemporary discourses. My heartfelt appreciation also goes to the respected speakers of plenary session 3rd, Dr. Satyan Jha from France, Dr. Chandan Jha from USA, and Professor Sthaneshwar Timalsina from USA, whose scholarly contributions added great depth and academic richness to this conference. Their insightful analysis and interdisciplinary perspective truly enhanced the intellectual spirit of this gathering. I also wish to acknowledge and thank all the paper presenters, delegates, research scholars, faculty members, and students who participated enthusiastically in this conference. Your active engagement, thoughtful questions, and academic curiosity transformed this platform into a vibrant platform of dialogue and discussion. Around 150 participants presented their research papers on different themes and issues in this conference. Now, I express my deepest gratitude to our honored guest, Professor Nath Jha sir, for his enlightening presence and scholarly insights. His thoughts on the richness of Sanskrit philosophy and the intellectual heritage of Mithila have truly enriched this academic gathering. Sir's emphasis on the different philosophical aspects of Mithila, especially in context with the West, that we, in our tradition, that creation and creator are not the different person, they are the same, and guiding us from the within. And sir's also reflections on the different Janaks. There is not one single Janak, there are 55 Janaks. And we need to explore all this, and we need to focus on the research aspect. So thank you so much, sir, for exploring the philosophical tradition of Mithila and inspiring us to delve deep into this subject. I extend sincere thanks to our respected patron and president, Professor Vijay Kumar Rai sir, for his constant encouragement, guidance, and visionary support which made this conference possible. And sir is very synonymous with his name. The victory lies in his name, that is Vijay. And this Vijay is dedicated to sir. This victory is all yours, sir. You are the director of behind this. So thank you so much, sir. My heartfelt appreciation goes to the conveners, Dr. Kishanand Mishra and Ram Sevak Thakur, sir, whose dedication, planning, and tireless efforts ensure the successful organization of this international conference. A special note of gratitude to our graceful anchor and the host, Dr. Richa ma'am, for conducting the sessions with elegance, confidence, and remarkable coordination throughout the program. I also express my gratitude to the coordinators of the Darbhanga chapters of WAAR, Dr. Subodh, Dr. Amarjit, and Dr. Ragini ma'am for their support and cooperation. I would also like to sincerely acknowledge the invaluable contributions of all the 14 session chairs and 14 moderators. It is a long list, so I won't take name. Your intellectual engagement, thoughtful observations, and efficient management of these technical sessions added depth and dignity to these conference deliberations. A special note of gratitude goes to the organizing committee, coordinators, volunteers, technical team, and support staff whose tireless dedication and meticulous efforts ensure the smooth and successful conduct of this conference. Behind every successful academic event stands an efficient and committed team, and today's conference is a testimony to their hard work and cooperation. As we conclude this significant academic gathering, let us carry forward the spirit of inquiry, dialogue, and cultural responsibility. As Ramnath sir has mentioned, that this conference had inspired in us. Mithila's intellectual and cultural traditions continue to illuminate the broader landscape of Indian knowledge systems, reminding us of the importance of preserving our linguistic, literary, and philosophical heritage for future generations. On behalf of the organizing committee, I once again extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished guest speakers, participants, and attendees for making this conference a grand success. Thank you everyone for your gracious presence and valuable contributions. शुक्रिया आपका आपके आने से रौनक तो बढ़ी. शुक्रिया आपका आपके आने से रौनक तो बढ़ी, वरना ये महफिल ये जज्बात अधूरी रहती, वरना ये महफिल ये जज्बात अधूरी रहती. जय मिथिला, जय भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा. Thank you all for making this conference meaningful and memorable. Thank you once again for your attention and patient listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yogeshwar sir. We sincerely thank each one of you for being a part of this enriching academic journey and for making these 2 days memorable and intellectually rewarding for all of us. Your valuable contributions, thoughtful discussions, and enthusiastic support have truly made this conference a grand success. Without your cooperation and participation, this event would not have reached such meaningful heights. Before we formally conclude, I would humbly request our respected President, Dr. Vijay Kumar Roy sir, to kindly grant permission to officially close the conference.
Thank you, Dr. Jha. Thank you. There is an announcement. There is an announcement from the side of Secretary. So, Dr. Manish Kumar, yes, I would like to request you to come and announce the second conference. Dr. Manish Kumar.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, a very warm good evening to everyone. Although there is already too much of warmth there because of this summer season. Yeah. So to continue with it, we have the second conference of World Association of Authors and Researchers scheduled on 27th and 28th of June. SKR College, Barbiga, in collaboration with Greater Toronto Chapter of Canada of WAAR, we are organizing a conference on technological advances and English studies, interdisciplinary approaches. So, call for abstracts. The date for that is extended till 30th of May. So, you are all welcome to that conference as well. And once decision, we have the third conference in queue in the month of July. So at the end of the second conference, we will talk about the third conference. For now, you are all welcome to the second conference of WAAR. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you once again, and we wish everyone continued success in their academic and scholarly pursuits.
Now you can announce about closing of the system. So now the conference is coming to an end. We will meet in second conference. So as already Dr. Manish Kumar has announced about second conference. So I would like to request all those who are interested, please register for that conference. We'll meet there. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you everyone, each and everyone, all the participants, all chairpersons, all the speakers, each and everyone. Thank you all. Thanks a lot.
Namaskar.
Namaskar.